make shit up to you know, we don't need to. It just discredits whatever movements you're running when you pile on every fucking political crime in the world and every crime in your life and attribute it to the Mossad. It just sounds really absurd at that point. You know, you're not really helping your case. Like people just say things that there's evidence for. And if there's no evidence, keep your mouth shut. You know. That's my view. My hot take. No, that's okay.
I think a lot of people are, unfortunately, using this cause to further their own agenda or plan, whatever it is. Definitely think that with Amir, because I don't understand how somebody can, for 2 years straight, every single day, he's had rooms for hours every day. He has to be getting paid. I just don't believe it. Who has that kind of time on their hands?
People say I'm getting paid. I'm not getting paid, Yali. I think people just say that. Like, no one's getting paid. We just don't have lives.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor as well. No offense, but
were you the one who speculated on getting paid? I feel like
I didn't think that you're getting paid, but I do think that you're affiliated with probably some left-wing organizations that might be shaping your biases and agenda, or it may just be mainstream American Jewish organizations and institutions. I don't know.
Yeah, mainstream. I'm like really fed up with the mainstream Jewish organizations. They've been extremely cowardly, I think, in this situation.
Well, I think a lot of Jews are, because they've been raised. There's a huge failure of Jewish educational organizations in America and Canada, because you have a whole generation of Jews saying with the class, "Why don't you teach me anything?" and withhold information. They feel betrayed and hate their parents now, and blah 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 blah.
So you feel like they should have given us a more nuanced view of like the history of the state of Israel and a little more honest.
We didn't learn about Palestine. I went to the same school. I grew up in Vancouver. I went to the same school as Seth Rogen.
Yeah.
Like all these people, Nathan, whatever his name is. We all had the same Jewish education. We didn't learn about Palestine.
Nathan Fielder? You have talented classmates. Nathan Fielder is amazing.
Yeah. He was out of the school by the time I got to 4th grade, but yeah, he went there too. We didn't really get an education about it. My parents kind of told us about it, but nothing really. And I think that a lot of Jews have grown up now and are feeling a little bit like maybe who did get more of an education, that their education was skewed. But all education is propaganda, so.
Well, so for me, it's less the education. Like, the education obviously is lacking, but like I feel like the ADL and the APACs and even the Holocaust museums are just sitting there like kind of cowardly, sitting on their hands, scared to say anything when this is really sort of shattered American Jewish identity, and it's something we're all struggling with, and it's a trauma that's sort of come to our doorstep even if we try to ignore it and say it has nothing to do with us. And I think they've been really cowardly in actually helping us navigate this. And they won't call Israel out when it's wrong, and they just have complete incoherence in their messaging, and so I think they're just alienating more and more Jews from institutional Judaism. I think they're not representing us. I think it's
it is unprecedented times as well. Like I personally don't like the ADL very much because.
They're like defending Nazi salutes. Like, what the hell?
Well, it's not that. It's because you're in the business of anti-Semitism, and that's concerning to me.
Yeah.
You don't have a business unless you have anti-Semitism, and that.
So they drum up anti-Semitism, exactly.
But I think all these kinds of things, like these organizations that are based off of identity politics, you're invested. Your product is identity politics, and your product is the anti-Semitism or the whatever, and. If you don't have that product, you don't have money, you're not generating money. So I do see it as these institutions, ADL is a bit more corrupt and obviously.
Have you heard Seth Rogen talking about how all of us Jews were lied to as kids about the state of Israel?
Perplexing to me.
Can I play that clip? Do you guys want to hear the clip of Seth Rogen?
We have this, he went to Sharon Zedek as well. His parents met at a kibbutz in Israel. They still go to Sharon Zedek. His parents' row is, they still go, so I don't know. Josh, see, this is why I hate saying shit on this app and having this conversation because people will twist it. Israel's in the business of anti-Semitism. It's such an oversimplification and generalization of a statement that Israel's not in the business of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semites are in the business of anti-Semitism. But there are also people who use that fear and use that to generate popularity, sympathy, whatever, votes. And it's not unique to Jewish people. They do this in every country, every group of people. The Arabs, they use Israel to scare the Arab world.
Okay, Ellie, I just want to play this clip real quick.
Okay, cool.
I also think that as a Jewish person, like, I was fed like huge amount of lies about it. So they never tell you that. Oh, by the way, there were people there. They make it seem like he was just like sitting there. Doors open. Like, literally, they forget to include the fact to every young Jewish person that they saw. I'm afraid of Jews. I'm 100% afraid of Jews. I mean, I used to live somewhere that was not a part of a Christian apocalyptic prophecy, but it's also probably a good idea. So maybe settle somewhere that, the Christians don't think them all to die, or they want us all to go there. They need a certain number of years to go there so we can die. So yeah, but that, could you imagine living in Israel? Would you ever go live in Israel? No, it would be. They also think that.
So that was the Seth Rogen clip where he's talking about the upbringing Ellie and I had, where a lot of Jews become disillusioned with their Zionist sort of narrative that we've been fed, that it's just very sugar-coated and one side. And then you grow up, you learn some facts, you read Benny Morris and Israeli historians, and it's like, it kind of shatters your innocence because you had one view of Israel and then you get another one. And so Ellie is sort of advocating for a more nuanced, full picture.
I think that the mainstream narrative is also false though too. Like, it's more honest. But I actually a few years ago I literally went to the library. I live here at university, and I started bringing up old articles because I got so hyper-fixated on the subject. And it's so much more complicated than people want to believe that these very complicated Europe and took and stole homes. It's just so much more.
But that's not the narrative I was raised with. I was raised as a Zionist.
Even I was raised on that one either.
So when I got to college and I learned about the Nakba, and I read, my Jewish friends actually read one. Okay, let's move them down.
I didn't word Zionist or Nakba ever until my 20s.
I heard it from my Palestinian friends, my lefty friends, and I took it with a grain of salt, but it was my Jewish friends actually who had the same upbringing as us, Yeli, that really, they were like, read Benny Morris, read Tom Segev, and they gave me books by Israeli historians that kind of dismantled all of these stories that we heard, and it wasn't a lie, but they told literally the other half of the story that we didn't know about, and it's very shattering because we have this one perception.
There's a third part too in Arabic, which is absolutely fascinating. If you ever get a chance to check out the Arab historians, this conflict has so many faces. It's got an English one, an Arabic one.
Do you speak Arabic, Ellie?
Which way? Like, my grandparents spoke Arabic, so I can understand it. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, like 20
Welcome
words.
back, Ellie.
Hey, I talked to ChatGPT and he apparently had quite a bit to say about the whole genetic situation.
Okay, this is not the problem.
What?
We're not talking about this anymore. Move on.
Yeah, listen,
Make it quick. What's the 30 seconds?
I'm not going to talk about that. Just want to say that I tried to send you a link to the chat convo, but for some reason it's not sharing for me the convos. It's like always giving the 404 broken links. Never mind. About the historians, if you talk to any person that lives in a country, right, and you look at the history that is being taught in schools, that history is always a propagandistic narration that's supposed to kind of, like I said before, in some other room.
Well, let me cut off for a second, Ellie. Ellie, you were talking about American Jewish education, the way we learn about Israel, in this very glowy, fetishistic way, which is not the same as in Israel. In Israel, they do teach about the Nakba in schools to some extent, but in American day schools and Jewish day schools, Jewish Sunday schools, we learn a very, very glossed over version of it, and so when we go to college and we find the full story, it's very shattering because we had one image of our identity and how it's enmeshed with Israel, and then we find out all this bad shit happened. So, like, for example, specifically, like, we never heard the word Nakba growing up. We were never told about what the true story of what happened in Palestine, or what sort of the version of the Palestinians' version of the history. And so when you hear the other side, it's a little bit disorienting. That's all. It has nothing to do with what they do in Israel. I know in Israel they start to teach about the Nakba in most schools.
You know, it's irrelevant. Even if you teach about the Nakba in schools in Israel, the history is still propagandistic. It's not authentic, like the historically correct.
We get full propaganda in our veins with no context.
No, yeah, but again,
that's why you hear the Kahanists in the next room going like fetishizing Israel, like wow, even the dogs are perfect, even the air is cleaner, but they invented cherry tomatoes. Like they sound deluded. They sound like they're
It's Disneyland. It's kind of like the Jewish Disneyland. It's the Jewish. I don't know.
There is nothing unique about Jews having like a rosy picture of their state. From like any other people that have a rosy picture of their state. Most states' atrocities are omitted from their history books.
We're talking about American phenomena, Ellie, that's, with all due respect, you don't know the time of that type of, like, the shit that we consume in America. It's very different than in Israel. They're much more realistic. They live in reality. We don't live in reality when we learn about Israel.
I think that's the right way to do it, though, is just be realistic and the kind of Israeli way. Yes, it's not very flattering, but it doesn't create a generation whose identity is called into question 20 years later.
And you feel lied to. It makes you angry. It makes you like.
No, it just makes you angry. Every other nation that has a rosy picture of their own history, none of them, for some reason, get like disillusioned when they learn.
It's not our nation. It's like part of our ethnic identity development. We've just over time become enmeshed with Israel as our identity.
Listen, I don't get like why I say one thing and then they respond to completely different point.
If you're talking about our nation, this is not our nation. This is just somehow bizarrely.
If you do not consider yourself an Israeli, okay?
No.
I give like zero fucks what someone else in some different country learns about Israel, to be honest. Like, I just draw parallels between how people learn about their own nation. Okay? When people learn about their own nation, usually it's like some people are a bit more accurate. Some people gloss over, or maybe could be more history. If you look at Japan, for example, they gloss understand unconvenient truth about their state. And so on and so on. And even when people know that the history that they've been learning in school was rosy and propagandistic, people do not get disillusioned. That's not a true phenomenon.
Well, in America we do, because because I'll tell you why. Because in America we have to, unlike in Israel where your Israeliness makes you Jewish, we have to like lean into our identity in different ways. So some people do it by identifying with Israel, some people do it by obsessing over anti-Semitism and the Holocaust, some people do it by practicing religion or studying Torah, right? But most people do it by just, because most of us are secular, we do it by engaging with our history and our culture, and Israel's part of that, and the Holocaust is part of that. And so when it becomes, when a state, which is fallible and is not moral, it's inherently pragmatic, not moral, it has to decide between two immoral choices most of the time, and you mesh that with your spiritual, religious identity, or even your cultural identity, it becomes very, very complicated, because the only way to be Jewish in America is to lean into these things and to enmesh it with your personal value system, right?
I would suggest that your explanation has nothing to do with the true reasons for that phenomenon. You described something. No, much more to do with your political leaning. Okay, if you're, for example,
You always have them right, and she also is disillusioned.
yeah, what are you disillusioned with?
Not gonna do any.
And by the way, it's not, I'm not saying it's a right-left issue. It has like something to do with like some of the like how you perceive your identity and what it hinges on. Not for everyone the identity hinges on the accuracy and the truthfulness of the history.
I'm gonna do any. Get her cram that book, and I'll take it in my boat at the beach for dinner.
Okay.
But I would love to hear like, yeah, what are you disillusioned with? I think she's on the camera.
Yeah, she's on.
And how deep is her identity crisis?
But I appreciate you dismissing my disillusionment because you see me as a
No, wait, I'm not dismissing it. I'm saying it's completely valid and it is due to like your political and moral kind of worldview.
Okay.
I'm not throwing shade at you.
So I don't know, there's a documentary, I don't know if you like documentaries, but there's one called Israelism that sort of captures this sort of American phenomenon of American Jews that are raised, they go to Zionist summer camp, and like the way, not, you know, people who don't practice Torah, who are not like halachic Jews, the only way to really like, being Jewish is really a choice, you know, the alternative is assimilation. And so to engage with it, we do different things like go to summer camp and go to Hebrew school and obsess about the Holocaust and talk about Israel all the time. And so we learn this very sugar-coated narrative about Israel and how it reflects, you know, they're a light unto the nations and they're the most moral army in the world and all these sort of like talking points. And then you get to college and you meet actual Palestinians and you find another side of the story. And so in our context, in our American context, we don't have the same existential threats that you have in Israel. And we also don't have this like inherent Jewishness that we need to engage with our Jewishness to be Jewish, right? You guys don't because by virtue of your Israeliness, you're just Jewish. And so we're in this like thing that we want to engage with it, but the way we've been taught to engage with it is to engage with the state where we find it increasingly hard to defend, like its actions over the years.
And you think that nothing to do with politics?
Huh?
You think that what you described nothing to do with politics?
Sure, politics all these things are interconnected. We can't separate anything out. Politics is involved, but people on the right and on Yali over here says, I don't want to speak for her, but she's more to the right of me. She's part of the Bibi Kapara crowd, pro-Israel crowd, and she also feels that the way she was learned about Israel and her temple was not accurate. So when she grew up and started to read history and learn about the Nakba, it was very, very shattering for her too, right? And so
I would love to hear it from her.
So she wants to, like me, thinks that if you want the next generation to feel close to participate in Jewish life and Jewish institutions, which is way more important than in Israel, by the way, because in America, if you don't, you're just not Jewish, you know? And so, like, there's nothing that attaches you to the ethnic identity if you don't participate in any of these, like, institutional structures. And so if you want people to continue doing that, you have to tell them the full story and not lie to them so they become, like, disillusioned with it, you know?
Yeah, but the full story is also subject to your, like, lens through which you perceive the story. Yeah, can you give, like, one simple example that kind of... Yeah.
Purpose is probably okay. Some people smoke.
Oh, never mind.
Sorry. The full story is what?
So as I'm saying, I can give you like one example that kind of shapes, I think, your perception of this whole story, like one kind of moral principle or rule that if you've like difference in that view kind of shapes your narrative quite a bit. I think if you like history and what happened through the lens of aggressor, okay, and you think that if someone aggressed against you and therefore like there have been some consequences of that aggression that have been negative to the aggressor side, right? In general, and you deem yourself to be the one that's been aggressed.
I personally
and,
hate it because it
right?
makes me anxious.
That kind of indicates your history. So if you have not been taught some details of how you defended yourself, like in a less convenient, morally
his argument, but I think he's
There were explanations for each of these massacres, right?
If it is your view, I'm doing a descriptive explanation. I'm saying then, and one of the questions, then if you think that even if you have been aggressed, for example, it doesn't it doesn't excuse it, then you have to, for example, so if you went and done something, for example, wrong, you are like the relationships different, that would call different to your perception of the situation.
say that because he's super straight edge. But my spiritual advisor, he's smoking his pipe all the time.
And then
Oh,
you
proof
say
of
that
manipulating.
you have been aggressive, that would further
I've
shape
never
your
seen him
perception.
like intoxicated.
So for you,
Like
you politically
he has a couple drinks like every day, and he's smoking his pipe all the time.
this whole
I'm
situation was
telling you my political leanings. I'm very informed, like you are. I grew up with this at our Shabbat table my whole life, right? This is a very, very important part of my cultural identity that I was raised with. So I'm familiar with the Zionist talking points, and I'm familiar with the existential threats that Israelis face. And I'm also familiar, I think for us, for American Jews that are disillusioned, I think it's twofold. One is when you go to college, you learn about the Nakba, you hear a different version of the history. Just not that we were told these lies, but we were only told half the story. We weren't told about the massacres, we weren't told about all the stuff that's documented by the Jews historians in Israel, right? So we learn all this shit, and we're like, okay, that's not great, but at least it's in the past. Then we watch the mowing the lawn policy, which what we see is this outmatched two parties. One of them is dramatically, exponentially stronger than the other, and one of them is occupying the other and restricting, resources to the other, and restricting movements to the other. And every couple of years they go in and just kill innocent people, or like maybe sometimes it's a few Israeli sides, but mostly it's just dead thousands of dead Palestinians. We see it all over our airwaves, and it becomes harder and harder to defend this policy, which is brutal and unnecessary, disproportionate, and it's not as breeding more and more like extremism on the other side. And so Jews find themselves in a situation where, like, okay, we can live with the fact that bad shit happened in 1948, that was in the past, but then we see in the present these policies that are becoming increasingly hard to defend, and because Jewish identity and Americans is so enmeshed with defending Israel and spouting these talking points, it puts us in a very uncomfortable position. And so I think that is what creates this sort of cognitive dissonance. A lot of people just want nothing to do with it, and then when October 7 happens, those of us who said they want nothing to do with this, don't want to fucking kill each other, don't care, it's not our problem. Now it's our problem because it's become like everybody's problem. It's become a worldwide. I know it sounds callous to an Israeli who actually like is dealing with trauma and you're dealing with actual war and existential needs. So like it causes all of us, it's come to our doorstep whether we like it or not. And so those of us who were raised with Zionism, disillusioned by it, are like especially frustrated that now we have to answer for what we see as the crimes of the Israeli government.
Falling out of my face guy. Because I don't floss after every meal, but if I select what is floss, or I do not remember, or not interested, I sound like I have a bad dental hygiene.
Everything that you have said, this very much into
I can't look at the results.
how you assign blame, what you see as justified, what do you see
about the Bible is because we're talking about
consequence of
race.
some action, and so on and so on. This is totally making mind.
Yeah, I just wanted to read some.
Some scripture he wants to read.
Yeah, these are just Bible flashcards. Feel free to cut me off when you think you've heard enough.
I never heard enough from you, man.
Just take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. He has told you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you but to do justice, and to love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. My health may fail, and my spirit may grow weak, but God remains the strength of my heart. He is mine forever. I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. I am persuaded that neither death nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other created thing shall be able to separate us from the love of God. Where your treasure is.
Amen.
Amen.
Sorry, go
Come now, let us reason together, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they are red as crimson, they shall be like wool. Whoever humbles himself like this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Wait patiently for the Lord. Be brave and courageous. The steadfast love of the Lord is from everlasting to everlasting on those who fear him. Just for you, a collection of 101 promises from Psalms to guide your path.
Where's that from? Inspire.
Yeah, those are just little Bible flashcards I have. Let me take a picture of them and I'll update my PTR. Got them at a Bible bookstore.
That's great. You want some other mystical wisdom literature that I can send you that I think you would like?
Sure.
Yeah. It's funny. There's this whole thing in theology where like the theologians are always arguing, but the mystics are always on the same page. It's this funny dynamic where like you take a Catholic monk and what is it, Sufi mystic, or like a Buddhist monk, and like they kind of are all aligned on the wisdom, right? But not on the application of the wisdom.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it's kind of like this thing in like monastic circles where like Catholic monks and Buddhist monks, they have this like thing that they all agree on. They just don't agree on like how to apply it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you say that again for me?
Are you recording me?
No, I'm not trying to do it. See, I was reading a text on my phone. I wasn't paying attention to you. Just trying to be honest.
Okay. Just making sure, because I know sometimes you like to record stuff.
Yo.
I am live streaming myself though, so technically you are being recorded, but not targeted.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Closed. Thank you very much. For an understanding Indian perspective.
Yeah,
I wanted,
hold on.
I wanted clarity on Cup's position.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me just respond to AJ.
Sure.
So I don't know if you're, how well learned you are.
I heard
I didn't think you were a Jewish historian.
Some stories.
No, I mean, these aren't sob stories. This is just like
Alright, stay on topic. Stay on topic. Houdini, say what you want to say. Houdini, speak.
Actually,
Yeah, sure. I for one, as an American, I love my goddamn country, and I'm not confused about what I am or who I am or this identity. I feel that there are people who are perhaps, lost about what side to choose, but if we're American and we're sticking to American values, then, there's certain things we do and don't support. It's just that simple. So, I, for one, am a Christian, and I feel that the Middle East, those Arabs over there, they're not my people. Nonetheless, the response from the group, the Jew group,
Israelis?
yeah, it seems disproportionate. I'm just, as an objective observer, it seems, a bit.
You're not an objective observer. You're an
How am I
outside
not?
Ellie, let him finish. No, but Ellie, we don't have to rebut everybody,
Sorry,
okay?
yes.
He's just airing his grievances, okay?
Okay, I'll shut up.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm not a confused American. I know what my identity is, and I'll be, frank. I think something, I'm not sure what it is, but I think something's up. Something's very fishy, and, it needs to be looked into.
Make your point. So what's the fishiness?
Well,
What's fishy about it?
the foreign policy that we've been applying towards this, nation state, I'm not gonna lie, I used to sleep on the notion of Israel and just how perhaps severe,
It makes you influential in our politics, is what you're saying.
yes, absolutely, that's the point that I was gonna get to.
And that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Bad.
I think, yeah, absolutely a bad thing.
So when other countries do this, like Arab nations with like 10 times more money and influence, that is okay? Or you have a problem with all countries?
Daniel, with all due respect, are we engaging
you're a small
everyone who says
content
they have
creator-
a limited, they've been following this conflict very minimally?
I know. I
And
am
how
not
you feeling?
telling him, asking him about it is generally speaking about like influence or specifically about Israeli influence, because Israel is obviously not even in the top 10 influencers on foreign policy. Or even
They're very influential in America.
What are you talking about?
not the
It's very, very powerful. They derail so many races,
Not
on
my
our local.
question. Not my question. My question is this a general rule or specifically just about APAC?
Especially Israel, no other country has this type of influence on our local races.
So your rule is only on Israel, not the general
No,
rule
they
for
have an
Americans
exception. They
regarding.
have a different type of influence on our domestic politics where foreign interests, because they have a different type of lobbying entity. They're registered differently.
All right,
What do you mean? Those are American
This is
Jews.
Houdini, I don't think you want to speak to this, but this is something we're pretty familiar with. I can take this from here if you don't mind.
yeah, you can do your thing, but, don't like, it sounds like you're underestimating what is, what I know, and I'm pretty familiar. I'm just having a good time. I decided to come on the app and, engage. This is a nice app. I like it. I can make connections and relationships and stuff, but,
It's a great way to stay in shape.
See, believe me, Buttercup is a Jew, so she sees you as a goy, so I'm like...
But such a fuck off, Ellie.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I see everyone as equal. I'm a
Listen,
human as atheist Jew.
But more, no.
She's like Chris Martin. She sees us as human being on Earth.
Even the Israelis.
well, listen. I'm looking at, our foreign
Speaking of
policy.
the Israelis, hi Amos. How is Halasta Larkot? Let's sing for us. Also, a little school. Don't do the accent one.
Can you tell us about the Ola, Ahi, Imahei, Shiva?
Rikute Am.
I think it's still there.
Thank you, Amos. You're good. I'm gonna mute him for a second.
specifically with Israel, not with.
No, AIPAC does have disproportionate influence. No other like foreign country.
Can you show
They
me
don't represent. They represent American Jews, so that's why they're so influential.
Can you show me the metrics that you say that they have unproportional influence? Like,
I'm so Daniel. So I covered politics for many years and local races and state races across the country and federal races, and they have immense influence over. They throw money behind. These are American Jews. They're not Israeli. It's not an Israeli government. It's American Jews on behalf of Israel. So they register as a local domestic lobbyist instead of a foreign lobbyist.
and what about the ones that are working for the UMA or for like other countries?
They have to register as foreign lobbyists. They don't have that
No, they
domestic
don't.
influence.
If they're Americans, they are not foreign by definition. Why do Americans need to register as foreign agents? Like, why are you doing it yourself?
It's like in Russia, they have to register as a foreign.
They are not foreign.
Yeah, under FAR, if you are representing the interests of another nation,
Another nation.
yes, representing the interests of Israel, which is another nation. It's not representing the interests of Jewish people. No, the American Israeli political committee is not representing Israel.
The American Israel there is what's being represented is the relationship between America and Israel as represented by American voters. It is now an arm of the Israeli government that spends exactly $0 that come to AIPAC from Israeli It has no gut. It doesn't take any money.
No, it's all traced. It's very, very well tracked at where all the money comes from. It's a very strict laws for people who donate to. Alright, Virginia, you're spicy. So I'm gonna read something for you guys. Guys, I'm gonna read a little bit about the AIPAC's influence, okay? Guys, are you listening? The American Israeli Republic, the AIPAC, which sharply boosted its lobbying last year in the midst of Israel's war with Hamas, and a corresponding surge in anti-Semitism, more than doubled its political action committee checking spending as Americans elected a new president and decided whether Republicans or Democrats should control Congress. AIPAC wait, I'm keeping. The AIPAC and its affiliated super PAC reportedly spent $95.1 million in 2004, including interest in those candidates. That's more than double the $44 million spent during 22 races.
Just the plane that Qatar gave, not about the money that they're spending in the United States. Just the plane was like $400 million.
Listen, you asked how to clear. I'm asking you a question. I'm answering a specific question. AIPAC outspends every other political committee identified as pro-Israel by open secrets. Some of the money went.
Get out of the section. Others, not to other, like, yes, amongst Israeli, yes.
Really quick. It's not about, if it was about money, right? Kamala raised more money than Trump, like 5 to 1 or something like that. It's not about money. So if you go to the AIPAC YouTube, they post a 98% rating.
Yes, what do you understand from this?
So what I'm saying, it's not really about the money, it's about the inflation. And
No, the other way around.
yeah,
No, it's the other way around. Your conclusion is wrong. The reason that they have such a high success rate is because they only go with candidates that they believe or they have
Guys, all right, and Daniel, you talk about it.
Finish my.
We're
So I told you what I understood from this. Now you tell me what you understood from this successfully.
What I understand, because you say it's about the candidate that you think is going to win. So, why did you take money from the black man who gave a pro-Palestinian stance?
What are you talking about?
So you guys, I forget his name, but AIPAC supported the black man until he gave a pro-Palestinian stance.
Jamar Bowman or
Yes. So if it's about win rate,
It's not about win rate, okay? It's obviously going with the candidate that they believe in and the disability. They don't like, it's not about to align with like our values in a way. If you're supporting free Palestine, you're for the destruction of foreign policy.
okay, so it's an Israeli lobby.
No, it's a foreign. It has to do a lot with foreign policy, obviously.
Okay.
The same that Bauman is dealing with foreign policy, talking about free Palestine.
Okay.
So they can also have an opinion.
Thank you.
And it's okay that there are other opinions. Like it seems like some opinions are completely legitimate, free speech, democracy. And when it's pro-Israel, it's corruption. It's we should whatever. Like, check how much. Seriously, did anyone check how much money directly, not via like American whatever, American Iranian, American actual money that is going from, for example, Qatar to the United States, to the education system, to the academia from all those Arab countries. And then ask yourself, why do those countries pay hundreds of millions of dollars for the education system in the United States? Isn't the United States like the biggest economy in the world, like all the money in the world, printing money? Why do they so much money getting from them? And before that, what are they getting back? What is their interest? And you don't ask those questions.
What's AIPAC getting back? They're winning races and installing appear politics.
No, this is not what I was talking about. You just listening to yourself.
I wasn't listening, you're right.
Maybe someone else can answer if they were listening and not just for themselves.
Daniel.
I'll tell you what we're getting back. You know, it seems like
What they're getting back. What is Qatar getting back for putting hundreds of millions in the universities of the United States? What is Qatar getting back from giving America, which is not a welfare country, a free 400? Like
You're right, Daniel. You're right. We are, Daniel. We are asking questions. And fundamentally, our political system is corrupted because of our campaign finance system, which allows these big interests.
You allow it. Because listen, you need to understand that this obsession with Israel is what enables genociding Jews, starving Yemenis, doing whatever people want in the world. Even Russia can do whatever the fuck they want. Because everybody is obsessed with this unproportional. You want to talk about proportionality? Your obsession with Israel and Jews, like the global obsession, is unproportional. The amount of UN meetings that were done in Gaza compared to the number of casualties, compared to anything else that is happening in the world, is like, I have the data, okay? Like, I will give it to you in a minute. It will be mind-blowing.
You asked what do they get, right? One of the things they get is a radicalized college population of young people.
Oh, Colin, you really believe that about the protesters?
Every time that someone speaks something that it cannot contradict what you believe,
Daniel,
or like shit,
Daniel, check it.
you immediately shut them up.
yeah,
Let them speak.
it's a Jew room.
I actually want to debunk some of the stuff that was said.
Let Colin finish first.
I was in the middle of speaking. I don't understand.
Speak.
Thank you. Yeah, I do believe that. I do believe that there are foreign influences on college campuses. I absolutely believe that. But just a point for Daniel, right? I agree with you, Buttercup, that our campaign finance laws, Citizens United, etc., is a major problem. But it's not a unique problem to the Israel lobby. It's a problem for the entire lobbying system. And what Daniel is saying is that there's an outsized attention to the corruption in our lobbying system. There's an outsized attention to Israel when there could be attention on all of those other things, big pharma, big oil, big tobacco, right? And other interests of other countries, other relationships, foreign policy interests, and things like that. This is not unique to the Israel lobby.
We had a whole discussion yesterday where I was trying to convince Barkov that and explain to her the mechanism through which the Israeli story is much more interesting, period. Like, you cannot sell more papers talking about nothing. Ukraine, Yemen, Syria, blah, 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 blah. All that, like, you can hold people's attention for a day, a 2, a 3. You talk to people about...
Splash with the bombs everywhere, right? That's not exactly low profile.
Listen,
Not
again,
under the radar.
if Jews provide you with news, it is good. If Jews do not provide you with news, you will still find a way to report on something, okay? Like, you cannot tell me that when the Israeli news cycle has been low, it was not still out proportionate, getting out proportionate attention in comparison to any fucking thing that was going on.
Belligerent state on the planet right now.
They were talking about Ukraine.
right
They were
now.
talking about Russia. They were talking about Ukraine and Russia before this.
Yeah, before this. But the Ukraine-Russia thing is going on constantly. There are much more people dying there.
More belligerent than North Korea.
No, North Korea is not that belligerent. It's just slowly killing and starving the population, and nobody gives a fuck. Like the horror of North Korea. And again, like, people who wants to just every day hear about the horrors of North Korea.
Alright, let's stay focused on Israel story.
Exactly. You see.
The topic. We're speaking Hebrew. Ali, look at this story. What's the name of the room?
Wait, really? We're not Buttercup story time?
It is, but it's in Hebrew, so we want to talk about Hebrew.
No, but you see, like, I cannot hold your attention with the horrors of North Korea even for 3 minutes. So
You go on tangents, Ali. Let's be
We're
real.
not
It's
fighting
okay.
North Korea.
That's why we love you.
We're not
I-
fighting.
You know a lot of shit, and you like to share it, and sometimes it gets sidetracked.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to know, where are the videos of, Hamas killing the IDF in mass or in large number?
Those evidence, not idea.
Iran, they don't have, like now, it's not happening that they're killing IPS soldiers in mass. But they are advanced that are happening, like,
I'm actually glad that you acknowledge that, right? You see, you're not killing the IDF, as you say.
No, we're killing them.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'll tell you what, you're killing them at a extremely disproportionate rate, all right? They have what? They have about, excuse me, can I speak? Jesus.
Yes, speak. Jesus is not here, but you can call him Moses.
No, Jesus is everywhere.
Alright,
Thanks, Benny.
Alright.
Christ is king.
Another Jew.
Anyway, there's a disproportionate casualty rate that exists in Gaza. They have 60 times the amount of casualties that Israel had. All right, and last time I checked, okay,
Yeah.
there is an Iron Dome. Excuse me. Wait, what is wrong with this cockroach? Can you shut your cockhole?
Cockroach is your, no,
Can you
not
shut
you're
your
down,
cockle?
you're down, no, you're down,
This is
you're
far.
down,
We're
you're
doing
down,
that.
Why does
you're
anyone keep
down,
interrupting him?
you're down.
Why do you keep, wait, hold on, why does anyone keep interrupting him? Why do you speak and you keep interrupting him?
I don't care, cockroach, you can keep this Nazi rhetoric
Yeah,
from somewhere else.
What do you mean Nazi rhetoric, man? Like, you were speaking,
Educate
and
yourself,
you keep fucking interrupting him. Why
he
you
would
fucking
not,
interrupting
he
him?
would be respectful.
Who dropped him down?
Well, why aren't you respecting him in this time, allowing him to speak?
Listen, dude, I will not accept being called a cockroach, you move on. You
When you
accept
act
being
like a
called
cockroach, you'll be called a cockroach.
Cockroach is your father, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up, don't call me names and then act naive. I will not accept it, dude, you can accept it, fine, I will not.
But did
Let's move
someone
on.
say good to more than 60 times.
He did. Daniel literally
Yeah.
said good.
Why,
Yeah,
why am I
that's-
being
that's,
kicked?
you know,
I'm an
that was-
American. Buttercup, you're an American.
That was called for, Daniel. I think you owe him an apology. I think you owe everybody an apology, actually.
Why?
Alright, yeah, Daniel, we're gonna try this.
For the fact that not enough IDF soldiers are dying in your eyes? Because
Let's not get emotional. Daniel, let him speak uninterrupted for 1 minute and then you
they
can
just
speak,
asked me a
okay?
question. No problem. Go ahead.
Alright, if you talk, you're going down. I love you, Daniel, but you're going down if you talk.
Yeah.
Go, Houdini, speak.
All right, thank you. So, again, there's a disproportionate casualty rate in Gaza, okay? And, you know, when we're observing the conflict, all right, I understand that, you know, there are certain groups that would like to soak up as much sympathy from the international community as they can, right? But it's difficult to do that when, you know, you seem so dominant, okay? The fact of the matter is, you said it yourself, IDF soldiers, they aren't dying, okay? The clips of IDF soldiers being assassinated, you know, political leaders in Israel dying in foreign countries, you know, I don't see it. So it just becomes a situation where it begs the question, you know, at what point is enough? These people, they don't have the capacity to resist. 70% of their infrastructure is gone. And, you know, somehow people still have an appetite for war. But, you know, there's no Iron Dome in Gaza. They don't have any fighter jets. You know, I'm not a fucking, I'm a hail American, and I'm proud of it. But the fact of the matter is, you know, I'm seeing perhaps a bit of, I'm seeing a bit of an inconsistency in our foreign policy, and I'm just being frank.
Yeah.
What,
Maybe Hamas should just be about.
Okay, land your point.
Maybe Hamas should.
Let him land. Colleague, we're not interrupting. Let him land. Land your point, Houdini. You just see a disproportionate outcome, right?
Yeah, I like to
There's
finish.
gross imbalance, right, between the casualty rate on both sides.
Yes, there's most definitely a gross imbalance, right? And, you know, the media,
It's been like that for every war with Gaza, 100%.
no doubt, I don't need your help, though. No disrespect.
Daniel, it's gonna be that way.
I'm helping you land your point so we can move on.
No disrespect, I don't need your help.
It's always.
I don't see you helping the Jews.
I don't see you.
Wait, I suggest anyone who like has a problem with the cockroach litter to ignore that person and like Buttercup can keep
No,
him
we're
here.
moving on.
We're moving on.
Yeah. Like I will not be
Finish?
engaging with.
Yes, he's done.
I will not be engaging with the argument. I suggest no one else who cares about this.
Okay,
No,
Daniel,
I
can I
think
use
it's
your
important.
point?
I think
It's fine, you can't defend your positions, so
Okay,
you know,
I'm
it's up to
answering
me.
now. Okay, so
We heard you, now it's Daniel's
I
turn.
will address this. First of all, this concept of proportionality is a
Please
major.
Please don't.
They need to know it. I don't know. This is why.
Don't entertain. Listen, it's
I know. I'm not going to justify. Don't worry. I'm not going to
not
justify.
justifying, not entertaining anything that was said after the cockroach remark.
Okay, let's just clarify. Houdini, are you aware that cockroach is a trope that was used by the Nazis to dehumanize Jews? Are you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware
Well,
of
that's why
that.
they're sensitive to it. So you want to apologize?
Are you aware that it's not a very nice word to use?
My friend, stop. Houdini, do you want to apologize now that you know?
No,
Now that I know, moving forward, if I do it again, yes, I will apologize, but I won't apologize for that moment because, you know, I wasn't attempting to be prejudiced.
Well, I
Well,
think
it's
it's
still a very rude
Daniel's
thing to
hearing
call a
the
human
murder
being.
of
You
the murder of
fucking
the
asshole.
So right now, okay,
You know,
finish the
I just
question
don't-
and now we're going.
on both sides, right?
All right.
So,
All right, let's move on. Stop.
I did want to speak about APOC. So there is a little bit of a
Just asking.
despite
Okay, we're not talking. We need to respond first. Benny Adam, I want to respond to Houdini's
They
claim.
don't. Oh, you want to? Okay, because they don't
No.
want to.
Okay,
I'm
Daniel, move on.
trying to.
Well, no, Daniel and Ali said no. We're not going to respond to the.
No, Daniel wants to respond.
My God, can I just answer for a second? Okay, so the concept of proportionality as you presented is a made-up concept. concept. We should not hope for proportionality. I would hope for 0 people of the IDF that will die, and I will be completely happy with it. I think that in order for a war to be justified in your eyes, more IDF soldiers need to die. I don't see how is this makes sense. And
Can we have an exchange? You know, he responded to me. I'd like to
this is
respond
what I
to him.
wanted to do before, but you snapped at me.
Okay, so how about we do this? What's your name?
No.
Daniel, it's also on my PTR.
Oh, no doubt. Well, look, you know, maybe we started off on the wrong foot, you know, but I think that we're all entitled to our perspectives. Here's the deal. You know, war doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, because 5,000 people died on your side, 5,000 people must die on my side. Yes, I'm not shallow that way. But in any case, you know, when it comes to the capacity of the Gazans, right, the fact of the matter is they are outmatched. They don't have fighter jets. They don't have an Iron Dome. They don't have nuclear weapons. 70% of their infrastructure is destroyed. They're on the verge of famine, according to you know, a ton of international human rights.
All right. So maybe I want to explain to Houdini. So maybe they should, if this is the situation so clear, okay, why don't they release the hostages and surrender and put on and say, okay, we are done with this war. Take your hostages.
I'll be honest with you. This is my perspective. I think that Israel doesn't give a fuck about the hostages. And I'm not talking about
This is not what I asked. This is not what I asked. This is not what I asked you.
Yeah, I know it's not what you asked.
I know
it's not what you asked.
Oh, Mark had
abandoning they don't have anything, and they're like basically losing
abandoning ship.
numbers, everything. Why don't they release the hostages?
I'll tell you why. Just give me about 30 seconds without interrupting me, okay?
This was a new job in the middle of
Didn't piss up piece of anyone that wants to flip out.
Who's this again?
The Israelis, okay?
Don't care about the hostages. We heard you.
Yeah, we heard about you, but
No doubt, but I stay here
Woo!
Shut the fuck up, cauliflower.
It was always the way.
I'm sure I will bend you over, Dad.
Look at George. Look at
You know what?
Okay, guys, Daniel, you have 60 seconds, and then we're going to cauliflower. Okay. Okay. Oh, then you go, and then Fred goes next.
I was in the middle of an answer. Houdini stopped me and asked me.
1 minute now. Go.
I will stop again. Every time I'm interrupted, I will stop again.
1 minute. No, 1 minute.
Let's see.
1 minute.
Okay, I will start again. So, I was in the middle of an answer, and then Houdini politely stopped me, even though he went mental when I stopped him, and asked me if it's okay that we will have an exchange, so he will be able to interrupt me. And I said yes, meaning that we will have an exchange. And now he basically goes on a speech, and when I try to interrupt him, Cauliflower and the rest of the band is like, Daniel, let me speak. So if he doesn't want to have a discourse, I want to finish my answer. If he wants to listen to himself, don't put
Okay,
in a discourse.
don't speak
and
for
Cauliflower, no one asked for your opinion. I don't know who you are even.
Okay.
So the proportionality has nothing to do with war, okay? It's not a rule of war. When people talk about proportionality in war, it means that, for example, the type of attack and the ammunition that is used is proportional for the objective of that attack, okay? It's not about like, they raped 4 people, we would rape 4 people. They slaughtered 1,200, we would slaughter. It doesn't work like this.
Yeah, until I spies.
We would be okay with ending the war with 0 people that are dying in Gaza. They just need to release the hostages and put down the arm. And all you're like, Israel doesn't care about the hostages. You're crying here about the tens of thousands of Palestinians are dead. Why don't you ask the exact same question with using the exact same metrics about the Palestinians. Don't they give a fuck about their own people? Don't you give a fuck about the Palestinians that all you talk about Israel, Israel, Israel? Palestinians can end this today, tomorrow, and yesterday by just releasing all the hostages and taking down their guns.
Okay, thank you,
That
Daniel.
was always
Good
the
time.
women.
Cauliflower, you want to add something?
Yeah, I'm gonna give my time to Houdini.
Okay.
That is very kind of you.
It was always the
Thank you so
women.
So, when you're in negotiation, right, for peace, I'm curious, if you're sincere about achieving peace, do you kill the negotiator?
Great question.
Yes.
Ask the Palestinians.
So, first of all, we're not negotiating peace. This is a hostage negotiation. Now, imagine,
So-
for example, there would
so
be.
Daniel-
I'm still answering. It's
But you do,
important.
but you
One
answer
at a time,
sufficiently.
Houdini. One at a time.
I just want to say, Buttercup, it is my turn. He did answer my question sufficiently. He said, yes, we killed the negotiator, and I'm satisfied with that answer, but I'd like to proceed
Yeah.
with the rest of my response.
Yeah,
Okay, it's a two-parter, Daniel. It's a two-parter. Let him finish his
No,
question.
I didn't finish my answer though.
No, Houdini still has time. Houdini still has time.
All right, one more question, Houdini, and then we'll move to
You
Daniel.
know what? Fuck it. Listen, guys. If it's about this was about just hearing yourself, hearing the
Still
question,
taking time.
enjoy it. Enjoy it.
He's so angry, like,
Stop projecting.
Okay, I'm angry and Otello and
You're the one
cauliflower
who's
and
sensitive little
Houdini.
bitch up here.
Listen, I don't give a fuck about
It
anything.
was always the women.
All right, enough, guys.
And above all, the young
You're
ones.
still taking Houdini's time.
Otello, again, you and cauliflower are like, no one asked not you and not cauliflower. It's not this time, it's my time, and you're
All right, you
welcome.
guys, we're getting hung up on times. Enough. Let's move on. Let's be grown-ups. All right, can we move on from this topic because it's turning into a shit show.
well, you know, it's time to move on because one little guy
We've been
gets very
debating this for
emotional.
3 days. To fill you in, we've been debating whether or not it was smart for them to bomb their hostages, their hostage negotiators, when they're trying to negotiate the release of the hostages for 3 days now. No one's sure why the fuck Israel did that. Daniel has theories, I have theories, we all have theories. It was a criminal
Can I go
prime
next?
minister that did this.
I wasn't.
I'd like to jump in. I'd like to jump in. Maybe I just go ahead and jump in.
Miss Buttercup.
Maybe I just go ahead and talk. Houdini, it's my turn now, Houdini. It's my turn now. I've heard enough from you. I've heard enough from you. I've heard enough from you.
You're crazy.
God damn.
Sorry. All right, Houdini. Let me just clarify that, like in these Jewish or these pro-Israel, pro-Palestine groups have been dating for 4 days now. Like, why Israel did this, and there's different theories, and nobody's really sure why they did it. But what we do know is that it failed. That there was the Mossad was maybe going to go in and do a surgical
Well,
thing.
Buttercup, I'm so sorry for interrupting you, but I actually had a perspective on why they did it, and I
All
was
right, so
actually
share your
trying to
perspective,
complete
and then
my
we can move
thought.
on.
Thank you. All right. So if we could rest on this for a minute at least. Yes, Israel has no interest in peace. That's why they did it. Okay. They have an appetite for war. Plain and simple. All right. You don't kill the negotiator when you're trying to sincerely negotiate peace. They killed. What's that guy's name? I'm not good with Arab names.
Hania.
Yes, Hanea. They killed Hanea, okay, in Iran, all right, and he was a negotiator. Not only did they kill him, they fucking bombed Qatar and totally disregarded, you know, the American relationship that they also value. All right, so the fact of the matter is, you know, when you're out to expand, right, you need to engineer a threat. Okay, you need to create the demon so that you could further justify aggressive acts. Hence, you know, Hamas being inflated to be this, you know, organization that can rival Israel somehow, and they cannot. So,
Okay, you made your point. Thank you.
I actually haven't. But you have more patience for
land
Jews.
your point.
You're exposing yourself. It's all right.
Okay, that's.
What do you mean by expand?
I'm giving you a chance to talk, Houdini, and you're being disrespectful.
No, you have more patience for Jews. It's obvious.
I mean, it's clear for any observer that Israel is an expansionist state. It's disputable. Like, yes, they are literally expanding constantly to the West Bank through their settlements. They have expanded their borders.
The Anatol smile.
Talking about annexing Gaza. Yes, this is
That's a funny quote.
Thank you. Okay, so that's your opinion. See, we all have different views, and we respect each other's views. Houdini, that was a perspective that many of us have. I share your view that Israel is belligerent and out of control, and is a threat to regional stability, and we're all on the same page about that. Daniel has a different view, and that's okay, and we all respect each other's different views. But nobody knows what's in Bibi Netanyahu's head. He's a little bit crazy, and he's a little bit unhinged, and he's not. It's hard to know what he's thinking.
Do you know what my view is?
Yeah, tell us, Dan. All right, Daniel, want to speak, but keep it short.
No,
I mean, we've talked about it for 3 days, but I would love to hear what your views are.
I'm trying to talk about it many times, but what happened now is what usually happens. You guys are not willing to get any.
Get to your point.
It was
Yeah,
always
just make
the
the point, Daniel.
women.
Complain so much.
No, you're not worth it, to be honest. You know,
Then be
That's your
quiet.
choice. You can also not share your opinion if that's your choice. Jakob, you want to share an opinion?
So if we're gonna move on, I did want to go back to the APAC thing. So what a lot of people get wrong, APAC, despite being called a political action committee, isn't registered as a political action. There are subsidiaries that may be, but APAC itself is registered as a
No, they work with it.
501c4. Yes, yeah, but they are not themselves a political action committee by law. So they're registered as I think it's called the 501c3, C4, something like that.
They file every document required by the Federal Election Commission.
Yes, under a
But as a 501,
yes.
as a non-profit, they do not have to disclose how much
It was
money
always the
or they have to
women.
disclose where this money came from. So we don't actually know where the money's coming in from.
Really? Because we do track a lot. A lot of it is reported. Just there's a database for.
No, it would be not APAC itself, like the
Nonprofits have to report it a lot. Nonprofits, non-profit have to report a lot of things. Including where they get their money from, who their salaries.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They have to report
It
expenditure.
was always
They have to
the
report
women.
expenditure. They spend money on.
The important part is
No,
Provide
where the money comes from.
provide a source, okay?
You can ChatGPT this.
Okay, but okay. So ask ChatGPT for the source and post in the link so we can all be on the same page.
Here. I'll put the chat. The chat, and yeah, you can ask it like where the sources are from. I'm driving. I can't really do this right now.
Hi, everybody.
Who is this?
Can someone tell me what the title is?
It says story time with Buttercup, which is who's me.
Oh, so we're making up stories. What's the story?
It started us like getting to know people and hear their stories, but now we're kind of moved back into the usual bickering over Israel-Palestine.
Oh, from Palestine.
Have anything to add about the Qatari, the bombing, the negotiators in Qatar?
hold on. APAC is a 501c4, not a 501c3, which is lobbying and advocacy groups are 501c4s.
No.
And what are the regulations?
They pretty much have to file everything with the FEC where they donate money to.
Yeah, but not
Where do they get their money from?
They get it from.
And how much? Both
Yeah.
of those things, they don't have to disclose.
No, I'm just pointing out, I thought you said that they were 501c3.
I forgot what the exact term is, but like the point is that they don't have to disclose how much they raised, nor do they have to disclose where they raised it.
PACs and superPACs must disclose all donors above $200 per year to the FEC.
They're not a super PAC, that's the thing.
No, PAC.
They're not a PAC, okay? Super.
Yeah, but they have a PAC that spends money on racism. That PAC reports things, okay?
Exactly, but they themselves are not a PAC.
Right, but the people have to donate to the PAC for them to spend money on races, and all that is tracked.
If you donate to the PAC, yes, but if you donate to APAC, which I know calls itself a PAC. but it's
Okay,
not
so I
technically a
posted
PAC.
in the chat an article about who's funding APAC.
Good luck with this
For
and
decades,
that.
they didn't spend money directly on elections, but that's
What's
changed in
always
recent
the-
years. They're hugely influential in our elections. Politico and other outlets have reported that it's prepared to spend 100 million on ads, blah blah blah. They are closely tied. Allies and affiliates have spent about 30 million in the 2024 election cycle. Sludge analyzed the group's federal. Oh, shit! I don't. It's paywall. Let's see if I can get it past the paywall.
There's like just Google pass paywall. Like there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, I found it. I know. Paste. Okay, so no, they won't let me go. Let's see. Maybe another one works.
So, Buttercup, are you a convert or were you born into Judaism?
Doesn't matter.
To me,
I'm not religious.
You know,
so.
converts are considered Jews from birth.
no doubt. But Buttercup, do you have an answer or maybe not? I don't know.
I'm ethnically Jewish. I'm not religiously Jewish.
No doubt, no doubt. So you were born a Jew.
Yeah, is that a problem with you?
Understood. Understood. No, it's not a problem. It just gives me insight into who I'm dealing with.
Why? What about it?
It's a distinction without a difference.
By the way, you know converts are not completely equal to like origins, right?
Oh yeah, that's the only thing they can't do is marry a rabbi.
A Kohanim, yeah.
Yeah, Kohanim. So like, that's about it.
No one's ever asked me if I'm a Jew in such an accusatory way.
Their last name won't have a tribal last name. They'll say Ben Avraham or or Batsara.
No, I won't lie, Buttercup. You know, in real life, you know, people love me. You know, I'm not here to like satisfy anyone's ears. You know, as far as I'm concerned, and I mean it with no disrespect, but fuck what you think. It's just one of those situations where, like, when I'm in these sorts of environments, oh my God, do I get sick and tired of the gaslighting. It's like organized crime in these conversations. You know, some of these people that are pro-Israel, they'll just, words.
On this app, you mean? On this app, they are really nuts, the pro-Israel people.
Yes, not just on this app though. You know, it's a problem. It's just a trend, like throughout the world. I'm bearing witness to. There are individuals who are pro-Israel, and they're not just Jewish. You know, you got that guy who's like the son of a Hamas leader, I think. You know, he's just nuts. Like his perspective is just detached from reality. So, you know, I tend to get frustrated during these conversations, and yeah, I get curious about people. Who are you?
So I'll give you some background. I'm a unique kind of in this app because the pro-Israel people call me a Nazi and the pro-Palestinians call me a Zionist. And so because I consider what's happening in Gaza a genocide, but I also have family in Israel, and so I want to see their safety. And I think they need a new model that's sustainable and gives everyone equal rights under their law and ends the bloodshed, blah, blah, blah. But the pro-Israel people are upset because I use the genocide word, and the pro-Palestinians are annoyed because I ultimately I think there should be. I don't know why they're mad at me, honestly. They throw me in purity tests. I need to be pure and have all my politics align with them 100%. But overall, people see me as more anti-Zionist, even though I don't take the label.
As an outsider, yeah, I see them as two sides of the same coin. If I talk to a pro-Pally, let's say, you know, these pro-Pallies, you know, they're great people for the most part, but like a lot of them will bring out that, you know, that tendency, like that you see from the mainstream media when you say something maybe a bit in the gray area, they'll just start labeling you and trying to censor you. And, you know, the Jews are, or the people that support the pro-Israel position, they're no different. But, you know, I wish you luck. You know, you're definitely a unique person. I haven't encountered many like you, but I definitely wish you luck.
And I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot if I was a little harsh. You know, it's tough to manage these rooms because they get really chaotic quickly, so.
Houdini, I actually have a question for you. So earlier you said like you're obviously an American, and that you're a Christian, and that you have no affiliation with like the Arabs there, or you don't feel anything towards them. But do you feel any kind of affiliation towards the Arab Christians there?
Well, they're Christian, so, anywhere there's a Christian, Godspeed, I'm rooting for them. My God is rooting for them. And I think that answers your question, sufficiently.
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask like what kind of Christian you are?
I think it's an identity thing, to be totally honest with you. I haven't read the Bible in a while, but, I was raised in the church, and from time to time I go, and, I love my culture, I love my heritage, so I just embrace the identity that I've been given or that I've inherited.
Okay, so you're like non-denominational, like Protestant.
Yeah, consider me non-denominational.
And almost here is our elder. He lives in a kibbutz in Israel, and he hosts these co-existence rooms. And so everyone loves him, from the right wing to the left wing to the Nukhba, calls them, the pro-Pallies and the pro-Israels. Everyone loves Amos. In fact, I overheard some Muslim Arab-speaking people who were talking about how they would rescue him if Hamas ever came for him. They would join. They would even join the IDF to rescue our beloved Amos that he got kidnapped.
After October 7th, though, like I remember almost calling Gazans a human animal.
Are you intentionally retarded, or is my brother?
Who's calling me retarded?
Not Banish, man.
Oh, Prince? Why are you calling me retarded?
For many reasons.
Well, let's be specific. Give me one reason.
It was always the women.
They would rescue almost and join the idea of retarded state.
Only one of them said that, okay, to be fair.
Excuse me. Yeah, okay, now it's one. And then if we look into the one, well, not even a Muslim. Okay, and then we get into, I'm all good on minding the pro-Israel crowd call me a Nazi, and the pro-Palestine crowd call me a Zionist. That's because you're a fucking Zionist. You're a fucking Zionist who thinks, okay, poor little Gazans are getting killed and genocided. But you know what? The rest of you fucking Jews who live on 80% of stolen land, all taken by killing Palestinians, it's fine. So my family lives there. They deserve to be stolen from it.
That's not, I think you misunderstood me, Prince. Prince, do you want to talk about it or not? So, Prince, I don't know if you, I don't care if you call me a Zionist, I don't care if you call me, I don't think.
It's not what I call, it's not about what
Neither the term Zionist or anti-Zionist is offensive to me, okay? So I'm a Zionist if that's what you want, what's what I am. That's fine, I am. We don't disagree. Why are you fighting me? That's fine.
Because you try to act all innocent when you're a fucking Zionist.
Okay, what's your point? I'm not objecting to any names you're calling me.
What the fuck is that?
I don't identify as a Zionist or an anti-Zionist for reasons that are maybe above. It's hard to explain because most Jews are categorized as Zionists, even if they don't identify that way.
That's bullshit. Then you had what's the definition of a Zionist?
Okay, so I explained, I think, to Benny earlier.
Yeah, then what's the definition of a Zionist?
Someone who believes in the state of Israel, basically, or the right of the Jews to settle that land. Which, by the way, I'm a Zionist.
Not you, but.
Okay,
If America doesn't believe that, that's the thing. Like, I remember I asked her once explicitly on this.
When they had a textbook definition Zionist, period. It doesn't matter.
No, it's literally, the textbook definition does not
Alright,
matter.
let Benny speak.
Because, like, I remember asking her explicitly, like, do you think that Jews have a unique right to settle that land? And she said no. So, doesn't really make her a Zionist, does it?
I believe in a binational state. Let me tell you what I believe, okay?
Do you believe the state should be obliterated?
I believe in a binational state where everyone has equal rights under the law. I believe that people should be compensated. Can I finish what I'm saying? I believe in a binational state. We should redo the whole thing. We need a new model which gives an independent, secular, binational state under the law that gives every person between the river and the sea freedom of movement and equal rights. The people who committed war crimes must be prosecuted, including legally under the law, that people who had their land taken away in 48 till today or had suffered any of the consequences of the 70-year atrocity must be compensated and given reparations. And I think that we need to have a new model that's sustainable, because the old models created escalatory violence for 70 years. And because of, for saying that, I've been called a capo.
Hold on. Do you believe the state delivery should exist?
And not in its current form, no.
So in what form? Many of them.
But the reason they call me a
Explain
traitor,
to you what form.
In what form? It doesn't matter, bro.
A secular state. So basically, so hold on, Buttercup. Under this hypothetical secular state, would there be a birthright for every Jew on the face
no,
of
there would be a non-discriminatory immigration policy that applies to everybody.
Okay, there you go. You're not on the setup, but here's the thing. We are working with people in Palestine. So we're working with what if we, Palestinian society, we want to build an Islamic state. So we're gonna now have to take the opinion of our occupiers. Oh, you're Jews. Would you like to live under our Palestinian Islamic state?
Wait, no, not all Palestinians want an Islamic state.
Bro, I said if we decide it on. That's not
Yeah.
our business, it's our choice.
So I think so. This is a challenge, Prince. I agree it's a challenge.
I prefer the Algerian model. You know what the Algerian model is? Every single motherfucker, and they settled in Algeria for way longer than they did in Palestine. Every single motherfucker who came motherfucking home and other people's lives, you get the fuck out.
Okay, thank you for sharing your perspective. Some people.
By the way, the Algerians also kicked out the Algerians who cooperated with the French.
Yeah, that's
The collaborators. Like you would kick out, like under your model, you would kick out the
That's our decision to make, bro. That's our decision to make, not yours, not desires.
I think it's perfectly understandable, like, why, what this gentleman named, Prince is offended, right? Because, you know, both of you are valid for feeling the ways you feel. Like, if I was Buttercup, you know, and I identified as a Jew, that was my identity, then yes, I would support the things and the concepts that support my people, and the notion of a Jewish state is one of them.
No other Jews have.
No, but she doesn't support a Jewish state.
See, it's probably going to be Arab majority. You just never.
Wait. Hold on.
She supports you speaking my way.
Hold on. Let me
I said reparations.
Must be reparations. Take the reparation and take your people and get out.
Okay, I wish I could, but I can't. Sorry, Prince. I don't know what to tell you.
Wait, so you don't support the Jewish state? You
I
guys?
support a new model. It's something else. I think it might be Jewish in character because of all the holy sites and all the history there. But I think we're going to have a secular government that allows everyone the right to vote. And the reason Jews oppose this binational state is for demographic reasons. They feel they'll be outnumbered, and they'll establish exactly what Prince was describing, sort of an Islamic caliphate, which would enforce their type of government. And they also fear genocide. Both sides fear the other one's going to genocide them, or going to ethnically cleanse them. And both of their fears are justified, by the way, because both sides have elements that have threatened to genocide and ethnically cleanse the other side. So we have the big problem is that both sides have a deep fear of being ethnically cleansed, and both of those fears are valid. And so that's why most people, I'm kind of on the fringe, most people, right, left, and center, think that we should have two states side by side, because they think they're just going to kill each other and we can't trust them to be side by side. But I'm an outlier, and that's why the Jews think I'm a traitor because I'm going to get them genocided, and the Palestinians see me as a traitor because I'm going to get them genocided. And so I just have a fringe view, you know, and so I'm a monster.
By the way, it's not that French. I've always been a one-stater. I don't think the two-state solution works.
Yeah, I think you know, at best, this is a fantasy. At best, you know, because the Jews, based on what I'm observing, I don't speak for Jews, but the Jews, you know, they tend to be in love with themselves. They tend to be in love with their culture, and they're being socially engineered by the state to. I don't know.
Socially engineered? I don't know what that means.
No, that's actually true.
Look.
Wait, just like Buttercup, you were talking about how you grew up with like the Jewish education
I get what you're
in the
saying,
camps
yes.
and whatnot. That's social engineering.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. That, you know, struck a nerve. I think think people should be in
Both
love with themselves.
sides are socially engineered to hate the other, to be honest. Like, let's be real about this situation.
Yeah, but one is a little bit more vindicated than the other.
Vindicated? What do you mean? The Palestinians because they got genocided?
Yes.
Well, before they got genocided and they taught them to invade and terrorize the Jews, then they were not vindicated?
No, but when in '48 or even before that, since the Balfour Declaration, there's a legitimate fear of being genocided or ethnically cleansed, which did happen.
Yeah, I know, I agree.
I mean, they essentially, I don't know why I'm hearing an echo. Is there some sort of
No,
recording?
it's not. No. Oh, there might be a recording. Those two people that say anon in the audience, they're probably recording, but I'm not recording.
Oh, that's cool. The Jews effectively started this, decade-long conflict. Effectively, any nation, and maybe you can prove me wrong. Maybe you're familiar with, an aspect of history that I'm not. But based on what I understand, there's no nation that has ever existed that has just willingly, given away land and just allowed people to establish countries for themselves. Okay, countries are born out of conflict, plain and simple, because whatever nation you're having to answer to that you want to secede from, they're going to be in disagreement with your secession. That was true for the Mormons in America, right? And, I don't see why it'd be any different for Jews living in British Mandate Palestine. The Palestinians, they see it as their land, right? They are the majority on the land. And here you are saying that I'm going to incorporate territory and form my own country. I'm going to carve out a piece of property on your land and declare it my own.
Yeah.
I seen, all of the Arabs in the neighborhood deciding to attack what essentially is a foreign presence because, most of these people were fleeing from all parts of Europe.
Yeah, we're all familiar with the history. We don't need to recap it.
Anti-Semitism. No doubt, but I will anyway.
It's wasting our time, honestly. Like, it's hard to have a conversation. We're going to recap the whole history every time.
Find that impatience for the Jews in your room.
I'm very impatient for the Jews, trust me.
No doubt. I'm not seeing it, though. In any case, when it comes to, those Jews starting that state and that territory, I don't see the Arabs as distinct in their human behavior for attacking them. It's, nature taking its course. You try to start a state in my country, some separate country, and that means war.
Yeah, we understand.
For every country since the beginning of history.
Okay, fair enough. That's it. Thank you for expressing your view.
Oh, pleasure was mine.
Almos's room is open. If you want a more peaceful room, Houdini, Almos, the peacekeeper, coexistence, kibbutznik is open to his room. You can go over there if you want a different vibe. But here we fight each other. Which is more fun. Welcome back, Noah.
Yeah, what's up?
So Noah, I'm getting tried as a Zionist apparently. Which is fine. I'll take it.
You're getting tried?
Yeah, Prince,
Tried and convicted.
There is also
Prince launched some pretty lengthy.
They're very controversial here on this app. I'm not gonna lie, Buttercup.
I know.
Everybody thinks you're on the mission, like you're up to something.
I'm getting paid by the other side.
and
I bet your messages and back channels are they going crazy, Buttercup?
Especially with BB, yeah.
Not so bad.
But but people would make up stories about you, like BB, for example.
Oh yeah, he pretends he boomed all my rooms, right? He goes around telling people that he's booming my rooms like this is a grown man. This is a man in his 50s.
I don't think he's a grown man, actually. He crashes out. He loses his shit. I don't think a man loses his shit that quickly, I'm not gonna lie. And screams like, bro, are you insecure about your testosterone or what?
Sister Buttercup, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I got nothing but love and respect for you. I see your vision. You're like a revolutionary on this app,
Thank
and I
you.
support you. I support you.
Check. Thanks, Chucky.
He's saying that to you because he's running for presidency, so he wants to.
Chucky for president.
Chucky, are you a part of the Buttercup Army? I am. I'm a part of the Buttercup militia, man. I dedicate my life for her to protect her safety and her freedom of speech, man. No matter how many times people attack her, I'm gonna forever stand up for her.
You take a bullet?
Yeah, I'll take a bullet in the jugular for her.
Have you guys ever heard of John Mearsheimer?
Yes, we all know him. He's like the guy, he's an academic that talks about, you wrote the Israel lobby, right? Like the AIPAC book.
Yeah, he wrote a 26-page paper in 2006, and you guys can read it for yourselves. I won't go through it, but I read it and I was like, wow.
I think most people in the store have read it or know of it, are familiar.
You would have thought, he was in 2025. Like, it is literally, it's damn near, it looks like a blueprint.
What is it called?
It's the Israel Lobby and United States Foreign Policy, I think. It's by John Mearsheimer. This dude, by the way, right? Let's just take this into account. He's not like the janitor at the White House or like the valet. This guy worked directly under Bill Clinton, and he was like a professor at Chicago University. And of course, when he comes out with this paper, the labels they just start coming up. Oh my God, anti-Semitism. I don't know. Something's up. Something's definitely up.
Do you think the United States, right, is Christian country, predominantly Christian country? Is it a military strategic alliance with Israel, or is it a religious alliance?
Do I think, say that again, sorry.
Is it more of a military strategic alliance with Israel, or is it more of a religious alliance?
Why the political Christian right aligns itself with Israel?
Yeah.
It's a more, I've heard different versions, but I think for most of them it has to do with their end of times predictions, right? Like their end of days prophecies.
Okay.
Where like all the Jews congregate in Israel and die somehow. I don't know exactly how it plays out.
I think that Israel had started as a practical military ally, because at the time at the time of Israel's inception, I think the Soviets had a lot of influence in the region, and the Israelis effectively assisted in undermining Soviet influence in that part of the world. But as far as the religious aspect of the conversation is concerned, I see religion being leveraged against the American public to essentially bamboozle folks into supporting things like the G word. And they've got to say it. You're a Christian, you believe in Christ. Well, Christ was a Jew, and you should support such and such Christian beliefs.
Sorry to cut you off, but I do want to move. I think I'm exhausted and almost has a very different vibe that I think we should support. And I'm moving over to his room. So almost, we'll see you on the other side. Should support and I'm moving over to his room.
Hey, we'll continue that talk.
There was a man, There was a man.
Right now, some people out there, okay?
never yet dispelled hate. Only love dispels hate. This is the law, ancient and inexhaustible. You too shall pass away. Knowing this, how can you quarrel? How easily the wind overturns a frail tree. Seek happiness in the senses, indulge in food and sleep, and you too will be uprooted. The wind cannot overturn a mountain. Temptation cannot touch the man who is awake, strong and humble, who masters himself and minds the law. If a man's thoughts are muddy, if he is reckless and full of deceit, how can he wear the yellow robe? Whoever is master of his own nature, bright, clear, and true, he may indeed wear the yellow robe. Mistaking the false for the true, and the true for the false, you overlook the heart and fill yourself with desire. See the false as false, the true as true. Look into your heart. An unreflected mind is a poor roof. Passion, like the rain, floods the house. But if the wind is strong, there is shelter. Whoever follows impure thoughts suffers in this world and the next. In both worlds he suffers, and how greatly, when he sees the wrong he has done. But whoever follows the law is joyful here and joyful there. In both worlds he rejoices, and how greatly, when he sees the good he has done. For great is the harvest in this world, and greater still in the next. However many holy words you read, however many you speak, what good will they do you if you do not act upon them? Are you a shepherd who counts another man's sheep, never sharing the way? Read as few words as you like, and speak fewer, but act upon the law. Give up the old ways, passion, enmity, folly. Know the truth, and find peace. Share the way. Wakefulness. Wakefulness is the way to life. The fool sleeps, as if he were already dead. But the master is awake, and he lives forever. He watches.
steady. They wander at their will. It is good to control them, and to master them brings happiness. But how subtle they are, how elusive. The task is to quieten them, and by ruling them to find happiness. With single-mindedness, the master quells his thoughts. He ends their wandering. Seated in the cave of the heart, he finds freedom. How can a troubled mind understand the way? If a man is disturbed, he will never be filled with knowledge. An untroubled mind, no longer seeking to consider what is right and what is wrong, a mind beyond judgments, watches and understands. Know that the body is a fragile jar, and make a castle of your mind. In every trial, let understanding fight for you to defend what you have won. For soon the body is discarded. Then what does it feel? A useless log of wood. It lies on the ground. Then what does it know? Your worst enemy cannot harm you as much as your own thoughts unguarded. But once mastered, no one can help you as much, not even your father or your mother. Flowers. Who shall conquer this world, and the world of death with all its gods? Who shall discover the shining way of the law? You shall, even as the man who seeks flowers finds the most beautiful, the rarest. Understand that the body is merely the foam of a wave, a shadow of a shadow. Snap the flower arrows of desire, and then, unseen, escape the king of death, and travel on. Death overtakes the man who gathers flowers, when with distracted mind
Brock, you were
thirsty
just
senses,
hallucinating a minute ago.
he
What's that about?
searches vainly for happiness in the pleasures of the world. Death fetches him away as a flood carries off a sleeping village. Death overcomes him when, with distracted mind and thirsty senses, he gathers flowers. He will never have his fill of the pleasures of the world. The bee gathers nectar from the flower without marring its beauty or perfume. So let the master settle and wander. Look to your own faults, what you have done or left undone. Overlook the faults of others. Like a lovely flower, bright but scentless, are the fine but empty words of the man who does not mean what he says. Like a lovely flower, bright and fragrant, are the fine and truthful words of the man who means what he says. Like garlands woven from a heap of flowers, fashion from your life as many good deeds. The perfume of sandalwood, rosebay, or jasmine cannot travel against the wind, but the fragrance of virtue travels even against the wind as far as the ends of the world. How much finer is the fragrance of virtue than of sandalwood, rosebay, of the blue lotus, or jasmine? The fragrance of sandalwood and rosebay does not travel far, but the fragrance of virtue rises to the heavens. Desire never crosses the path of virtuous and wakeful men. Their brightness sets them free. How sweetly the lotus grows in the litter of the wayside. Its pure fragrance delights the heart. Follow the awakened, and from among the blind, the light of your wisdom will shine out purely. The fool.
With IXL, not only does Charlie get
my kids are working on it as right now. And we so need.
How long the night to the watchman? How long the road to the weary traveler? How long the wandering of many lives to the fool who misses the way? If the traveler cannot find master or friend to go with him, let him travel on alone rather than with a fool for company. My children, my wealth. So the fool troubles himself. But how has he children or wealth? He is not even his own master. The fool, who knows he is a fool, is that much wiser. A fool who thinks he is wise is a fool indeed. Does the spoon taste the soup? A fool may live all his life in the company of a master and still miss the way. The tongue tastes the soup. If you are awake in the presence of a master, one moment will show you the way. The fool is his own enemy. The mischief he does is his undoing. How bitterly he suffers. Why do what you will regret? Why bring tears upon yourself? Do only what you do not regret, and fill yourself with joy. For a while, the fool's mischief tastes sweet, sweet as honey. But in the end it turns bitter, and how bitterly he suffers. For months the fool may fast, eating from the tip of a grass blade. Still, he is not worth a penny beside the master, whose food is the way. Fresh milk takes time to sour, so a fool's mischief takes time to catch up with him. Like the embers of a fire, it smolders within him. Whatever a fool learns, it only makes him duller. Knowledge cleaves his head, but then he wants recognition, a place before other people, a place only for other people.
You don't know.
From Vienna, it says
The last Soviet scientist who tells the truth. Obviously, I resent the insinuation, and I think it's fair to say you made an excellent impression at the conference. You were quite good at it. At what? Statecraft, Picasso. Statecraft. The West is now satisfied that Chernobyl was solely the result of operator error. Such remarks. We have you to thank for that. Error of the Soviet Union.
Our Highness, they haven't even given it to me.
Promotion to director of the Kurchatov Institute. Humble.
I don't think there's anything humble about you, Valery Alexeyevich. These rewards might go yet. First, your testimony in trial.
Comrade Jakov, I understand my duty to the state. You gave us assurances. Reactors would be made safe. It's been months. No changes have been made. No changes even discussed.
First, the trial. Also, so we will have our villains, we will have our heroes, we will have our truth. After that, we can deal with the reactors. Do you feel good?
Find friends who love the truth. Drink deeply. Live in serenity and joy. Wise man delights in the truth and follows the law of the awakened. The farmer channels water to his land. The fletcher whittles his arrows, and the carpenter turns his wood. So the wise man directs his mind. The wind cannot a mountain. Neither praise nor blame moves the wise man. He is clarity. Hearing the truth, he is like a lake, pure and tranquil and deep. Want nothing. Where there is desire, say nothing. Happiness or sorrow, whatever befalls you, walk on, untouched, unattached. Do not ask for family or power or wealth, either for yourself or for another. Can a wise man wish to rise unjustly? Few cross over the river. Most are stranded on this side, on the riverbank. They run up and down. But the wise man, following the way, crosses over beyond the reach of death. He leaves the dark way for the way of light. He leaves his home, seeking happiness on the hard road. Freedom from desire,
also the part where it's in sacred stillness. So
he sees his freedom and is free. The master surrenders his beliefs. He sees beyond the end and the beginning. He cuts all ties. He gives up all his desires. He resists all temptations. And
What?
he rises.
I know, right?
And wherever he lives, in the city or the country,
What?
in the valley or in the hills, there is great joy. Even in the empty forest, he finds joy because he wants nothing. The thousands. Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace. Better than 1,000 hollow verses is one verse that brings peace. Better than 100 hollow lines is one line of the law bringing peace. It is better to conquer yourself than to win 1,000 battles. Then the victory is yours. It cannot be taken from you, not by angels or by demons, heaven or hell.
Here we go again. It's not tonight at the side of gas and diarrhea.
Sound familiar? Any of these digestive issues?
Better than 100 years of worship, better than 1,000 offerings, better than giving up 1,000 worldly ways in order to win merit. Better even than tending in the forest a sacred flame for 100 years is one moment's reverence for the man who has conquered himself. To revere such a man, the master old in virtue and holiness, is to have victory over life itself and beauty, strength and happiness. Better than 100 years of mischief is one day spent in contemplation. Better than 100 years of ignorance is one day spent in reflection. Better than 100 years of idleness is one day spent in determination. Better to live one day wondering how all things arise and pass away. Better to live 1 hour seeing the one life beyond the way. Better to live one moment in the moment of the way beyond the way.
There you go.
Mischief. Be quick to do good. If you are slow, the mind, delighting in mischief, will catch you. Turn away from mischief again and again. Turn away before sorrow befalls you. Set your heart on doing good. Do it over and over again, and you will be filled with joy. A fool is happy until his mischief turns against him. And a good man may suffer until his goodness flowers. Do not make light of your failings, saying, "What are they to me?" A jug fills drop by drop, so the fool becomes brimful of folly. Do not belittle your virtues, saying they are nothing. A jug fills drop by drop, so the wise man becomes brimful of virtue. As the rich merchant with few servants shuns a dangerous road, and the man who loves life shuns poison, beware the dangers of folly and mischief. For an unwounded hand may handle poison, the innocent come to no harm. But as dust thrown against the wind, mischief is blown back in the face of the fool who wronged the pure and harmless. Some are reborn in hell, some in this world, the good in heaven, but the pure
If you know anyone
Not in the
wants to do it.
sky, nor in the midst of the sea, nor deep in the mountains can you hide from your own mischief. Not in the sky, nor in the midst of the ocean, nor deep in the mountains, nowhere can you hide from your own death. Violence. All beings tremble before violence. All fear death. All love life. See yourself in others. Then whom can you hurt? What harm can you do? He who seeks happiness by hurting those who seek happiness will never find happiness. For your brother is like you. He wants to be happy. Never harm him, and when you leave this life, you too will find happiness. Never speak harsh words, for they will rebound upon you. Angry words hurt, and the hurt rebounds. Like a broken gong, be still, be silent. Know the stillness of freedom, where there is no more striving. Like herdsmen driving their cows into the fields, old age and death will drive you before them. But the fool in his mischief forgets, and he lights the fire wherein one day he must burn. He who harms the harmless or hurts the innocent, 10 times shall he fall, into torment or infirmity, injury or disease, or madness, persecution, or fearful accusation, loss of family, loss of fortune. Fire from heaven shall strike his house, and when his body has been struck down, he shall rise from hell. He who goes naked with matted hair, mud bespattered, who fasts, sleeps on the ground, and smears his body with ashes, and sits in endless meditation, so long as he is not free from doubts, he will not find freedom. But he who lives purely and self-assured, in quietness and virtue, who is without harm or hurt or blame, even if he wears fine clothes, so long as he also has faith, he is a true seeker. A noble horse rarely feels the touch of the whip. Who is there in this world as blameless? Then, like a noble horse, smart under the whip, earn and be swift, believe, meditate, see, be harmless, be blameless, awake to the law, and from all sorrow free yourself. The farmer channels water to his land, the fletcher whittles his arrows, the carpenter turns his wood, and the wise man masters himself. Old age. The world is on fire, and are you laughing? You are deep in the dark. Will you not ask for light? For behold your body, a painted puppet, a toy, jointed and sick, and full of false imaginings, a shadow that shifts and fades. How frail it is, frail and pestilent. It sickens, festers, and dies. Like every living thing, in the end, it sickens and dies. Behold these whitened bones, the hollow shells and husks of a dying summer. And are you laughing? You are a house of bones, flesh and blood for plaster. Pride lives in you, and hypocrisy, decay, and death. The glorious chariots of kings shattered, so also the body turns to dust. But the spirit of purity is changeless, and so the pure instruct the pure. The ignorant man is an ox. He grows in size, not in wisdom. Vainly I sought the builder of my house through countless lives. I could not find him. How hard it is to tread life after life. But now I see you, O builder, and never again shall you build. fish in the lake. The long-legged cranes stand in the water. Sad is the man who in his youth lived loosely and squandered his fortune. Sad as a broken bow, and sadly is he sighing after all that has arisen and has passed away. Yourself. Love yourself and watch, today, tomorrow, always. First, establish yourself in the way, then teach, and so defeat sorrow. To straighten the crooked, you must first do a harder thing. Straighten yourself. You are your only master. Who else? Subdue yourself and discover your master. Willfully, you have fed your own mischief. Soon it will crush you as the diamond crushes stone. By your own folly, you will be brought as low as your worst enemy wishes. So the creeper chokes the tree. How hard it is to serve yourself. How easy to lose yourself in mischief and folly. The kashta reed dies when it bears fruit. So the fool, scorning the teachings of the awakened, spurning those who follow the law, perishes when his folly flowers. Mischief is yours, sorrow is yours, but virtue also is yours, and purity. You are the source of all purity and all impurity. No one purifies another. Never neglect your work for another's, however great his need. Your work is to discover your work, and then, with all your heart, to give yourself to it.
I was making so much money with DoorDash. I wanted to earn money in my free time, but I didn't want to go out and get a boring 9 to 5. That's when I found out how much money my friend was making with DoorDash. There are opportunities in
World. Do not live in the world in distraction and false dreams outside the law. Arise and watch. Follow the way joyfully through this world and beyond. Follow the way of virtue. Follow the way joyfully through this world and on beyond. Or consider the world a bubble, a mirage. See the world as it is, and death shall overtake you. Come, consider the world. A painted chariot for kings, a trap for fools. But he who sees goes free. As the moon slips from behind a cloud and shines, so the master comes out from behind his ignorance and shines. This world is in darkness. How few have eyes to see. How few the birds who escape the net and fly to heaven. Swans rise and fly toward the sun. What magic! So do the pure conquer the armies of illusion and rise and fly. If you scoff at heaven and violate the law, if your words are lies, where will your mischief end? The fool laughs at generosity. The miser cannot enter heaven. But the master finds joy in giving, and happiness is his reward. And more, or greater than all the joys of heaven and of earth, greater still than dominion over all the worlds, is the joy of reaching the stream. The man who is awake, he awake. Gods watch over him. He is awake and finds joy in the stillness of meditation and in the sweetness of surrender. Hard it is to be born. Hard it is to live. Harder still to hear of the way. And hard to rise, follow, and awake. Yet the teaching is simple. Do what is right. Be pure. At the end of the way is freedom. Till then, patience. If you wound or grieve another, you have not learned detachment. Offend in neither word nor deed. Eat with moderation. Live in your heart. Seek the highest consciousness. Master yourself according to the law. This is the simple teaching of the awakened. The rain could turn to gold, and still your thirst would not be slaked. Desire is unquenchable, or it ends in tears, even in heaven. He who wishes to awake consumes his desires joyfully. In his fear, a man may shelter in mountains, or in forests, in groves of sacred trees, or in shrines. But how can he hide there from his sorrow? He who shelters in the way and travels with those who follow it comes to see the four great truths concerning sorrow, the beginning of sorrow, the eightfold way, and the end of sorrow. Then, at last, he is safe. He has shaken off sorrow. He is free. The awakened are few and hard to find. Happy is the house where a man awakes. Blessed is his birth. Blessed is the teaching of the way. Blessed is the understanding among those who follow it. And blessed is their determination. And blessed are they who revere the man who awakes and follows the way. They are free from fear. They are free. They have crossed over the river of sorrow. Joy. Live in joy, in love, even among those who hate. Live in joy, in health, even among the afflicted. Live in joy, in peace, even among the troubled. Live in joy without possessions, like the shining ones. The winner sows hatred because the loser suffers. Let go of winning and losing, and find joy. There is no fire like passion, no crime like hatred, no sorrow like separation, no sickness like hunger, and no joy like the joy of freedom. Health, contentment, and trust are your greatest possessions, and freedom your greatest joy. Look within. Be still. Free from fear and attachment. Know the sweet joy of the way. How joyful to look upon the awakened and to keep company with the wise. How long the road to the man who travels with a fool, but whoever follows those who follow the way discovers his family and is filled with joy. Follow then the shining ones, the wise, the awakened, the loving, for they know how to work and forbear. Follow them as the moon follows the path of the stars. Pleasure. Do not let pleasure distract you from meditation. such as anger is the true charioteer, others merely hold the reins. With gentleness, overcome anger. With generosity, overcome meanness. With truth, overcome deceit. Speak the truth. Give whatever you can. Never be angry. These 3 steps will lead you into the presence of the gods. The wise harm no one. They are masters of their bodies, and they go to the boundless country. They go beyond sorrow. Those who seek perfection keep watch by day and night till all desires vanish. Listen, Achula, this is not new. It is an old saying. They blame you for being silent. They blame you when you talk too much and when you talk too little. Whatever you do, they blame you. The world always finds a way to praise and a way to blame. It always has, and it always will. But who dares blame the man whom the wise continually praise, whose life is virtuous and wise, who shines like a coin of pure gold? Even the gods praise him, even Brahma praises him. Beware of the anger of the body. Master the body, let it serve truth. Beware of the anger of the mouth. Master your words, let them serve truth. Beware of the anger of the mind. Master your thoughts, let them serve truth. The wise have mastered body, word, and mind. They are the true masters.
This is the coolest hat my wife has ever gotten for me. Solar-powered adjustable fans built into the hat. And while it may look a little ridiculous, it's absolutely comfortable. The fan angle is easy to adjust and the lightweight mesh material keeps your head cool. I love the full brim hat because it protects the back of my neck from sunburn. At first I was worried the weight of the fans would pull down my hat, but there's actually an adjustable strap that makes it easy to fit.
Impurity. You are as the yellow leaf. The messengers of death are at hand. You are to travel far away. What will you take with you? You are the lamp to lighten the way. Then hurry, hurry. When your light shines without impurity or desire, you will come into the boundless country. Your life is falling away. Death is at hand. Where will you rest on the way? What have you taken with you? You are the lamp to lighten the way. Then hurry, hurry. When your light shines purely, you will not be born, and you will not die. As a silversmith sifts dust from silver, remove your own impurities, little by little. Or, as iron is corroded by rust, your own mischief will consume you. Neglected, the sacred verses rust, for beauty rusts without use, and, unrepaired, the house falls into ruin, and the watch without vigilance fails. In this world and the next, there is impurity and impurity. When a woman lacks dignity, quietly consider what is right and what is wrong, receiving all opinions equally without haste, wisely observe the law. Who is wise, the eloquent or the quiet man? Be quiet and loving and fearless. Or the mind talks, but the body knows. Gray hairs do not make a master. A man may grow old in vain. The true master lives in truth, in goodness and restraint, non-violence, moderation, and purity. Fine words or fine features cannot make a master out of a jealous and greedy man. Only envy and selfishness are rooted out of him when he grow in beauty. A man may shave his head, but if he still lies and neglects his work, if he clings to desire and attachment, how can he follow the way? The true seeker subdues all waywardness. He has submitted his nature to quietness. He is a true seeker, not because he begs, but because he follows the lawful way, holding back nothing, holding to nothing, beyond good and beyond evil, beyond the body and beyond the mind. Silence cannot make a master out of a fool, but he who weighs only purity in his scales, who sees the nature of the two worlds, he is a master. He harms no living thing. And yet, it is not good conduct that helps you upon the way, nor ritual, nor book learning, nor withdrawal into the self, nor deep meditation. None of these confers mastery or joy. Oh, seeker, rely on nothing until you want nothing. The way. The way is eightfold. There are four truths. All virtue lies in detachment. The master has an open eye. This is the only way to the opening of the eye. Follow it. Outwit desire. Follow it to the end of sorrow. When I pulled out sorrow's shaft, I showed you the way. It is you who must make the effort. The masters only point the way. But if you meditate and follow the law, you will free yourself from desire. Everything arises and passes away. When you see this, you are above sorrow. This is the shining way. Existence is sorrow. Understand and go beyond sorrow. This is the way of brightness. Existence is illusion. Understand. Go beyond. This is the way of clarity. You are strong. You are young. It is time to arise. So, arise, lest through irresolution and idleness you lose the way. Master your words. Master your thoughts. Never allow your body to do harm. Follow these three roads with purity, and you will find yourself upon the one way, the way of wisdom. Sit in the world. Sit in the dark. Sit in meditation. Sit in light. Choose your seat. Let wisdom grow. Cut down the forest, not the tree, where out of the forest comes danger. Cut down the forest, bell desire, and set yourself free. While a man desires a woman, his mind is bound as closely as a calf to its mother. As you would pluck an autumn lily, pluck the arrow of desire. For he who is awake has
actually still struggled with math. Then another mom recommended IXL, a learning program that really worked for her daughter. We thought, why not? Let's give it a try. With IXL, not only does Charlie get extra math practice and guidance, but he's also able to explore other topics and skills he's interested in. So if you're wondering if IXL is right for your child, I would say don't wait. You'll see a difference right away.
Out of the forest, there is pleasure and there is bliss. Forgo the first to possess the second. If you are happy at the expense of another man's happiness, you are forever bound. You do not what you should. You do what you should not. You are reckless, and desire grows. But the master is wakeful. He watches his body. In all his actions, he discriminates, and he becomes pure. He is without blame, though once he may have murdered his mother and his father, 2 kings, a kingdom, and all its subjects. Though the kings were holy, and their subjects among the virtuous, yet is he blameless. The followers of the awakened awake, and day and night they watch and meditate upon their master. Forever wakeful, they mind the law. They know their brothers on the way. They understand the mystery of the body. They find joy in all beings. They delight in meditation. It is hard to live in the world and hard to live out of it. It is hard to be one among many. And for the wanderer, how long is the road wandering through many lives? Let him rest. Let him not suffer. Let him not fall into suffering. If he is a good man, a man of faith, honored and prosperous, wherever he goes, he is welcome. Like the Himalayas, good men shine from afar, but bad men move unseen like arrows in the night. Sit, rest, work, alone with yourself, never weary, on the edge of the forest, live joyfully, without desire. The dark. One man denies the truth, another denies his own shall endure hard words as the elephant endures the shafts of battle. Or many people speak wildly. The tamed elephant goes to battle. The king rides him. The tamed man is the master. He can endure hard words in peace. Better than a mule of the fine horses of Sind or the mighty elephants of war is the man who has mastered himself. Not on their backs can he reach the untrodden country, but only on his own. The mighty elephant Dhanapalaka is wild when he is in rut, and when bound he will not eat, remembering the elephant grove. The fool is idle, he eats and he rolls in his sleep like a hog in a sty, and he has to live life over again. My own mind used to wander wherever pleasure or desire or lust led it, but now I have it tamed. I guide it as the keeper guides the wild elephant. Awake, be the witness of your thoughts. The elephant hauls himself from the mud in the same way. Drag yourself out of your sloth. If the traveler can find a virtuous and wise companion, let him go with him joyfully and overcome the dangers of the way. But if you cannot find friend or master to go with you, travel on alone, like a king who has given away his kingdom, like an elephant in the forest. Travel on alone, rather than with a fool for company. Do not carry with you your mistakes. Do not carry your cares. Travel on alone, like an elephant in the forest. To have friends in need is sweet, and to share happiness, and to have done something good before leaving this life is sweet, and to let go of sorrow. To be a mother is sweet, and a father. It is sweet to live arduously, and to master yourself. Oh, how sweet it is to enjoy life living in honesty and strength, and wisdom is sweet, and freedom. Desire. If you sleep, desire grows in you, like a vine in the forest. Like a monkey in the forest, you jump from tree to tree, never finding the fruit. From life to life, never finding peace. If you are filled with desire, your sorrows swell like the grass after the rain. But if you subdue desire, your sorrows fall from you like drops of water from a lotus flower. This is good counsel, and it is for everyone. As the grass is cleared for the fresh root, cut down desire, lest death after death crush you, as a river crushes the helpless reeds. For if the roots hold firm, a felled tree grows up again. If desires are not uprooted, sorrows grow again in you. 36 streams are rushing toward you, desire and pleasure and lust. Play in your imagination with them and they will sweep you away. Powerful streams, they flow everywhere. Strong vine, if you see it spring up, take care. Pull it out by the roots. Pleasures flow everywhere. You float upon them and are carried from life to life. Like a hunted hare you run, the pursuer of desire pursued, harried from life to life. O seeker, give up desire, shake off your chains. You have come out of the hollow into the clearing. The clearing is empty. Why do you rush back into the hollow? Desire is a hollow, and people say, look, he was free, but now he gives up his freedom. It is not iron that imprisons you, nor rope nor wood, but the pleasure you take in gold and jewels and sons and wives. Soft fetters, yet they hold you down. Can you snap them? There are those who can, who surrender the world, forsake desire, and follow the way. O slave of desire, float upon the stream,
and get started today.
Cross over to the farther shore, beyond life and death. Do your thoughts trouble you? Does passion disturb you? Beware of thirstiness, lest your wishes become desires, and desire binds you. Quieten your mind. Reflect. Watch. Nothing binds you. You are free. You are strong. You have come to the end, free from passion and desire. You have stripped the thorns from the stem. This is your last body. You are wise. You are free from desire, and you understand words and the stitching together of words, and you want nothing. Victory is mine. Knowledge is mine, and all purity, all surrender. I want nothing. I am free. I found my way. Whom shall I call teacher? The gift of truth is beyond giving, the taste beyond sweetness, the joy beyond joy. The end of desire is the end of sorrow. A fool is his own enemy. Seeking wealth, he destroys himself. Seek rather the other shore. Weeds choke the field. Passion poisons the nature of man, and hatred, illusion, and desire. Honor the man who is without passion, hatred, illusion, and desire. What you give to him will be given back to you, and more. The Seeker. Master your senses. What you taste and smell, what you see, what you hear. In all things, be a master of what you do and say and think. Be free. You are a seeker. Delight in the mastery of your hands and your feet, of your words and your thoughts. Delight in meditation and in solitude. Compose yourself. Be happy. You are a seeker. Hold your tongue. Do not exalt yourself, but lighten the way, for your words are sweet words are still. You are still. By your own efforts, awaken yourself, watch yourself, and live joyfully. You are the master. You are the refuge. As a merchant breaks in a fine horse, master yourself. How gladly you follow the words of the awakened, how quietly, how surely you approach the happy country, the heart of stillness. However young, the seeker who sets out upon the way shines bright over the world. Like the moon, come out from behind the clouds, shine. The true master. Wanting nothing with all your heart, stop the stream. When the world dissolves, everything becomes clear. Go beyond this way or that way to the farther shore, where the world dissolves and everything becomes clear. Beyond this shore and the farther shore, beyond the beyond where there is no beginning, no end, without fear, go. Meditate. Live purely. Be quiet. Do your work with mastery. By day the sun shines and the warrior in his armor shines. By night the moon shines and the master shines in meditation. But day and night the man who is awake shines in the radiance of the spirit. The master gives up mischief. He is serene. He leaves everything behind him. He does not take offense and he does not give it. He never returns evil for evil. Alas for the man who raises his hand against another, and even more for him who returns the blow. Resist the pleasures of life and the desire to hurt, till sorrows vanish. Never offend by what you think, or say, or do. Honor the man who is awake and shows you the way. Honor the fire of his sacrifice. Matted hair or family or caste do not make a master, but the truth and goodness with which he is blessed. Your hair is tangled and you sit on a deerskin. What folly, when inside you are ragged with lust. The master's clothes are in tatters. His veins stand out. He is wasting away. Alone in the forest, he sits and meditates. A man is not born to mastery. A master is never proud. He does not talk down to others. Owning nothing, he misses nothing. He is not afraid. He does not tremble. Nothing binds him. He is infinitely free. So cut through the strap and the thong and the rope. Loosen the fastenings. Unbolt the doors of sleep and awake. The master endures insults and ill treatment without reacting, for his spirit is an army. He is never angry. He keeps his promises. He never strays. He is determined. This body is my last, he says. Like water on the leaf of a lotus flower, or a mustard seed on the point of a needle, he does not cling, for he has reached the end of sorrow and has laid down his burden. He looks deeply into things and sees their nature. He discriminates and reaches the end of the way. He does not linger with those who have a home, nor with those who stray. Wanting nothing, he travels all alone. He hurts nothing. He never kills. has traveled life after life the muddy and treacherous road of illusion. He does not tremble or grasp or hesitate. He has found peace. Calmly, he lets go of life, of home and pleasure and desire. Nothing of men can hold him. Nothing of the gods can hold him. Nothing in all creation can hold him. Desire has left him, never to return. Sorrow has left him, never to return. He is calm. In him the seed of renewing life has been consumed. He has conquered all the inner worlds. With dispassionate eye he sees everywhere the falling and the uprising. And with great gladness he knows that he has finished. He has woken from his sleep, and the way he has taken is hidden from men, even from spirits and gods, by virtue of his purity. In him there is no yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. Possessing nothing, wanting nothing, he is full of power. Fearless, wise, exalted, he has vanquished all things. He sees by virtue of his purity. He has come to the end of the way, over the river of his many lives, his many deaths, beyond the sorrow of hell, beyond the great joy of heaven, by virtue of his purity. He has come to the end of the way. All that he had to do, he has done. And now, he is one.
And an afterword, written and read by Jacob Needleman.
Buddhism was born in India. In its beginnings, it conceived of itself not as a new religion, but as a reconstitution of what is essential in the vastness of the Hindu tradition. Taken as a whole, the Hindu religion can be likened to an Olympian armed campaign, with great generals dispersed abroad, their huge armies and infinitely variegated weaponry converging upon the enemy, the ego, under some divinely conceived master strategy. Compared to this, Buddhism appears upon the Indian scene as a direct, hand-to-hand attack with no holds barred, striking instantly and mercilessly at the enemy's weakest point. By and large, Buddhism has retained this quality of one-pointed practicality, even amid the later flowering of a metaphysics and mythology which, in all of its aspects, rivals the entirety of Hinduism. Put succinctly, the Buddha, who is understood to have lived and taught in the 6th century BC, taught that the principal cause of all human suffering and desolation is the deeply ingrained belief that there is such a thing as a self or ego that persists through time and change. Everything else in Buddhism, its art, philosophy, rituals, and techniques, originated as tools for the destruction of man's illusion that he is a self. This doctrine of no self, or non-Atman, is, as it is said, the diamond which cuts through all errors and confusions of humanity. According to this teaching, everything in human nature is in flux, and a man is nothing but a serial bundle of sensations, thoughts, and feelings, one proceeding from another with nothing to hold them together either in life or death. And not only man, but all things in the universe are without self, without a fixed nature that abides from moment to moment. In the endless and rigorously determined chain of cause and effect that constitutes the universe, we human beings fail by fixing our interest or desire upon one or another phenomenal aggregate, either within ourself or external to ourself. Therein is the root of all our sorrow. What can liberate reality is motivated by and perpetuated by wanting. And the cause of all wanting is ignorance. For we ignore that the objects of our desire can never be possessed in any real sense of the word. Ignore that even when we have got what we want, we still want to keep it and are still in the state of desire. The ignorance meant these are things as they really are, and the consequent attribution of substantiality to what is merely phenomenal, the seeing of self in what is not self. At first glance, this doctrine of no self seems in direct opposition to the Hindu view. But if there is any general view with which the Buddhist doctrine conflicts, it is surely our own Western worldview, as embodied not only in the popular understanding of Judeo-Christian doctrine, but in the goals our whole civilization has set for itself. The religions of the West have imbued us with the idea of an individual, eternal soul created by God, also in His way an individual, infinitely precious and irreducibly real. As our modern society drew away from religious doctrine, it substituted for the soul the idea of individual personality, not immortal perhaps, but for that very reason all the more our own and precious. The establishment of our identity, our role, has been the banner cry not only of scientific psychology, but of all the major intellectual movements of modern times, including existentialism and humanism. We measure a person's strength by what we take to be the distinctness and vividness of his individuality, and we all seek to make our mark, either as artists, scientists, or business people. To the Buddhist, all this striving is the pursuit of a phantom. The identity we seek to establish is nothing more than a thought, a picture in the mind of what we are or can be. It is in no wise based on fact. Our sense of persistence and sameness through change is a trick played upon us by the automatic functions of memory and buttressed by the fact that we are given a name and treated by others as though we were a self. Indeed, our whole society is but a vast collection of sleepwalkers, each addressing the other and conceiving of himself within his own dream of selfhood. All our ideas of morality and obligation, blame and praise, are based on this dream and serve only to strengthen the illusion of its reality. Putting the Buddhist doctrine of no self in the above way, its congruence with Hindu thought becomes clearer. We might say that for the Hindu or Brahmanic religion, human ignorance is the ignorance of who we are, of our ultimate divinity, wherefore Buddhism is ignorance of what we are not. We are not its ego. It is in fact a cardinal trait of Buddhism that its teachings are in negative terms. Break down the illusion, the error, and the truth will appear by itself, for it is always there. It is only obscured and hidden by our ignorant beliefs about ourselves and the desires attached thereto. Of all the great religious teachers of the world, none has incarnated and lived the idea that ultimate reality is beyond the grasp of the ordinary mind with more purity and concentration than the Buddha. This in part explains why the Buddha's discourses say nothing about the existence of a supreme being, for example, or about immortality. Such questions tend not to edification, since they are put by the deluded mind, which is quite content to speculate endlessly about these matters, while clinging to the very beliefs which perpetuate its suffering. Its strategy of negation has misled many Westerners into thinking Buddhism is pessimistic absence of a corresponding experience, names merely purchase further illusions. The Gospels, we may recall, also speak of the peace that passeth understanding. We come to the conclusion that just as the great mystics and saints of our own traditions could describe the supreme reality only by negation and analogy, so the Buddhist tells us of nirvana. Since, however, nirvana also designates the whole of reality, then we see why Buddhism also refuses to admit that our ordinary thinking and language can accurately be applied to anything that is real. Thus, reality is also named the void, or emptiness. A final note, especially important when we come to inquire if a genuine Buddhist way can take root on our own soil. Buddhist moral rules are never ends in themselves. It is essential to realize that ethical commandments in the Dhammapada are understood as necessary preliminaries to any greater spiritual development. What is especially valuable about the Dhammapada is that it shows us there is no real separation between true human morality and the process of inner development. The admonitions and insights in this great text resonate on all levels of our search for our authentic humanity. At one stroke, they bring inspiration to our halting everyday efforts to care for our neighbor and guidance in our efforts to look into ourselves with a radiant energy that is traditionally termed the Buddha nature. The Dhammapada presents itself as the actual sayings of Gautama Buddha and was originally compiled for the growing community of Buddhist monks. It was apparently in existence by the time of the Emperor Ashoka in 250 BC and quickly became popular with all schools of Buddhist thought and practice. It is now, no doubt, time for it to speak more universally to the whole of our morally and spiritually hungry modern world.
Does your dog hate bath time? You need to try this. This is our lick mat. We put some peanut butter on there. Look at how sad he is to get in the bath. He is sad, miserable dog. And then once he smells the peanut butter, he is completely fine. He doesn't even know he's getting wet. Got his back wet, and then you get the ears, get on top of the head, his chest and neck, and he doesn't care. And he gets a little treat at the end. We even use it to dry him off and to brush him after the bath. It's literally magic. Lick mat's available now. Check him out.
Oh, should have bought Dixie. These weak store brand plates are risky business.
Next time, get Dixie Ultra Plates. 3 times stronger than the leading store brand. Dixie, make it right.
Welcome to Being in the Way, the Alan Watts podcast, and today we're going to listen to the second talk from the Japan tours, Religion of No Religion. And this was a talk that he gave at Mount Koyasan, and it's a wonderful exploration of Buddhism. And without further ado, here is Alan Watts from Religion of No Religion.
I was discussing last night the Bodhisattva doctrine in Mahayana Buddhism and comparing it or relating it to the two great tendencies in Indian spirituality: anti-worldliness or otherworldliness and world affirmation and showing how the idea that the highest kind of a Buddha is in a certain way a non-Buddha. The highest kind of a Buddha is like an ordinary person. And this comes out very, very much in various tendencies in Zen, where, for example, all the painting peculiarly characteristic of Zen Buddhism in the Chinese and Japanese tradition is, as it were, secular. It has a peculiarly non-religious atmosphere. That is to say, the painting of Shingon sect and Tendai sect, as you saw it in the museum today, was religious painting. You could tell at once that the subject matter of these paintings is religious. But with Zen painting, the way of dealing with philosophical or spiritual themes is secular. So that when an artist like Sengai, living in the 17th century Japan, paints the Buddha, there is something slightly humorous about the Buddha. He wears his halo over one ear. There is an informality, a slight raffishness. And so this comes from China, from those great Sung artists like Lian Kai, who painted the sixth patriarch of Zen, chopping bamboos, looking like the most extraordinarily unkempt country oaf. So, also, the greatest Zen painting has as its subject matter not really religious themes at all. It uses pine branches, rocks, bamboos, grasses, everything of that kind. And you would never know that these things were icons. Likewise also in poetry, which we will go into more extensively in the future. The superb expression of Zen poetry is derived from the Chinese poet Hokoji, who says, wondrous action, supernatural power, drawing water, carrying fuel. Now, that poem is a little bit too religious for Zen taste. And so, preferable to that is Basho's famous poem, The Old Pond. A frog jumps in, plop. Plop is the only possible English translation for the Japanese mizu no oto, which means literally the water's sound. Plop. But that poem, you see, is a very high-style Zen poem because it has nothing in it about religion. There is a poem on the edge, which also was written by Basho, which says, when the lightning flashes, how admirable he who does not think life is fleeting. You see, the flash of a lightning is a Buddhist cliche for the transiency of the world. Your life goes by and disappears as fast as a flash of lightning. That becomes a cliche. So, all religious comments about life eventually become cliches. And that's why religion always is falling apart and becoming a certain kind of going through the motions, a kind of imitation of attitudes. As if one would say, we've got a book called The Imitation of Christ. It's a terrible book. Because everybody who imitates Christ is the kind same way, there's all kinds of imitation Buddhas. Not just sitting on altars made of wood, gilded, but just sitting around in monasteries. So, one might say then that the highest kind of religious or spiritual attainment has no way, a sign about it that it is religious or that it is spiritual. And so, a metaphor for this, there was used in Buddhism from the very beginning the idea of the tracks of birds in the sky. They don't leave any tracks. And so the way of the enlightened man is like the track of a bird in the sky. And as one poem, a Chinese poem says, entering the forest, he does not disturb a blade of grass. Entering the water, he does not make a ripple. In other words, there is no sign about him to indicate that he is self-consciously religious. And this goes too for the fact that his not having any religious sign is also not something contrived. It isn't like Protestant simplicity. You know, all those Catholics with their rituals and how brittle and insincere that is. But the real reason you know why Protestants think Catholic ritual is insincere? You know, it's expensive. Protestantism started in the burger cities of Europe. Places like Freiburg, Hamburg, you know, and Geneva. Because the merchant class, who were the foundation of the bourgeoisie, got annoyed because every time the Saints' Day came around, all their employees got a day off because it was a holy day and they had to attend Mass. There were so many of these nuisance holy days, and all these contributions that were assessed by the church, buying your way out of purgatory and saying masses for the dead and so on and so forth, they found this not very economical. The priests were getting the money instead of the merchants. And so they decried as unbiblical and irreligious and wasteful all the finery of the Catholic religion and wanted something plain and simple. So it became, in course of time, a sign of being really religious, to avoid rituals, and to avoid colorful clothing and splendor in churches, and to be as ordinary as possible. But that is not yet the real religion of giving no sign of having a religion, because this simplicity and absence of ritual itself becomes a sign, a way of advertising how spiritual you are. So the completely bodhisattva type of person doesn't leave any track, either by being religious overtly or by being non-religious overtly. How will you be neither religious nor non-religious? See, that's the great test. How will you avoid that trap of being one or the other? It's like, are you a theist or are you an atheist? See, the theist is caught by God and the idea of God, the belief in God, but the atheist is equally caught. Because an atheist is very often an atheist because he cannot stand the idea that God is watching him all the time. That there is this constant all-seeing eye prying on your most private life. And that there's this, you know how when you're a child in school and you're writing something or doing arithmetic and the teacher walks around the class and looks over your shoulder. Nobody wants to be watched like that. Even someone who's good at writing or at arithmetic doesn't want somebody looking over their shoulder while they're doing it. It puts off. It bugs you. So the idea of the Lord God, who is watching us all the time, who is judging everything that we do, puts people off and they can't stand it. So better be an atheist to get rid of teacher. So, but the atheist, you see, the man who advertises his disbelief in God is a very pious person. Nobody believes in God like state is very difficult to pin down as being neither supremely religious nor blatantly secular. And people who think that the height of Buddhism or the height of Zen is to be perfectly ordinary have still missed the point. Like the atheist has missed the point. But for this reason then, there is an element in the art, the painting, the poetry, etc., which has been inspired by this kind of Buddhism. This kind of art where the subject matter is non-religious. Nevertheless, there is something about the way in which this non-religious subject matter is handled that stops you. And you know there's something strange about it. This is how I first became interested in Oriental philosophy and all that kind of thing. I had an absolute fascination for Chinese and Japanese painting, in the secular painting, the landscapes, the treatment of flowers and grasses and bamboos. There was something about it that struck me as astonishing, even though the subject matter was extremely ordinary. And I just, as a child practically, I had to find out what was the strange element in those bamboos, in those grasses. I was being, of course, taught by those painters to see grass. But there was something in there that one could never pin down, never put your finger on. And that was this thing that I will call the religion of no religion. The supreme attainment of being a Buddha who can't be detected. Who, in this sense, then leaves no trace. You remember, some of you have seen those 10 paintings called the 10 Stages of Spiritual Ox Herding. And the author, there are two sets of these paintings. There's a heterodox one and an orthodox one. The heterodox one has as the man catches the ox, it gets progressively whiter, until in the end it disappears altogether, and the last picture is an empty circle. But the orthodox set of paintings doesn't end with the empty circle. The empty circle arises 2 from the end, 3 from the end. It is followed by 2 others. After the man has attained the state of emptiness, the state, in other words, of complete iconoclasm, the state of no attachment to any spiritual or psychological or moral crutch, there are 2 more steps. One is called returning to the origin, which is represented by a tree beside a stream. And the final one called entering the city with hands hanging down. That means hands, giving a handout, as it were, giving bounty. And it shows a picture of the fat Buddha, Putai, or in Japanese known as Hote, who is an enormous belly, big ears, who carries around a colossal bag. And what do you think this bag has in it? Trash. Wonderful trash. Everything that children love. Things that everybody else has thrown away and thought of as valueless, this bum collects and gives it away to children. And so it says here that he goes on his way without following the steps of the ancient sages. His door is closed It's like when you erect a building, while you're building it, you have all kinds of scaffolding up. That shows you that building is going on. But when the building is complete, the scaffolding is taken down. To open a door, as they say in Zen, you may need to pick up a brick to knock at the door. But when the door is open, you don't carry the brick inside. To cross the river, you need a boat. But when you've reached the other side, you don't pick up the boat and carry it. So the brick, the boat, the scaffolding, all these things represent some sort of religious technology or method. And in the end, these are all to disappear. So that the saint will not be found in church. Don't take what I say literally. The saint can perfectly readily go to church without being sullied by church. But ordinary people, when they go to church, they come out stinking of religion. There was a great Zen master once, and one of his disciples asked him, "How am I making progress?" He said, "You're all right, but you have a trivial fault." "Well, what is that?" He said, "You have too much Zen." Well, he said, when you're studying Zen, don't you think it's very natural to be talking about it? The master said, "When it's like an ordinary conversation, it is much better." And so another monk who was standing by listening to the exchange said to the master, "Why do you so specially dislike talking about Zen?" And he replied, "Because it turns one's stomach." So what did he mean when he said, when it's like an ordinary everyday conversation, it is somewhat better? When the old master Joshu was asked, at the end of the kalpa, when everything is destroyed in fire, there will be one thing remaining. What is that? And Joshu replied, "It's windy again this morning." So in Zen, when you're asked a question about religion, you reply in terms of the secular. When you're asked about something secular, you reply in terms of religion. So what is the eternal nature of the self? It's windy again this morning. "Please pass me a knife." The master hands him the knife with the blade first. Says, "Please give me the other end." What would you do with the other end? See, here the disciple starts out with the ordinary. "Please pass me the knife." And suddenly he finds himself involved in a metaphysical problem. But if he starts out with the metaphysical, he's going to get involved with the knife. So, now, to go deeply into the religion of non-religion, we have to understand what you might call the final, ultimate attainment of Mahayana Buddhist philosophy. And this is contained in a school of thought which is called in Chinese Hua Yan and in Japanese Kegon. Kegon is the intellectual foundation for Zen. And there was a great Chinese master by the name of Shumitsu, who was simultaneously a Zen master and the fifth patriarch of the Huayan sect. Hua, it means flower. Yan, garland. The garland of flowers. And it's all based on a Sanskrit sutra called Avatamsaka. This is called simply in Japanese, Kegon Kyo. A very big sutra. And the subject matter of this sutra are what are called the four Dharma worlds. And I must explain what these four worlds are so that you get the point. First of all, there is a level of being which we will call Ji. The word Ji, which is Japanese way of pronouncing the Chinese Chur, is the things and events. What you might call the common sense world, the everyday world that our senses normally record. The word Ji, the character in Chinese, has a multiplicity of meanings because it can mean a thing or an event. It can also mean business. An affair, not in a love affair, but something in the way the French say les affaires, for business. Something important. It can also mean affectation. Putting something on or showing off. And so a person who is a master in Zen is called Buji, which means no business, no affectation, nothing special. The poem says, on Mount Lu there is misty rain, and the river Jiang is at high tide. When you have not been there, your heart is filled with longing. But when you have been there and come back, it was nothing special. Misty rain on Mount Lu, river Jiang at high tide. But this nothing special is not a way of putting something down. Do you see that? I could say, well, it was nothing special. It didn't really amount to anything. That's one way of saying it was very ordinary. Buji, just as it doesn't mean it was very ordinary. In the same way that the person who has no religion is really the most religious. Do you see? He's not just a common, ignorant moron. He looks like one, but he isn't. And you have to know what he knows in order to see that he isn't and to recognize him for what he is. So nothing special. Buji. It doesn't stand out. It doesn't, as we would say, it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. So the world of Ji then means generally the world of particulars, the world of multiplicity, the world we ordinarily feel we're involved in. So that's the first world. The second world is called the world of Ri. Now Ri, in Chinese, Li, is, as I explained to you when we were discussing the idea of the law of nature, the character means the markings in jade, or the grain in wood, or the fiber in muscle. But in the Huayan philosophy, the word Ri means the universal, underlying all particulars, the one underlying all multiplicity. The unitive principle as distinct from Ji, which is the differentiation principle. So, as it were, it's like this. When you see into the nature of this world, you start from Ji. You start from noticing all the particular things and being baffled by their multiplicity and dealing with the multiplicity of things. But as you go into this, you discover, as you understand things, what do you mean when you understand things? It means you become aware of their relationships to each other, and eventually you see the unity behind them. And it is as if the multiplicity of the world dissolved into unity. And so here you encounter a problem. I can see the world as a unity. I can see the world as a multiplicity. But how the devil am I going to put the two visions together? If I'm to be a practical success in business, in family life, and so on, I have to observe the world's particulars. It's particulars that matter. I have to know chalk from cheese. But if I become a saint, a monk, or a hermit, then or even perhaps a poet or an artist, I will forget about the practical matters and contemplate the unity secret meaning underlying all events. But then all those practical people are going to say to me, you're falling down on the job. You've escaped from life. Because they feel that the world of particulars is the real world. But the other guy says, no, your particulars are not real. You make a success of things, yes, but it's completely temporary. You think you're an important person, that you're really contributing to human life. But actually, your success in doing this sort of thing lasts for a few years, and then you fall apart like everybody else does. Where's your success now? When you're dead? What happened to the millions of dollars you made? Where are you? They're all gone. So that isn't real from the standpoint of the person who concentrates on the unity. So then, to perfect our understanding, we have to go to the third of these worlds, which is called Ri-Ji-Mu-Ge. Now, that means between Ri, the unity, and Ji, the particulars, Mu, there is no, Ge, block. That means the world of the universal and the world of particulars are not incompatible. Let's take two very different things and see how they can be united. Take shape and color. Never in a million years can you, with a black pencil that can draw shapes, make red. But if you have red, you can draw a circle. You can draw a red circle, even though the circle shape and the red color will never be the same. Yet red circle, they go beautifully together. So think of circle as G and red as Ri. The circle is the particular, the color is the universal. They go together. So then we might say the properly rounded out person is both spiritual and material, both otherworldly and worldly. This is the supreme attainment of a human being, to be both. Don't get one-sided. A person who is what you might call just a materialist ends up by being very boring. It's, you know, you can live the successful life of the world and you can own every kind of material refinement. You can have the most beautiful home, delicious food, lovely women, marvelous yachts and cars and everything. But if you have no touch of mysticism, it eventually is all perfectly boring. And all those beautiful women turn out to be made of plastic. And you will get tired of it. Then on the other hand, there are people who are purely spiritual. And they live in a kind of dry world where all luxury has been scrubbed away. And they are very intense people. When you are in their presence, a very spiritual person, an excessively spiritual person, you feel inclined to sit on the edge of your chair. You are not at ease. Because you know the eye of judgment is looking through you and going down into your very soul and finding that you're just a scallywag after all. And here's this absolutely sincere, this dreadfully honest and unselfish person. Now he is like a wine which has no body. It is pure alcohol, pure spirit. And on the other hand, the materialistic person is like a soft drink, which is all sweet and sugary but no alcohol. Good drink, you see, like a very marvelous wine, is not alcohol. It has alcohol. part and parcel of the whole substance of the wine. And also, it has its body, it has fragrance, and it has all this grown together. So in exactly the same way, a superior human being has sensuality, that's the body, as in the body of a wine, and spirituality, which is the alcohol, the heady, the intoxicating part. And thus, this is something which is always puzzling to people brought up in a Western environment, because great spiritual people are often very, very sensitive, because they can't be materialists in the ordinary sense. They can't be straight, open sensualists, because for them the world is too wonderful for that. See, they can't go around just say picking up anything in a skirt and make love to that. See, because any human being is too marvelous to be treated as just a kind of sexual object. They may be very much a sexual object, but so marvelous, you have to stop with it and really go into the whole of that marvelous, wonderful personality. So there is a trouble. It keeps coming up from the West. When you go to church and you suddenly go to a church where there's a marvelous clergyman, and you think he is the very exemplar of life, and you idealize him, and then suddenly there develops a frightful scandal that he has an affair with his secretary, and you think all is lost, that the faith has been sold out, that everything's going to rack and ruin, because he was not purely spiritual. And he himself may be terribly confused and worried about this. Because in our world, you see, we make the spiritual and the material mutually exclusive. But Li Ji Mu Ge, this third world, means that between the spiritual and the material there is no obstruction. So we might say this would sound as if it were the highest level, but it's one more to come, which is called Ji Ji Mu Ge. This means then suddenly Ri has disappeared. But between Ji and Ji there is no obstruction. Between one event and any other event or events, there is no mutual exclusiveness. Shall I put it that way? This is the doctrine, the highest doctrine of Mahayana Buddhism, which you could call the doctrine of the mutual interpenetration of all things, or the mutual interdependence of all things. And its symbol is what is called Indra's net, that is used in the Avatamsaka Sutra. Imagine at dawn a multidimensional spider's web covered in dew. A vast, vast spider's web that is the whole cosmos, and is not only a kind of a flat thing, but a solid thing, and as solid in 4, 5, 6, and n dimensions, covered with jewels of dew, all of which have rainbow coloring. Every drop of dew contains in it the reflection of every other drop of dew. And since every drop of dew contains the reflections of all the others, each reflected drop of dew contains the reflections, you see, of all the others, and so ad infinitum. Now this is the Mahayana vision of the world, which is to say, this is relativity. That whatever exists in this world and is characterized as something particular, as a thing, as an event, something or other, you see, as a unit, this does not exist without all other such things and events. that you might say any one event implies all events. And all events, the total universe, past, present, and future, depends on every single member. In other words, you may say, I can understand that I depend on this whole universe. There could not be me unless there was everything else. It is harder to see the corollary of that the whole universe depends on you. You might say, well, how can that be? Because I come into being, and then I go out of being, and before I was born, I'm sure the universe was here, and after I die, I'm sure it will go on. How can you say then that the whole thing depends on me? Very simply, it depends on supposing you're dead, and we're talking about someone in the past. Let's say we're talking about Socrates. And I'm going to say, this whole universe depends on Socrates. I may put it more exactly. It depends on Socrates having existed. You see your parents now. Some of your parents may be alive, but some of your parents may be dead. Without your parents, you would have come into being. So you depend on your parents, even when your parents have gone. So everything, even when you disappear, the universe will still depend on you, on your having been here. Or if you have not yet arrived, it depends on your going to be here. So we can say, obviously, going back to Socrates, the fact that Socrates existed tells us something about the kind of world we're living in. This world once Socratized. And that Socrates and his wisdom was a symptom of the kind of universe we're living in just the same way as I showed you that an apple is a symptom of a tree. A certain kind of tree tells us something about that tree, what it functions, how it produces things. So a world which produced Socrates, or a world which produced John Doe, who was nobody in particular, nobody ever remembered him or thought to write his biography. Nevertheless, for all his obscurity, the whole universe depends on him, and it depends equally on every fruit fly, every gnat, every vibration of every gnat's wing, and it depends on every last electron, however brief its manifestation may be. So that what this is saying is that everything that there is implies everything else. And all those other things, collectively, in their totality, which we call the universe, in turn imply each individual object, event, and so on. That's the meaning of Indra's net. So that this is called in Zen to take up a blade of grass and use it as a golden Buddha 16 feet high. When you have a chain and you pick up a link, all the other links come up with it. You see? Because it implies, if this is a link, it is a link in a chain. If it isn't, it's just an oval piece of metal. If it's a link, out come all other links. So if you are an event, every event, there's no such thing as a single event. The only possible single event is all events whatsoever. That could be regarded as the only possible atom. The only possible single thing is everything. But the things that we call things all imply each other. We know what we are only in relation to what we aren't. We know of the sensation of oneself only in relation to a sensation of something other. So So the other goes with the self as the back goes with the front. And your life, however short, everything depends on it. If that did not happen, nothing would happen. So in this sense, the whole world bears your signature. It would not be the same world if it weren't for you. You've heard, haven't you, what is called the pathetic fallacy? This was an idea of the 19th century, which said that it was false, wrong, to project human feelings on the world. The wind in the pine trees is not sighing. It's you who are sighing. The sun is not happy. It's you who are happy when the sun shines. So don't mix up your happiness with the sun. The sun has no feeling. The sun is not human. The wind has no feeling and is not human. The poet says the moon doth with delight look round her when the heavens are bare. And the logician says no, the poet looks round with delight at the moon in the bare heavens. How awful. I mean, if that's the point, you see, better not say any poetry, just have prose. But actually the moon does look round with delight when the poet looks round with delight, because the world of which one symptom is the moon is the same world of which another symptom is the puppet. They go together. A world where there is a moon implies a world where there is a poet. A world where there is a poet implies a world where there is a moon. So in this sense, the moon can be said to look round with delight through the agency of the poet. Because you can't separate poet and moon. Just as you can't separate head and feet without destroying the unity of the body. So in that sense then, this whole world is a human world. And we should not take the silly attitude or philosophy called the philosophy of the pathetic fallacy, which says outside our skins it's all inhuman and dumb and blind force, and only inside the skin is there a human world. All this world is human because it depends not only on the existence of humanity in general, but on the existence of Mary Smith in particular. So the whole world is covered, as it were, with your personal signature. But at that moment when you suddenly seem to be everything, and to be Mr. A, you suddenly see the obverse of this, that your particular personality is nothing at all without everything else, without everybody else. I need, in order to be Alan Watts, I need every single other human being, and the uncontrollable otherness of all those other human beings that I can't do anything about. They're going to be themselves whatever I do. And yet at the same time, I depend on all their difference from me, and yet they all depend likewise on me. So that I'm in a very funny position. The moment I would be egoless and say, I'm nothing without you, then suddenly I find I'm the kingpin. They all depend on me. Then suddenly, when I get swell-headed about being the kingpin, I find I'm nothing at all without them. So everything keeps going bloop, 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 bloop. In other words, the moment you think you've got it in one state, it transforms itself into the other. That's the Gigi Muge. Now, in Gigi Muge, you see, you've got a vision of the world in which everybody is boss and nobody is boss. There is no one boss who governs the whole thing. It takes care of itself. It's a colossal democracy. But yet every man and every uguisu and every snail is king in this world. And at the same time is commoner. And that's how it works. And there is no great king, although in Hinduism they have an idea, a very strange one to us, they're called Ishvara. Ishvara means the supreme personal God, the top being in the Deva world. And many Buddhists believe that there is such a God. There is a ruler of the universe, but he is lower than the Buddha. Because in the course of the endless cycles, Ishvara will dissolve into nothing. All gods, all angels are within the round of being. It's a very curious idea to our minds, and therefore, although Buddhists believe in God in that sense, they don't take it importantly. There are no shrines in Buddhism to Ishvara. So then, it is through Gigi Muge, this idea of the mutual interpenetration and interdependence of all things, that we have the philosophical basis for Zen as a practical, non-intellectual way of life. Because of the realization that the most ordinary event, the charcoal brazier, the mat, soup for dinner, sneezing, washing your hands, going to the bathroom, everything, all these so-called events, separate events, imply the universe. So this is why Zen people will use the ordinary event to demonstrate the cosmic and the metaphysical. Only they don't rationalize it that way. To see infinity in a grain of sand and eternity in an hour is still Riji Muge and not Gigi Muge. Gigi Muge is when you offer somebody the grain of sand, for God's sake, stop thinking about eternity. Here's just the grain of sand. There is no difference between the grain of sand and eternity. So you don't have to think about eternity as something implied by the grain of sand. The grain of sand is eternity. So in the same way exactly, our sitting here at this moment is not something different from nirvana. We are nirvana as sitting here exactly like this, you see. So you don't have to say any philosophical comment on the grain of sand or on our sitting here. That's called legs on a snake or a beard on a eunuch. You put legs on a snake, you see, and you embarrass the snake in its motion. And a eunuch doesn't need a beard. We would say in our idiom, don't gild the lily. Or Zen would say, don't put frost on top of snow. So all what you might call specifically religious activity is legs on a snake. Eventually, this is going to be eliminated, just as eventually we hope the government will be eliminated and will become unnecessary, because every individual will be self-governing and therefore relate properly to his brother, and the state will vanish. So too, at the same time, the church will vanish. And that's why why in the book of Revelation, in the New Testament, it is said that in heaven there is no temple, because the whole place is the temple. So when we achieve the fulfillment of Buddhism, there is no Buddha, no temple, no gong, no bell, because the whole world is the sound of the bell. And the image of Buddha is everything you can look at. So a Zen master was asked, mountains and hills, are they not all forms of the body of Buddha? The master replied, yes, they are, but it's a pity to say so.
You've been listening to Alan Watts with The Religion of No Religion. This podcast was produced with the Ram Dass Be Here Now podcast network, and our theme music is by Zakir Hussain, courtesy of Moment Records. For further information about the Japan Tour series, visit alanwatts.org, and there you'll find all 8 talks. And today's was The Religion of No Religion.
Probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
Is this a Down syndrome sufferers coping room? What's happening here?
that room and basically co-signing what's being said in Amir's room, you're either terrorist sympathizing or you're part of the. You become part of the problem.
Acts of violence. I'm not going to do any acts of violence on here talking about politics, are we?
So no, so and that's where, and respectfully, I can say when I think that room is actually more dangerous than a terrorist organization. It's like a recruitment camp, and it radicalizes people. In my personal opinion, right?
Yeah, and BP, to your point, in Alormo's first formulation, he actually said terrorist or terrorist sympathizer. So I know it's been contracted now to just terrorists through several iterations, but the original formulation was actually terrorist or terrorist sympathizer.
Just terrorists. You're either that or that, basically. Yeah. I'm neither.
Here, Teddy, my good friend, my brother. What happened on October 7th, sir? Tell the room.
I completely disagree. I completely disagree.
I didn't ask you that, sir. He knows that. I completely disagree. What happened, sir? Sir, here's your big chance. I don't even try to be into the details. I don't agree with it. Simple as that.
It's like 9/11. I don't have to go into the ins and outs details. I disagree with what happened on 9/11. Same as some of the October. I don't have to get into the detail.
Calmly. Teddy, I think maybe Teddy, there may be a cognitive issue. So I'll ask you again. What happened on October?
You came out and killed loads of people.
I beg your pardon?
Went into Israel and killed loads of people.
I can't. Please say it slowly, but I can't hear you. What happened? Hamas?
Israel and killed loads of people out of music festival. That's what happened.
Did you say Hamas did this?
And I completely disagree, but yes, Hamas.
Just anybody else besides Hamas?
Just that music festival? Hang on. Into Israel. Okay, let me take back what I said on the music festival. Into Israel. I'm like, on the locations, I have to get out the individual coordinates of where people died and shit. Because there's a big difference between saying something like Hamas entered Israel, killed people at a music festival, to Hamas invaded Israel and actually had plans to go as far as Ashdod, Beersheba. Now you're trying to put words in my mouth because I'm not saying what you agree with. No, it's not a question. It's not a question of agreeing.
I agree. Hamas is just protecting their own. That's what I'm saying. Like me personally, as an Englishman,
you're not English. You're a Pakistani. You're a Pakistani. You're a Pakistani.
Why could you accuse me of being some kind of ethnicity? Like, that's weird. Well, listen,
Why is that weird? Isn't everybody some kind of ethnicity?
Malik, you're a Paki.
I'm not a Paki.
So we do racism as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. So you're a racist. You know what? You're a racist.
Pakistani a race now?
And then when someone goes against Israel, they're anti-Semitic, and you cry.
Wait. Is Pakistani a race now? I'm now very confused.
No, but Pakistani is the word he said, P-A-K-I, that is the N-word for Pakistan. You call us Jews. He knows that. Yes, it did come out.
So the first half of the word Pakistan means the N-word? Where are you getting this from? This is very creative.
Did you march in London with Tony Robbins?
If you say Pakistan, does that mean N-word?
And it's funny, right? You probably weren't expecting me to say I probably would have gone to that, right? I would have gone to that. No, you wouldn't have.
Right. Who's the Jew here? Who's the Jew?
You know literally nothing about me, right? Literally nothing.
To the Jew. Who's the Jew?
No, the guy said I wouldn't have gone to a Tommy Robinson mark, like the Tommy Robinson mark. I would have gone. Like, why can't I go to something like that?
Who's the Jew? Who's a Jew?
I'm the Jew. I'm that Jew. Go ahead.
I'm not Jew.
Maybe.
I'm not Jew.
So what's your ethnicity?
Not to me.
I just need to verify that you're a Jew. What's your ethnicity?
I'm Moroccan. What next?
You disqualified that you're not a Jew, mate.
Go ahead.
Sorry, you're not a Jew, mate.
Jews, our ethnicity is Judaism.
No, I know.
You said what, Daniel?
That's our ethnicity.
Yeah. Jews. This is our ethnicity.
Yeah, Jew is an ethnicity and a religion.
Well, it's an ethnicity. It's a nation of people, and that nation of people also have a religion that is Judaism.
Great
Right.
word.
So not everyone can be qualified to be called a Jew. Maybe he's not a Jew. He's a Moroccan.
No, he's a Jew.
He's Berber.
Morocco is a nationality, and not an ethnicity. We're talking about ethnicity. He's a Moroccan Jew.
Anyways, what's your point? What's your point, Malik? Who was it, Malik? What's your point? What's your ethnicity?
Euro. It was you.
That's you. What are you fucking stupid? What's your ethnicity?
I'm a Jew. I'm a Jew.
From where?
Yeah.
From Africa.
What's your Hebrew Israelite?
No,
Right?
I'm from
You're PHI? You're from Morocco too? No, fuck off, bro. I got no time for you goofs, honestly.
What was your parasha?
I dropped them. I'm kind of upset. Honestly, I don't appreciate. I didn't like the way you guys attacked. I'll speak it straight up with Teddy, and it's not fair. Honestly, he didn't say anything for us to be on that fucking defense like that at all. He wanted to ask a question, and I'll be honest. You know what I mean? It's not nice.
Yeah, thanks for that, bro. I get the impression that some people in here, just by me being a Muslim, when they realize that I feel like there's some form of hate just might be me being a Muslim.
No, and I'll say it. It's not about that, Teddy. It's not about that.
There's something wrong to him, and I said yes, I would because I would have done.
It's not about that, bro. What it is that so there's two rooms, right? There's the mayor's room and then there's our there's me, Uncle Norm, Aleph, Harry, Daniel, Grace, Nikki, hold on. And then whenever we're sitting every day and when we see that room and we hear the shit that comes out of that room, people are getting, we're not emotional, we're that. You know what I mean? We're pissed off because we're like, what the fuck? So we don't cry about it, but so then whenever somebody comes in, they don't know your political views. They don't know that.
It began with all things a safety test. Why was there need for a safety test that I don't before was not you on the exit?
They don't know, but Al Normo knows because you know him. You guys have been in the same room together, so maybe he's got a legitimate argument with you. But me as could you stop that? I didn't think it's fair, but he should still be to speak.
I got two sides to me. He didn't really, he annoys the shit out of me when he's in.
No, but we're proud of that. I'm very proud that he does that.
I'll react accordingly, right? I'll react accordingly. But I won't say, I won't scoop too low. I won't bring in the religion. I won't bring in any of that. I don't do that because I don't want that to be done to myself, right? And then when I'm sat here and people are just insulting my faith, it's like a low blow, obviously, because if I was to do that to someone else wouldn't like it. So.
No, and I agree, and I think because we wouldn't agree, we wouldn't like it either, and we'd be dogpiling on you. So that's why I'm speaking up because that's really what we don't do, right? But we do call it hate, right? And I do think it's wrong if we're shitting on religion, and I find a lot of. So people that are ex-Muslims that come in my room, that's all they want to talk about is Muslims all fucking day. And they just want to attack Muslims. I want to attack the actual problem, like the people. But, like the title of the room earlier, are all Muslims, not all Muslims are terrorists, but all terrorists are Muslims, right? In 2025. That's not a low blow towards your faith Exactly. So you wouldn't take offense to that. And if you did take offense to it, that would be a problem.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I feel like there's people that are like weak and like I don't know. They're not able to have a discussion. They're not able to have. They get easily offended. You know? I mean, the religion said that probably shouldn't even be here right now. Like this, like not this one.
I already know it. I already know, and I already feel bad. I already know you're gonna get backlash. I already know when you go to the room, they're gonna call you a traitor. They're gonna call you a piece of shit, and you're gonna be spending hours trying to defend yourself, and you did nothing wrong. I already know. And I was like, fuck.
Because I'm very blunt. I'm very like whatever, guys. If you really think if you know me that well, then you know that that is never my intention. My intention is here to have dialogue. I feel like sometimes you have to make yourself a little bit vulnerable to have a good conversation. I feel like when two sides have got their guard up, there is never going to be any actual dialogue. There's only going to be arguments, and yeah, that's it.
No, I do that. In order to be a successful person, you have to be comfortable in an uncomfortable situation. And I think you put yourself in an uncomfortable position, but you're comfortable with it, and I think that's great. And I do like, and I'm speaking out, and I'm saying I apologize that way somebody was speaking to, and I'm saying it publicly. And until you prove otherwise to me, I'm gonna shit on you. But if you are, I'm gonna diarrhea all over you, right? And I would expect you back at me. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? And I think we have every right to, and I think you have every right too. Fuck are we to tell you who you have, what your faith should be and what you believe in. And that's it's not our job. We're not keepers of the world of religion. I think that's fucking wrong. You know what I mean? But I think it's totally in the realm of reality. Do call it fucking hate. And if there's a group of people that are practicing hate, we gotta call that out. I think everybody should. People need to be doing more fucking, man. That's the reality. More fucking. No, I'm not joking, man. And then the world would probably be a less cranky fucking place.
Everyone's got fucking married. You're married and you not have to get divorced to marry someone else.
And the problem is, especially with Clubhouse, this is the problem, that people are shitbirds instead of fucking evil, and they only want to come here just to fight because they're having a boring day, or they didn't, or whatever the case may be, and they're just pissed off, and they want to come on here and start a fucking fight, and they don't give a fuck if they're right or wrong. They just want to fucking shit on people, and that becomes problematic. And it's like what you were saying. When everybody's backs against the wall, you're not gonna have a peaceful fucking discussion. And the problem is, we need to be able to. You need to be able to. Especially, I feel that your religion and the people you hang around with are a threat to my religion and humanity. I should be able to have a conversation with you. I shouldn't just X you off and not know what your next move is. I want to talk to you. I want to know what you think. Even if you're lying to me, it's okay. Lie all you want because it comes out, right? And I think people sometimes that problem. So yeah, if you won't speak, like I said, you're welcome to speak. And not everybody feels the way I feel, and as people do, I think majority of people really do. They understand what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that I want to get up by a new pair of knee pads, come and visit you and get my knees. I'm saying there's room for discussion and conversations with you. And that's why when I asked the room before, I did it. And the people that aren't right now, I said, hey, do you think I'm gonna mic? So we have a well-rounded discussion. He sits on the complete opposite end of the aisle, in a different point of view than what we hear every day in Amir's room. And if you got an open, I'm gonna mic. Everybody said we don't have a problem with it. So I did it. And when you sat there, and it was better than 40 minutes. I'm not joking, it's been over 2 hours. You didn't say nothing, and the first second you tried to speak, and you shit on how I felt like that's fucking wrong. I asked. Like I just tried. I don't need to ask anybody. You know what I mean? This is my area and Alex room. Our house. But I asked because and Daniel's with me every day and Grace is with me every day, but I asked, and everybody said I don't have a problem with it. We even got to hear Daniel's husband yell at him because he spoke too loud in the back. This has been a great fucking room. There's
the first time I ever heard Daniel husband. It's a background. But I think it much is a good room, and I do believe that we are able as humans to sit in a space together and have a conversation. I don't find it very positive to fucking just shit on people for no fucking reason. There has to be some type of reason. Like, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Vivi, do you remember that conversation when we were having about the fact that the hard part is, for me, is being able to talk to some people that are pro-Israel because their political identity and their religious identity are all intertwined. So, but I mean, just talking to them, they're going to feel like I'm attacking their religion.
It's not religion. I'm not a religious person, and I can tell you that I'm attacked, but I'm a Jew, okay? And the attacks that the Jews get, it's not about religion, okay? It has nothing to do with religion. I understand that maybe from a Muslim point of view, the way that you understand religion, then you cannot apply it to us. But it's not even like the same. It's not the same thing. It's not really a religion. It's like it's a different story with us.
It's a people.
The attack is, yeah, exactly. It's a people, and the attack is not against the religion. It's not about like being offended in the name of religion or like keeping the I don't know, like the name of like whatever. No, the attack is about people, our people, my tribe, not my books or my beliefs or my religion. That is not the story. I understand why it could be easily perceived for people that are not Jewish because of the way that you guys perceive religion. It's separated from you. You know, your way you convert, you're not part of a tribe in a way. In Islam, you're part of an ummah, of like a global thing.
That doesn't exist yet.
For us, it really is different. We are a tribe. This is why we lasted for thousands of years, even being in the diaspora.
Did it start from religion? Like, did it like even if you don't practice faith, right? For example,
It didn't start. There was
so your traditions will be like from the religion, right? You see what I'm saying?
No, actually, it started as a people, the Hebrews, and then they received so the nation was created, the people was created before the religion. The religion, basically, and again, it's not really a religion for us, okay? It's more like guidelines. It's not the same. The word religion is like a very general term, but it's not the same in terms of like how you accept it. In Islam, it's about submission. It's like the word of God, you know? It's like, this is what it says, this is what...
Is it? Because we end it so much. So again, I was just joking regarding, the dating thing. Even though I was joking, but I was really serious. But we can go back to the conversation. I just wanted to, put a smile on everybody's face. Again, find balance, and in these conversations, because that's also needed. Okay.
I just want to say that
I have a lifetime, one of those Olive Garden lifetime, never-ending pasta passes.
Really? What? How do you get one of them?
I got that the other day. I still got the card too.
What?
Yeah, so like for the rest of my life, I can have pasta soup.
Since we shooting our shots today,
Wow.
Since we shooting our shots today, Rosalind, I got some Applebee's coupon.
Not Applebee's. She's a married woman.
Oh, damn, I didn't know that.
And you're a married man. Go sit down. And close your mic, sir. Don't be flirting with nobody on the stage. You can't do that.
Wow. All right, Omarion, you want to go bowling, my nigga? No.
Now, there you go.
Okay.
Omarion? Who's Omarion? Where's Omarion?
Everybody call me Omarion. On everything, but I think Robert calls me on Mary in the chat.
What's your real name? That's not your real name. Yeah, because I know sometimes you guys get in white people and y'all want to cut your name in half.
Okay. So check it out. So I appreciate you, First Lady, for stepping in, and Patty, what y'all said, about the deaf thing. It was wild. I mean, I come in, I hear it, and I'll be like, okay,
honest, I love coming in your room, but it was a lot the last couple of days. I mean, I ain't gonna be like, that's why I was like, come up. I was like, yeah, no. y'all was celebrating, so I want y'all to have your moment.
Y'all, you gotta stop saying the y'all thing, man. Because first of all, I haven't been here because of that purpose. I haven't been speaking on this stuff because I know I got too much.
Well, not you. You're not in the car. You're not in the car in a situation. So.
I know, but when y'all say y'all, I get anxiety.
I promise you, I've been
You disagree with them?
Y'all ever notice?
Why y'all keep bringing this
Check this out, y'all.
over
You've been leaving. I can tell you yesterday I done text lady 50 million times I can't stay, or I got a headache, I got a migraine, this shit is like killing me. Lisa's room, I was in there for a good 30 minutes, y'all kept going crazy, I had to leave. I can't do it, y'all. So don't say you see, you go, I wish we had replays, go into Lisa replay, I promise you, you'll see my ass disappear when y'all start acting too much, when y'all start talking crazy. I can't do it.
And I'm not defending your room anymore. I got cursed out trying to defend the integrity of y'all situation.
Who got cussed out? Where you got cussed out at?
When y'all celebrated, Trump got shot. If it was Trump that got shot, y'all be talking.
Man, they obviously tried to
No, I definitely would not be celebrating.
I'm gonna place him in the goal for the second time and don't bring him back up. Thank you. Because this is a person now y'all talking about somebody who likes to sow dissension. That is the person right there. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Those that have been here for more than 20 minutes know that is not the atmosphere of this conversation at all. That is not the temperature of this conversation, and I refuse to allow you to take us back 4 hours. I refuse.
This nigga trying to get us indicted. Fuck that. I'm convinced that we have MAGA operatives who come in these rooms to do this shit.
So,
Y'all gotta
what
get
room
paid.
is supposed to be defending us in?
I don't know, the other room the other day where the conversation was getting a little dark, and that's my room. Replays was on, and I was like, yeah, that whole celebration of death thing, you should not be doing it. It was this room or Lisa's room.
It wasn't in here, because if it was, I left, so I went.
Wait a minute, Robert. Wait a minute. I'm not gonna be quiet for this. I'm not. Because first of all, listen, I get sick of you grown ass people. I was at work that day and trying to have a room so you guys can talk. So whatever I heard, you guys go listen to the replays. Robert, that's not true. They were getting on you about something else. And you were in a conversation. Yes, the replays are on the first room that was doomed. Go listen to it. It had nothing to do with nobody crashing out celebrating anyone's death. And you guys got the wrong one. I don't deal in death. I deal in life. I deal in health. I deal in cures. Don't put nothing on me. Don't put no jackets on me. You grown-ass people come and start talking about shit in people's platforms, then and then especially knowing when the people who were on stage, which is Debbie Haitian, whoever had a green bean, including you, were running the room. And all of a sudden, Lisa is coming out of people's mouths. It has nothing to do with me. Take ownership for your own behavior. It's not fair. It's disrespectful to me. It's disrespectful to the fact that I opened the room so you guys can talk. That's it. That's all I did. So now on, I'll be very careful how I move in these spaces.
Well, yeah, I was thinking about the room itself.
Hold on. God damn, y'all. Lisa, that's why when you leave your room open, if you're leaving, you gotta make sure you have the right people in charge of your room.
Yep.
Because I'm gonna tell you like this, even when lady went into the grocery store, she's like, you gonna stay? I was like, shit, I got a fucking migraine. Like, it's gonna be on mail, right? Like, honestly, it's like, you gotta have people that you know are gonna make sure that they keep the integrity of your room. And you do have some good people, but they gotta be able to freaking tell the other mods to chill.
Yeah, I've done a great job in your rooms. It's not about.
I'm not saying about that. I'm not. Okay, listen, Robert. You don't have to be modded. It's not a mandatory thing.
Her main mods. I think Deborah does well with telling people to chill out. Now Deborah's a little spicy. Haitian tells people to chill out. He's a little spicy. Pastor's actually mute.
Yeah, I'm too nice.
But y'all got Pastor, you're gonna have to like bring some God into it or something, because honestly, like sometimes, like if I'm not here at all, I can promise you, like before, when we used to have these rooms, when I was able to talk all the time, because I'd be in my office, I could talk all the time. I told y'all after this election, I'll probably be on mute, or I might not even be able to be in the rooms like that. And guess what? Lady's been able to hold it down. And even when Lady isn't able to hold it down, Mel holds it down. And even like Mel and Lady hold this bitch down. When everybody was running every which way because they can't fucking get their way, guess what? We all three of us have to hold it down. No matter whether we agree with each other's opinion, we hold it down for each other. You got to make sure that you have the right people running your room when you leave. You have the right people. You just got to tell them, like, hey, don't let them motherfuckers say shit that can fuck up my job. Don't let them say shit that's going to fucking, like, mess up the integrity of the room. And maybe they need to have that voice of allow MAGA on stage and say what the fuck they want, if that's what you want in your room. You know what I'm saying? And it's hard.
Yeah, I got you. I will, from now on, moving forward, I would just close my room until we figure this out, because I don't like, people coming in other people's rooms and saying that it's Lisa.
No,
Lisa,
I know you wasn't
don't do
in
that.
there. I know you wasn't in there because at first when I came in there, you wasn't in there. Then when I came back to see if they calmed down, you was in there. You was like, "What are y'all talking about? What's going on?" Then you said something. They said something about the boom in the room, but you were in there when they did the celebratory shit again, and that's when I was like, "Yeah, I gotta go. I can't do this shit." That's when I left. But that's only because I can't. This is just my personal feelings. Okay, and it's okay for y'all to be able to deal with Ronnie. I agree. Like, I'm okay with.
It's just some back channel me.
Yeah, but that's the shit you gotta deal with when you're top left.
Yeah.
And we was.
No, I really don't. I'm just.
Well, you don't. You can close it, but when you have your own house, you're gonna be held responsible because you're top left, right?
So Patty is not responsible.
No, Patty's not responsible only. So if you look at my description, it says Mel, it says Patty, it says Lady, and it also says Mickey.
Mm-hmm.
So there are 4 people. Even though Mickey ass ain't here and she on fucking chatter, guess what? It's all 4 of us. This house is our house. We live here, we're roommates. Last night, Mel made us some fucking, grilled cheese sandwiches. Lady went on ahead and did a prayer for us. I cussed them out because I didn't want to fucking be in the room last night. Yeah, like, we live together. This our house. And then you and everyone else that's green beans, y'all are cousins. Y'all come through. Sometimes we get in a fight with our cousins because they don't fucking take their shoes off when they come in the house. Sometimes they want to motherfucking shit on our floor and piss on the floor like they drunk and shit. But it's okay. We still mod y'all because we all family in here.
Well, Lisa, let me just say this. I think Lisa is saying, hey, listen, I opened up the space because I wanted to have the conversation. I only had 30 minutes. And then some people took the conversation and took it to hell. That's what I'm hearing her say. And what I'm hearing Patty say is, next time, just be mindful. And maybe it's not even about the next time. It's just certain conversations. It's one thing when people talking about sex and talking about some other stuff. We can all kiki about that. But things that could possibly hurt us in our real life is something that I think Patty's more so talking about, just be mindful of, if I'm not mistaken. Not on the general stuff, we talk about, whatever crazy stuff we talk about. That's one thing. But in this case factor, because that's the reason why I said, let me put my foot down, because I need people to understand. I am not by no means necessary, I keep saying it, I would never celebrate anyone's death. That's not me. I don't stand for it. Period.
That's not true. Oh, and that's why
First Lady, that's not true, because we can't say that we will never celebrate somebody's death, because if somebody will kill our child, we will celebrate their death. If
somebody will rape our child, we will celebrate that person's death.
Excuse me.
So
You can
depending
speak
on
for
the
yourself.
situation,
Wait a minute, ma'am.
I'm gonna
Speak for
celebrate.
yourself. Then you can speak for yourself.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, no, but you said we. You included me.
Me, I'm sorry, me. Okay? You're not gonna celebrate no first lady's not gonna celebrate nobody's death, no matter what they do.
I was and I wasn't talking about future. I'm talking about right now in the present
Oh,
moment.
we still talking about the white man? Okay.
No, girl. I promise you. What's the thing called? A cantata? What is it called?
Chancleta.
A chancleta. I'm getting ready to get my chancleta.
I'm saying
Yo hablo español, muy bien, muy bien.
Sí, señor.
Your mama out the room. Y'all don't kick your mama out the room.
Oh,
She's talking about 420. This room.
You gonna kick my mama out the room?
Well, in this room, do not. Hey, if you got a green bean, your mama does not go nowhere. Maya doesn't go nowhere. Don't get me wrong; they get a little spicy sometimes, but they don't go nowhere. They belong here. They live here.
Your mama's one of the smartest people.
Your mama, you talking about this room or 420? And Robert got kicked out the room.
Oh yeah, she's talking about
Robert,
420.
don't play with him in here. I don't know what's going on in 420 that certain people are getting kicked out, but do not fuck with your mama. Don't fuck with Maya. Do not fuck with fucking Robert and Eduardo. And I'm just like when Womack
Robert got kicked out?
I don't give a fuck.
Robert Bless. We're talking about your mama.
Really fuck with.
Oh, okay.
Don't fuck with Ray either. He that nigga.
Now, you can kick Haitian out. I can give two fucks.
Yeah.
Haitian Dom, whatever his name is down there, not my Haitian.
Don't mean.
Don't forget about me.
Where my other phone at? You out. Here's my fucking Jewish cousin.
Don't mess with my notorious.
No.
Notorious, but notorious, I don't think they kick you out.
I don't kick nobody out. Y'all can crash the fuck out while I can. He get dropped.
Lisa, can I get a pass?
Hey, yo,
Can I
good
get
enough.
one of those
Fuck Ray either. Ray's that nigga.
Everybody could crash out. I don't care.
Lisa, can I get like that suit pass that Petty got when not getting kicked out at 420?
I don't even know what you guys are talking about right now.
Y'all keep fucking with Ray. Y'all getting taken to Cold Stone Creamery. I know
They're
that.
talking in the chat, so we're responding to the people in the chat.
I need that safe passage, Lisa.
Robert, I mean, whoever's talking, I don't know what you're talking
I'm worried.
about.
So
What pass?
that's
I'm
what-
worried. What do you
Hey, how you doing? I want to
Let's get somebody to ask Lisa a question.
Mario wait for his wife. Now he can talk. That's crazy.
Why are you messing with me?
Remember I told you there's people getting kicked out of the room? That day?
I already know who it is, so they won't be modded again.
Lisa.
Oh, I already know who it is. It's good. I don't like airing laundry out. I already know who it is, so they'll know this. Sorry, Mari.
I'm Mama.
I was just asking,
Okay, so my question was to Miss Lisa. You know the mailers you get in the mail? So I got some coupons to Cold Stone Creamery and I wanted to
Oh my god. Not Cold Stone Creamery.
You get
That's
three
very
free
still got Cold Stones?
Yeah, they do. They're
shit.
very
And now
good.
take that picture down if you're gonna be modded.
Yo, take her to the one on Crossway Boulevard.
I should come in here soon. It's gonna be me, you, my
Oh,
two
that's
youngest
nice.
daughters, and my wife. You wanna come?
Yeah, crazy. Well, you can have a poly relationship. That's crazy.
Lisa too fancy, but you gotta take Lisa to a local ice cream shop.
I take her to BBQs or something.
Yeah, there's this place called Amy's.
BBQs. That was wild.
There's this place called Amy's Ice Cream.
Yo, they still have BBQs on 42nd?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. They made
That's
us.
why I said they wilded out. I'm not going to BBQs. But the creamery sounds nice. Thanks for the offer. I don't eat ice cream that much, but I would love to.
You gotta take it to a Broadway, you gotta take it to a play or something. Yeah.
See, I'm intolerant, so the thing is, they got the ones with like less lactose.
Like
So,
cousin power.
or if you wanna go with the fam, you're more than welcome to.
I'd love to meet your wife and children. Yeah, that'd be great.
Sister, what?
So, Patty, what number I'm on now? Like, I haven't had any strikes in a while, so I'm still at 79,620.
Striking out every day. You know what? I be like listening to you talk, and I just be like, this nigga's a hotep from the hotep and tepping, stepping, twerking ass.
I think you should change your name to a white man's name.
A white man's name is a crazy word.
With your entertainment. So that's the only reason why you up here.
Damn.
Hey, Omari, why are you not hearing black people for so long?
Let me just say, Omari and Just had a wonderful conversation today.
I heard.
Really, I missed it. Beautiful, Patty.
I heard.
It was very. Okay. It was very heartfelt. Damn, I missed it. So whatever points you lost, well, you haven't lost any points with me, Omari, but I feel like you gained points.
Yeah, but he be giving a lot of
It wasn't meant for me to hear your bullshit, because you ain't getting no points with me.
I know.
He gives a lot of misinformation. He knows it because every time we freaking read him for the bullshit he's wrong in, he'll be like, okay, He know he give a lot of bad information, and you gotta stop this shit, dude. That's why I told you before you open your mic, go do a quick Google search first, right? And then fucking have the conversation. But a lot of the shit that be coming out your mouth be false, and you know this, cause you even said, yeah, okay, I'm on strike 3. When you first started really coming into this room, I said you got 3 strikes and you're out. But guess what? You're on strike 2,000. So at this point, now, what does Lisa call these motherfuckers? Food. You my food. I'm playing with you.
So you in the spirit cooking now?
Oh, really? Damn, I missed it. Y'all should have recorded the room.
But it's cool though, Omari, because you're not too crazy. So you just a little. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're not crazy. You're not up here calling people bitches.
I think we just gotta give a pass to the people that were raised or grew up around white people.
Even Notorious, the only reason why we survived this is because he gets a little bit mad.
No, I'm not saying your parents. I'm saying like there's some people that grew up in white neighborhoods, right? So y'all went to white schools, so we have to give a pass to you guys.
Yeah, I went to a black school in high school, graduated in Pasadena, Altadena. And Lisa knows this.
What about before high school?
Mix.
No, you know what it is? He probably did go to an all-black school, but you know how some people may feel like shame of their past or whatever, and they're trying to adopt other shit. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I don't get it.
There's a lot of black people like that. Not a lot. There's very few. But
where he say his wife was from again?
I don't know. We don't need to talk about my wife. I mean, look.
Where your wife is from?
She's just Polynesian.
What the fuck is that? Polynesian.
She's Hawaiian.
That's Chick-fil-A sauce. Polynesian.
You know, for real, what is Polynesian?
That's Hawaiian rock. It's like the rock.
You Hawaiian?
Jay Uso and shit.
You know them Hawaiians don't really fuck with white people like that.
Interesting.
Unless your wife is one of those Hawaiians that's very few and far in between that want to be so close to white. It's just like some of these black people. They want to be so close to white because they're embarrassed of the people.
They want to drink bleach so bad.
What's going on here?
This is wild. Omari, you know I got if it's really Hawaiian. You know this. They don't fuck with white people.
Omari, I got a brother just like a lot of you guys. It's just crazy. I just be shaking my head.
They feel like white people ruined their fucking
He went from Michael to Mike. My name's Mike. Call me Mike. Get the fuck out of here.
I've never been anti-black. I've been pro-black. I stay pro-black, and I stand by that. I don't get what y'all talking about.
No, it's like you guys are embarrassed of the other side, your side, your real side, your true side.
What's the truth? You see, First Lady made a good point. Like,
the black side.
We don't want to say y'all or
your true side.
Paint, broad brushes. I think that's a really good point.
No, it's just when we hear you guys speak, that's the way y'all sound. And I'm telling you, you sound like.
That's far from the truth.
Just say him.
Nah, but that's far from the truth.
Okay, you, Omarion.
Man, like I said, man.
I don't know what's going on.
she's from here, California.
So she's from Big Island?
Yeah, her family's from the Big Island.
Yeah, so there's a lot of whites out there.
His wife is related to Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
You're just making up shit.
The Rock is not from Big Island.
We know he made himself. She says he's related to Trump and Obama. And Michael Jackson.
Omar
That means he's half and half.
Privilege.
Nah, that's crazy.
Well, we was having a conversation.
The Big Island are very liberal.
I want
The Big Island are very liberal.
Oh, shit.
Hey Ray, what's up? You gonna do my family?
Yo, what up? I'm serious. They be tying themselves to freaking parts of the island. Like, they be chaining themselves so they whites won't come and develop. Am I right, Omari?
Look, this is not about Mrs. Amari. This is about just, I love this room and y'all good people. I mean, I'm gonna leave her out. She don't even like Clubhouse. She can't stand Clubhouse, so I'm gonna keep her name.
Why ain't you proud of your wife?
You ain't gotta say her name. You know what? I'm with him too. I would not have my wife. I wouldn't be on this app if I was married to my wife or my husband.
That was unrelated to his wife.
See, the relationship I'd be in would be a male type relationship, where my husband was okay with it and he can chime in every now and then. If your wife don't like it at all and she don't even want to be part of the conversation, or she doesn't like to listen every now and then, I wouldn't be on this shit.
That's a good point, Patty. Yeah, that's some good advice, relationship advice with this app.
Eddie always says the best things.
Yeah, but that's the thing that this is 20 years.
I never fucking said that.
Y'all gotta wait 20 years to get like that. That's not the 1 year, 2 year relationship.
I got 30 years.
30. That means you're an old man.
Let me.
That means you're young.
Let me center myself real quick. Have y'all been offended by anything I said today? If you have been, please forgive me, because I don't like to offend people.
You didn't say that.
I understand. I just want to make sure I'm talking to the people in the group.
Oh, okay.
I want to tell people that if I have said anything that has been offensive today,
I probably offended Brandy. You want to close the room and open it back up so she can come back in?
Let me drink on it and get back to you. Now I said offended. Offended does not mean, shut up, Mel. You have to stop, Mel. You really have to stop.
I'm sorry.
You need the chocolatada. You need
The
the
chocolate. The chocolate.
The thing.
The flip-flop. The flip-flop.
That thing, yes.
No, I'm saying that's the only person that's gonna probably be upset with you is Brandy. But she be alright. She been saying fuck
She
shit for a
can
long
be
time.
upset with me because I told her that I was taking what she was saying personal. I told her I was taking it personal. She refused to not make it personal and continued on. And then in the chat, before I did anything, I said, and don't continue writing stuff in the chat because I'm telling you now, I'll kick your ass out. So, you didn't want to adhere to the warning, so I gave you what you were looking for. She asked for it because I gave her the tools to not get kicked out.
What am I gonna do? You can't satisfy everybody. Fuck it.
No, but I was just talking more so about my overall sentiments today. If I have offended anyone, it was not I was not trying to offend anybody. And I understand about the space, and I don't want to put a tarnish on politically correct. I try to choose my words wisely and make sure that I'm not offending anybody because I don't want to block any of my blessings. Okay? So y'all can keep on trying to block your own blessings, but I ain't blocking my blessings by saying something that I know that can come back to me.
If you don't want to
That's why I'm apologizing.
correct, you need to drop me right now. She said that's also downstairs. She said
I got some. I wanna say something. But these violent thugs were in Idaho fighting at a visual for someone who was recently
And I just think we need to have conversations about the violence that's prevalent in that community. Idaho. Like,
Were they white thugs?
I don't see color.
I'm fucking with it. I know, that's why you got that picture up, because you thought that was you. That's crazy.
First of all, the name is fucked up. Idaho. That needs to be changed. That's embarrassing. It's concerned.
I'm assuming it's white if it's Idaho, but you know, I probably don't know shit, so I don't know. Hey, Tucker. Saturdays on Clubhouse. Doo-dee-da-da-da-doo. Yes.
You know, Idaho goes back to the 1800s. You know, Native American. Just for the record.
So I got a question. Lisa, are you opening tonight? Because we've been doing opposite roles the last couple of days, and you know, there's only so
Hey, I
much
got
time.
you. I got you. I'm sitting up for a minute. I got you. I like to sit up for a minute and relax and breathe.
Husband, just love me, okay? That's what you gotta do. Just love me, that's all you gotta do. Just lay down right here.
Just lay down right there.
I already fed you, just lay down.
Patty, Lisa wrote me in my back channel, and she said that she don't want to open up because y'all keep coming for her, and she doesn't appreciate it, and y'all keep leaving the carpet a mess, and y'all rearranging the furniture, and she doesn't like it. So I just want to let you know that's what she said in my back channel, even though she hasn't sent me a message in months. Just kidding.
You guys are so funny. I'm sitting here trying to meditate and cleanse my palate.
I just started working on myself.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
But it made you laugh, so I mean.
It does make me laugh. No, cleansing my palate means meditation, hydration, looking at this beautiful water that's flowing down the river, just closing my eyes.
Where you at? Where there's water? Because that water in the Hudson is nasty.
Leave the water alone. That's all the water we got. What you want?
Can't even see through that water. She's talking about
These are violent words.
What are you looking at?
Hey, Lonzo.
No, I'm looking at it here. So listen, you guys, have you guys ever had this spirula? It's a speech. It is spinach, bitterroot, sarsaparilla, and sea moss. It's supposed to be the best cleanser, but it's hard to drink. I'm trying to get it down right now.
That sounds like I would need Jesus afterwards.
I don't think that's
Yeah, I think I will need Jesus.
You gonna need him. When that stuff starts cleansing what's going on in the inside, you gonna call on him.
That's why I'm getting close to the toilet. Yeah, this is some good. It doesn't taste good, but it's supposed to really be a good cleansing and a blood cleansing. So
I'm gonna need you to come over here before you start doing this hokey ass shit. Lisa.
I'm gonna send you some.
I
It's spinach, bitterroot, sarsaparilla, and sea moss.
For the next 30 minutes. Quite regular.
Call her and let her know that you need to get all the ingredients before she continues drinking that mess.
First lady,
I'm sorry,
I can't turn around.
You can't tell her nothing. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. She's hard-headed. I understand.
Oh my God. Okay, y'all. Let me finish this a little bit.
Talking about her right there. I'm sorry.
That's right.
Also, first lady, I need you to know that the name Idaho was coined by George Willing in 1860 for the Colorado Territory, but it was a fabricated name, not an authentic Shoshone word meaning Gem of the Mountain. So, just so we all clear, that's crystal.
It's hasn't been really debunked either.
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, so give me 15 minutes. I gotta walk to the house. And listen, time.
Take your time, sis.
No, I'm good. Time. It's time. I see time.
Yeah, just make it an even 8. You know what I mean?
8 o'clock even?
8:15.
Okay.
8:15.
8:15? Okay.
Anybody watching the fight tonight? Anybody watching the fight?
You can't uphold.
Who's fighting?
You know what I what I'm saying? I'm just saying, so I was
Yeah,
just
I
like,
got you. I'm never on time. I'm on
exactly, so that's why I said 8:15.
what people love.
You know.
Okay, all right.
It's a Canelo fight, so I don't know.
Oh, there's a fight tonight?
Yeah, Canelo's fighting in Las Vegas.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I was supposed to be there. I don't know why I'm so full of jokes. Give me some ice cream. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Robert Blessed is free on Netflix. Is that true?
I don't know.
No, still.
Yeah, I believe so.
Boxing ain't the same in person. It's a whole different atmosphere when you're in person.
Yeah, but like
It's really
and shit.
different.
Lisa, you stay near the Elliott.
I'm sorry?
Say it out loud.
Wait, what'd she say?
Okay.
I'll ask you later.
That's a back channel conversation.
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to get these rivers right.
Oh, the river. Okay, so there's the Hudson River and the East River.
East River.
No, I'm not close to the East River. That's on the other side, Patty. I'm not close to the East River. Oh, shit. Does anybody know how much this Rivian truck costs? This one's not. I need the car, you guys. I keep asking you guys about cars, but this Rivian.
I think it's at 35-40.
Isn't there a dealership up on 14th Street in the meatpacking district? I think there's a Rivian dealership.
Nigga, go get that
You said on 14th Street?
Yeah, near the Apple store, I believe. That's right.
She didn't know how much it was. She didn't ask you where it is. She said, how much is it?
I'm giving
No,
her
anybody knows.
giving her advice that if she wants to check it out in person, she can see it.
Right.
No, I see them all the time, Patty.
Because if it's $80,000, she don't want.
I can't afford it.
Okay, it's $124,000.
You a lie. You a lie.
Are you okay? If I see them all the time, they can't be 124.
Yeah, I just made it up. You want numbers.
Yeah, there are a lot of them in the city.
40s, 50s. Let me see. Let me Google real quick.
My point is,
$100,000. He's not lying.
What?
The Rivian, the
they're a lot of money.
yeah,
Oh,
SUV is
fucking God. I see so many of them. I would have never thought. It's a lot of them in the city.
Well, if you lease them, they're not that expensive. But if you're buying one, they're if you get a freaking
It starts at 76. Yes, I'm saying
That's crazy.
This is the R1S.
They got different versions. It starts at 63, actually. They got different versions.
The ones I was checking out in the showroom were like.
Are y'all talking about the 2026?
I said 2025.
Seats in it.
I'm on the website. She probably will buy used.
Yeah,
The one that is 120 is the quad.
Ooh, I don't even know.
So I know. Look, I'm telling y'all, before these damn tariffs went out, I drove a Rivian, the 2026. They said the 2025 model at the time was a little bit under. It was like 98,000, something like that, or the one that I was looking at. The Rivians ain't cheap. If you go to the freaking if you go to the actual dealership, ain't nobody giving you no base model. They're gonna at least have one extra on that vehicle. Like, there's no way you're just getting a base model. I'm gonna tell you like this. Even with a Tesla, they build them, but the ones, if you want one that's already factory built, they're gonna at least have one additional. The luxury vehicles do not come on base model. They gotta be built and shipped.
Right.
So you're not gonna get that 70,000, 80,000. Those vehicles start at 100,000.
Lisa, if it's helpful for you or not, there's also a bunch of dealerships along 10th Avenue. I went into the Volvo one. I think it's around in the 40s on 10th Avenue. And I saw a nice electric hybrid Volvo. That was pretty sweet.
I really don't. The Volvos make me look like a mom again. Once again, that's why this Toyota Highlander I have. I don't want it. It makes me look like, yeah, it's gotta go. So that's what I'm just looking at. I see these Rivians left and right. So I'm thinking they're probably in the 40s.
No, they're not in the 40s, Lisa. They're
Okay.
75 and 80.
Okay, if she buys it new, if she buys it used, hello.
It's hard to find the used one. They're not around.
You don't know. You don't know.
I'm gonna be honest with you though.
There's not a lot used.
If I was living in New York City, there's no way I would freaking like. It's not like you're using the vehicle to go to travel across the fucking country. Just get you a cheap vehicle. Like, I mean, you don't have to be an electric vehicle living in New York City. You're just going back and forth from one place to another.
Yeah, I might try to just sell this one and just keep the Jeep, but I have, now that the lease is coming up, I extended it, I gotta either get rid of it or get something else. That's the only thing I'm saying, I'm just trying to weigh my options, and I have no idea that that could be on
You
the
gotta get it before September 30th, or at least.
Mel, the one that you guys were showing, the RS, the dual standard, it's hard to find a dual standard.
Oh, okay. That was the most expensive one, 120. Oh no, the standard is 76. The quad was 120.
I've never seen a dual standard. Even when I went to the dealership, there's no dual standard. The problem with the dual standard is it doesn't have enough miles to be a charge. And what a lot of people don't realize with these electric vehicles, if you get a vehicle that has 270 miles to the charge, you gotta take into consideration, because it's electric, and anybody that got an electric vehicle knows this, because it's electric, the weight you put in the vehicle, the things that you use while you're using the vehicle, that all decreases that 270. So with the SUVs, and that's why Tesla went away from the 75D, the 90Ds, because the 75Ds and 90Ds were draining the battery. And then wintertime, it drains the battery.
I was gonna ask you about that. Is that a smart idea to get electric vehicle in the cold, snowy state?
You can.
So it's okay even in a cold, snowy state. You just have to you have to have a vehicle that, you have to have access to a charger. So that's where people were having issues. Like if you're in a cold, snowy state, like somebody said something about Chicago. My aunt bought her son a freaking Tesla, but his car's in the garage. He keeps it charged. So what happens is the vehicle comes on and off, and that's to take care of the battery. When you have a vehicle that's just parked on the side of the street, it's a fucking waste of time. No, don't do it. But I think with the new batteries, it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, the new batteries is not that big a deal. It's the old stuff.
It's the old school.
Go to Chevy's.
I don't trust.
Or Honda. Go get the Honda Prologue.
Or just get a combustion. I want my daughter a Prologue.
Just get on the bus and train.
I have a question. If you compare a Jeep to a Rivian, I think they both the
Maybe
same.
it's much better. It just costs more.
Oh,
I'm just saying about the soccer mom idea. I don't think you're getting away
There's
from
plenty of
it.
soccer moms who.
Yeah, they're both SUVs, right?
That's my point.
It's nice.
Yeah, Jim.
They are nice. They are nice. I actually considered them back in January, but I didn't get it. So it's none of y'all business what I got. But
Go to Kia and get
I
one
think
of
we should
those.
just embrace the soccer mom era.
That's a cheap.
Especially if you 87. Like, if you 87, just rock your freaking SUV. You know what I'm saying?
but Lisa got grown ass kids. She don't have to honestly, Lisa, you're wasting money. You live
I
in
think
New
the
York.
Jeep Hybrid
Come on,
is
John.
really good on Lisa. Like a Jeep Hybrid.
Spirit, you're right. I got all electric and I got hybrid, and the hybrid is better than all electric by far. If you
You going to the
I
store?
don't know about
I
that.
think it's easy.
My daughter had a my other daughter had a hybrid, and we got rid of the hybrid because she still had to do maintenance. So it's one thing.
It's the maintenance part.
Yeah, so this is the problem for y'all. Like for y'all, okay, got it. If you want to go ahead and pay all that money in maintenance and you want to take care of the electric, you can have it. But when it comes to the electric, the main thing you need to worry about is your tires because of the weight of the vehicle. Depending on if you, like for me, I have that bio hazard shit. I have to get my filters changed every 2 years. I I don't really have fucking maintenance, dude.
Brakes, and
Brakes, oil.
No, brakes is not the same. If you got an electric vehicle, that shit ain't the same, dude. I have a fucking, I still, if y'all, I, I haven't changed a fucking brake ever. Because the way electric vehicles work is they slow down when you take your foot off the fucking, acceleration.
That's the only thing I don't like. They don't coast the same. Like my electric vehicle, it's like I hit the brakes when I come off the gas. It's like I'm automatically hitting the brakes there.
No, you don't hit the brakes at all. What's going on?
I'm saying that's what I just did.
Yeah,
Like,
brake
I hit the brakes when I come off of the gas.
Right.
I mean,
The
electric vehicle
hybrid,
cars
the problem we had with the hybrid is the problem, you still gotta do engine, and then you got your, regular maintenance for your electric. I'm not paying all that fucking money for that.
If you want an SUV, check that Kia. Kia makes a great SUV.
My daughter got a little
Yeah.
hybrid. I ain't gonna lie, she loved that little hybrid. She run around.
The electric
Yeah,
EV9
my daughter loves
is great.
she loves her 100%
They make
electric
good cars.
Because
EV9
guess what?
is great.
You don't have
They
to
also
get
have
the
the
paint, you don't have to do none of that.
Does she got a charger at her location where she at, or she can
So
just
this
charge
is
at
the
home?
thing, and see, Lisa had to learn this when she rented the Tesla. Even with people thinking that New York City don't really have charging stations, oh, they definitely have charging stations. You just have to know how to use your freaking car. Your car has one bolt, 2 bolts, and 3 bolts. You press the bolt, you go to navigation. As soon as you open that window, and that's what I was telling Lisa how to do it at that one day. You open the window as if you're going to navigation, and you press one of the bolts. If you want a 3-bolt where you can charge quick, you press that, and it'll show you all the locations. There's a fucking lot of fucking locations to charge your vehicle. And almost every fucking garage in New York City has something, whether it's a fucking 1-bolt, 2-bolt, 3-bolt. I'm just talking about off your
They
test.
don't got them on campus at the colleges out here.
This is the latest. This is the latest.
Scotty.
Right when you park in the schools, they got them in the parking lot at that college.
It's alright. You still need somebody's parking anyway. College, and they have a freaking, that most of these colleges, the school she goes to, they have first come, first serve, and as soon as they sent us a list of the school, parking areas, I paid immediately. And when I signed my contract, guess what? I kept renewing it.
You know the one thing that's free? There's no free gas, but there are free chargers.
100%.
There's no free gas anywhere in the country.
What, are you smoking crack? Do you know that almost every major freaking, I can tell you this, you go to Target, you get up to,
that's charging.
depending on where you at, it can be anywhere from 2 to 4 hours of free charging. Who the fuck is charging their car for 4 hours? What?
Yeah, the EV goes, like the ones, man, I don't know, that's where I just go because it's just faster. Just get that shit
Well,
done.
you don't know what you're talking about, because you just said there's no free chargers.
I said it's hard to find sometimes you gotta
Then
drive.
there is fucking, then there is paying chargers.
Yeah. So you gotta know where to look.
And it's not, they even have apps for this shit.
Yeah.
They have apps.
My wife has one at her job. It's a free charge. We have 2 charging stations at the job.
Are they the ones that can charge quickly, or are they slow chargers?
Well, no, so they're for
So
people
let me
that
tell you
work.
something.
People that work there.
You go to Target, so I give you an example. I go to Target, right? I'm not saying I go now. But when I used to go to Target, I would park my car at the charging station. When I park my car at the charging station, you get at least, just me being in there for the time I'm in there, I at least can get 30 miles for driving 5 miles. And it's free. Then on top of that, there's a lot of states that if you actually, and Georgia's one of them, and Georgia's so fucking stingy with money. Do you know when I put in my goddamn charger, and y'all can Google this shit, as soon as I installed that bitch, they took a penny off my kilowatts. So you know what that means for me? That means I don't pay for motherfucking charging my vehicle. So I'm riding around free. And on top of that, I'm still making money because I don't even fucking ride around enough to fucking be paying for my charging.
Do you understand? Is it a longer line? Like, do you see the line kind of?
No. You know what? As southern and country as a lot of these states are, I think the worst state was probably Mississippi, and I was driving between Texas and to Georgia. And I can promise you, even going through Mississippi, there are fucking superchargers, bro.
There's two of them in North Carolina on my way to South Carolina. When you go right across the border after Virginia, they had like a 20 station bay. When I tell you there were like 3 cars in that bay, right off of 95.
Exactly.
It's like, yeah.
It seemed like it'd be a lot of money eventually, and because they convert into electric cars eventually, hopefully they keep saying they are. In setting up charging ports, charging stations, definitely like they your own gas station if you can buy in and do that.
But what happens if you so expensive? They're still making a lot of money. Yeah, and a lot of companies get kickbacks for not only that. I'm gonna give you an example, right? So if you go on 95 with Wendy's, they'll have a fucking bunch of charging stations, right? On that side of the Wendy's. You know why they do that? You know why they do that? Because they get service. So you're on 95, a lot of these fucking fast food restaurants, gas stations, they'll have it because they want you to come in and buy shit.
Yeah, and Nova's another one. So places that are rural, like state parks, and people taking their RVs and shit, and they need come-throughs, the Flying J's. I used 3 Flying J's on my trip to South Carolina.
So for
pull in the truck stop, one side was the trucks and the regular cars, and they had 4 or 5 chargers in this one day. 350 kilowatt chargers.
And those are Tesla. You're talking about Tesla chargers already.
No, these weren't even Tesla chargers. These would charge any kind of car.
Okay, because I know we got to get that adapter. I was reading.
No, the adapter actually came with my car. So with Tesla, they give you every fucking adapter. Yeah, with Teslas, they give you the adapters. They give you a bag full of adapters. I mean, if I was to fucking go to Europe, I got a fucking adapter.
Yeah, it's plenty of charging.
Even as small as Nancy is, all the grocery stores here have at least 6 to 8 electric chargers in the parking lot. Them things have been around for, I mean, I wasn't even seeing electric cars when I started seeing chargers. So they're everywhere.
And I'm thinking about buying Tesla this year. I don't know if I already missed the rebate, so that's why I didn't actually end up getting one because that rebate's over. I heard, so.
It is on the 30th.
Who can you thank for that?
It is on the 30th.
Who can you thank for that one?
That's first lady.
Remember when they had that freeze in Texas, people didn't have gas and all that shit? I was riding around.
When I was in remember the Polo Vortex in Kansas City when they was playing the playoffs? I was there when it was like minus 60 degrees. The only cars that were really moving were the electric cars.
Mm-hmm.
And that oil was so fucking cold. People's engine was getting all fucked up. You don't have to warm up a damn thing in an EV. Just open your app and start that motherfucker.
Yep, let me tell you something. I be at work sometimes.
The batteries didn't work in cold, Patty. Because we don't charge that. Because we could only, like when I went to Connecticut, when I left New York and went to Connecticut, we only could charge it to 80%, right?
No,
you
set it at 80%. This is the thing, Lisa, and that's why I was telling you. So on, like, I got the Tesla app on my phone. I'm gonna show you something real quick. Tesla.
You get the self-driving feature?
Yeah. I got something on my car. So check this out. The thing with your vehicle, you got this word called controls. On controls, let me tell you something. With my car, I can have that bitch cool down so that my fucking leather seats aren't hot when I get in that motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
When it's wintertime, I can fucking have that shit heat up every so often so I don't fucking freeze when I get in my vehicle.
While you shopping in Target, you can have your air conditioner on when it's 120 outside.
My shit got dog mode. DOG. Look up dog mode for Tesla. You put that shit in dog mode, guess what? It gives a warning to anybody that looks out inside your vehicle, and it says, this dog, it pretty much tells them this dog has AC. It tells it tells you the temperature it is inside the vehicle because you left your dog in that car. It fucking fucking keeps the car cool so your dog is cool. On top of that, I have this thing where if you fucking walk past my vehicle, every one of them fucking cameras on my vehicle takes pictures, and I have a goddamn hard drive. So all I gotta do is hit that hard drive. Like if somebody say you hit me, guess what, bitch? I got it on my hard drive. All I gotta do is put it on my computer and it'll show you every fucking moving thing that happened while we got in that accident.
Yeah, that'd be dope, man. I'm getting the Tesla solar.
Y'all
That's
look
coming.
you getting Teslas.
Well, yeah, well, I get the solar. The backup battery.
There are plenty of manufacturers outside of Tesla.
You talking about the backup battery, the storage?
Mercedes got a good one.
Ammo too.
Mercedes actually has a good electric vehicle if it hasn't been hit by tariffs, and it actually isn't depending on what type of vehicle you want, right? So like I don't really spend money. I don't buy vehicles. So if I'm gonna buy a vehicle, I'm gonna get the top of the line. So if you want to get the top of the line vehicles when it comes to electric, Mercedes has by far, I think they have the best price for one. Like if you look at the Tesla Model X, or someone brought up Plaid a couple months ago, and we got an argument about Plaid. Even with the Tesla Plaid at that time, I think it was the Model X Plaid was at 110. You could have got you a goddamn Mercedes at like 108 and had a 31-inch screen TV in the back of your fucking vehicle. So make it make sense. I think Mercedes has a really decent vehicle. It has decent miles per charge. I like the Mercedes, so.
Don't forget the fight on Netflix tonight, so I don't know. I think it's free, so if you're not gonna watch the fight.
I'm going to a fight party, you gotta watch it. And it is, yeah, it is, you're right, Robert.
Straight on Netflix.
If you got Netflix, it's free.
Hopefully it's not slow and lagging like last time. The Texas
Always lag, free fight, always lag, every time. Everybody get on the server and it lag. That's every free Netflix fight so far.
If you pay for Netflix, then it's technically not free. I mean, but if you are, like, using somebody else's, and, like, you're, like, stealing someone else's code, then, yeah, it's technically free for you because you're not paying for it.
Okay, it's included.
Or you can do the 30-day trial. Do they have a 30-day trial, or is it a week trial?
Do they still have that? I never heard of a 30-day
Netflix
trial.
so goddamn long.
I had Netflix for God knows how long.
Child, I had Netflix when they had CDs. Well, I didn't have it. My parents did. So my parents went to Netflix CDs because they didn't want to go to Blockbuster. How about that?
That's crazy. I saw you guys had a room, was it 2 days ago? Don't fuck with cats. That shit was crazy. And the new one, The Devil in the Dorm. I don't know if it did The Devil in the
When their ass went right back to the room, my ass stayed on Netflix. Stayed on that cat shit. That shit had me. My homegirl was spending the night that day. That shit had us fucked up. Y'all gotta watch episodes 2 and 3. That shit is good.
Investigated.
What is it
Oh
called?
my god. That shit was
Don't fuck with cats.
No, I don't like that. I don't like it.
It was wild. Yeah,
I don't like it.
I was scared episode 1, but that's why I was okay watching it because I had a homegirl over here. But I promise you, that shit was good, y'all.
Did y'all see The Devil in the Dorm Room yet, though? The true story of Richard Ray, or whatever his name is?
No.
Oh, man.
What is that on?
What is that one? We gotta do that one night.
Netflix, The Devil in the Dorm Room is the wildest shit
I got
I've ever
somebody
seen.
coming over Sunday.
No,
Yeah,
you
that one.
gotta watch the romance con one. I forget what it's called. That's the new one on Netflix.
What is it?
It's by the Tinder swindler people.
Oh, the con, the
They,
thing that we also
the
watched
con.
there.
Oh,
Oh,
you did?
we
Okay.
watched that. We watched that.
These
That
motherfuckers.
is good.
So if you're looking for if you're looking for 2 new shows, The Wrong Number, what number is that? But I think that's what it's called. That was crazy.
I saw that. That was crazy.
that you then come back to me and be like, damn, that shit was wild.
Now, me and Lady was getting frustrated because the person that was hosting that room that day kept telling us to go back and forth and up and down and shit. But
Sorry, here, fast forward there. I'm like, what is going on?
I just want you guys to see the black girl story.
No, Patty, the thing is, and First Lady, it's like, y'all need to never part with your money. I don't care what these people say. If it means like, I just need 500 to make rent. You are canceled immediately, because that 500 turns into $5 grand, 140,000, and then 2 million. So get out of here.
Her first loan to him was 100,000.
Let me tell you something, baby. At this point, once you hit 35 or older, ambition gotta be a motherfucker for me to be part with my motherfucking face. Ambition is a motherfucker. I'm talking about you gotta have a fucking business plan. I'm gonna look at your business plan. I'm gonna read over it. I'm gonna talk to my mom. We're gonna fucking go through. I'm gonna pull my fucking textbooks out on your ass. That's the only type of ambition I'm gonna motherfucking invest in. And then on top of that, you gonna pull your motherfucking, I'm gonna do a background check on your ass.
Exactly.
I am gonna pull your credit. And then we're gonna have a conversation on who you fucked last week and who you was fucking when you was 17.
That's why you can't never have, look, Spirit, I'm with you 100%. First of all, who wanna go through that to get some money? That's crazy as hell. Second of all,
and who's so dumb enough to not do it at this big age? Like, we work too hard. I would never want you to depart with your money for some fucking clown ass broad who's able to have the fucking conversation. You don't want to fucking participate.
Agreed. If we didn't get to my second point, if there's anybody asking me that or asking you that at the party, that's a wrap for me. Like that.
Well, the bank gonna ask you.
I'm not asking nobody for no money. I'm good.
But I'm saying, if you're doing it, and if you're fucking going to the bank and you're trying, they're gonna ask you.
Yeah, they're gonna want to see your 2 years of everything.
Right, they're gonna want your blood type.
2 years, 2 years of health insurance, 2 years of bank statement.
Silver and cough.
Yeah.
They gonna want it all. That's what I can't ask you. If it's coming out of my motherfucking bank.
I'm not gonna have to ask you. That's no room for nothing.
No, but I'm talking about ambition. You already got your shit together. I'm talking about sometimes, and we can't pretend that it's not a real thing. There are some men that have been trying, like, what was it? What was that movie that Will Smith did that was based on a true story? Dude was ambitious.
You talking about
Pursuit to happiness?
Pursuit
to happiness, right? Guess what? Don't fuck around and discard your blessings. Because if he's a real ambitious man and he really got his shit together and he's really trying, like, I'm at the age where I'm not looking for a Mercedes Benz with a goddamn 31-inch TV in the back. I'm at that age where I'm trying to fucking like not play with people.
Let me ask y'all this though. This is what I'm thinking though. There's got to be a cutoff age for ambition. There's got to be a cutoff age for that. There's got to be an age where you should have had your shit by now.
Nigga, I'm still ambitious. What's going on?
I'm still ambitious too, but I'm straight though.
There's no cutoff for me. Like today, let me tell you something. And I'll go ahead, but I gotta black out my name. I'm number one in my peer group, and that's because it's about ambition. I don't care if I got a smile on your face. I don't care if I have to stay a little extra. Right now, I'm working like an enlisted fucking soldier. Like, there's a difference between ambition and fucking, like, I'm still ambitious. There's still things I want to achieve. I want my motherfucking coin, son.
Let me talk about this loan stuff. Go ahead, Chad.
I'm highly ambitious. Like, think about this. I go to sleep at 4, get up at 12, and that's by choice, right? I'm still chasing down major sponsors, even though I'm straight on multiple properties, blah, 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 multiple businesses, blah, blah, blah. And I still move like I'm hungry. But what I'm saying is ambition is different than asking somebody for something. Ambition, that's cool, but there's a certain age where a man shouldn't be reaching out to a woman for financial help. There should be an age where I don't care how ambitious you are, you should be financially stable enough to pay your own fucking bills and generate your own way without asking a woman for help. At some age, there's got to be a cutoff for that. No matter
What
how.
about Amazon's, what's his name from Amazon?
Jeff Bezos.
Jeff Bezos. What about his wife working multiple jobs while he's fucking selling bullshit out of the goddamn garage?
Drilling together, that's way different than what
No, but that's still ambition. He's seeing his she may have not liked that she had bullshit fucking shit in her garage and he's fucking on live trying to sell $5 necklaces and shit. But she knew what his ambition looked.
But how long ago was that?
Stop it.
But they were still old.
What age did he launch
How
out
old is
really
he right
become
now?
successful?
Alright, wait, one second. Okay. I'm not gonna use anybody else's situation. I'm talking about for right now, based off what Scotty just said. If you can't go to the bank and get a loan, my questions are gonna be, what's wrong with your credit?
Right. That's why I said you gotta check their credit. That's different. So
That's gonna be the question number one. What's wrong with your credit? Because in that situation, he's sitting there, oh, I got a lot of things tied up. No. Well, guess what? Let me help you get your credit together so you can go and get your own loan. Okay? Now, I'll help you do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it don't take that long to start getting your credit together. You start proving that you can pay stuff back, then your credit will start moving. It'll start moving. Don't take that long for that.
No, but I'm not talking about using your credit. I'm talking about so for example, if I can help you create your business plan, I'm gonna help you create it because that's right.
Okay. Yep. Oh, see. Okay.
You just volunteered to help fix his credit. I'm talking about me putting together the business plan. You got to give me the idea what it looks like on paper, what you have done in the past. I can help you put that together.
Okay.
Now, you know a real ambitious motherfucker. You know a nigga that's trying to scam you. Now, if you gotta use my fucking social security number to get a coin and we can't get your shit fixed, there's a problem.
Now we see that. I thought you were saying something different.
Look,
Okay.
I want y'all to follow this, right? I want y'all to follow this. Bezos was running a hedge fund in the 90s. A hedge fund, right? Which means you're already successful by today's standards. Decided he wanted to do an independent business and then formed Amazon. By the mid-30s, he was a business leader again with Amazon. So what I'm saying is there has to be a cutoff age. If you're over 35 and you're looking for your wife to give you money, or not even your wife, your girlfriend to give you money so you can launch your business, and if you got to make your business plan, that you don't even need to do the business because you don't know enough about the business to generate a business plan. That shit gonna fail if she got to make it for you. I think there's got to be a cutoff age where you give grace to a man that is financially not capable of funding whatever he needs to get done or figuring out a way on his own.
Yeah, but Bezos also, so it was his wife that had to work multiple jobs. So you can say what he did in the 90s, who give a fuck. But back in the 2000s, there's a whole fucking story behind this. And they talked about this. She had to work multiple jobs because the market crashed. Remember that?
Yeah, and they had a garage full. I watched the story, but what I'm saying is like
mid-30s. Fucked up.
If he was 45 coming out here like, look, I'm trying to do this business at 45, 50 years old, we might have a different story.
But he wasn't young, bro.
He was 30? That's not old. He launched it right when he was about 30 years old. I'm talking about 40s. You got somebody in your 40s talking about, go ahead and help me. I'm going to do this business. Like, y'all need to be careful.
I think, but see, I was speaking earlier today. I've been on my Martin Lucifer, Lucretia tip, and every situation ain't for everybody. But individually, you meet a person, and things might be a little different. However, I think that what can apply to all is if you asking me for my social security number for you to get ahead, there's a problem.
That's
a huge problem.
Okay, we all in agreement with it, right?
Definitely.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
That's what I said. Check his credit. He needs to be honest.
Okay, Patty. So let me ask you this: you hella attracted to whatever gentleman, right? Random guy, and you're very attracted to him. Y'all have some type of chemistry, whatever y'all doing y'all thing, and he's 47, and he comes to you saying, "I got this business idea. I really want to launch this business, but I need you to help me with the finances and the business plan because financially I don't have it together." You gonna help finance that 47-year-old man's business and launch it?
No, I can help him put his business plan together. If you got the gift of gab and you got a really tight business plan and you're smart and you actually have real true ambition, a bank will give you some money if they think it's something worth fucking investing in.
That's where the ambition to me will come in. If he's really that ambitious, he needs to be going to that bank on his own. He needs to figure out how to create an LLC, how to create a paydex score, how to how to go ahead and get the right
But
trade
you
lines.
just said, you just asked me about would I help him create a business plan. Yes, I would.
Right, and I'm giving you the reason why he should be able to do it outside of it. No, I'm saying finance him. Are you gonna help him with money? Are you gonna give him some coin? Are you gonna?
I don't have to give him coin because if he's that ambitious, I'm gonna be able to help him put his plan together.
It's a non-traditional business. The banks won't finance it. Are you gonna coin them?
No.
Yeah, that's all I want to hear.
But he has good credit.
That's all I want to hear. That's all I
Or
want to
like Lady said, maybe he had a failed venture, and because he's not a Donald Trump where he's able to use his name, we can figure out how to help him fix his credit. You can have failed ventures where it fucks you up, right?
Yeah, that's a fact.
There's a lot of people that had failed ventures, for example, like in 2008 where people lost their businesses, or even fucking during the pandemic. Dude, let me tell you something. My mom's a good person. My dad's a good person. But guess what? They almost lost their business. The thing that's crazy though is my mom's smart and she a fucking hustler. So she knew that maybe I should get some fucking what do they call food trucks. And there was one restaurant and 2 food trucks that took care of the other restaurants. So like, and guess what? They was living from paycheck to paycheck to make sure people. And guess what? She didn't even do the fucking PPP loan because she did not want to be bound to making sure she held on to people because she didn't know what the future would look like. So that doesn't mean my mom is a fucking clown or a loser.
Well, she was married to him. That's different too.
Yeah, but regardless of the fact, just because somebody has a failed venture, there's a possibility she could have had a failed venture. That doesn't make her a loser.
That was the premise at all. That was never the premise.
No, but they just said, like, there's situations where someone could be put in a situation, there's situations where people can fucking lose everything.
That's so funny. We think.
I'm saying that's very true. Like, and the thing about that is your resilience, right? It's how you bounce back. I didn't have businesses go sideways, right? But what I didn't do is go to a woman for help. What I did do was figure that shit the fuck out. And in a very expensive market, like my bounce back game is crazy. So I understand. I seen somebody go from a 6-bedroom house to their mama's couch. It happens. Shit happens, right? But it's your bounce back, right? And I'm not bouncing back with my hand out to no female. I'll be dead first. Like that's just not. It's not who I am. It's not a part of what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna figure that shit out.
All I'm saying is watch your damn money. That's all I'm saying. Because there are a lot of people out there, both men and women, who are out to scam. And you can do some due diligence, but if you don't do due diligence, you're set. And that's the lesson. Waking people up.
Yeah. And you know, nobody burned down a city at all. I want to throw that in there. Thanks for calling in, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Charlie. The only thing I'll add too is I was on campaign Saturday out the western suburbs, and I have to tell you there were some people I run into, and they just said, "Hey, we're Democrats, but we are very sorry for what's happened." They're very compassionate. So there's a lot of great people out there who just say, "Hey, you know, this is awful."
Yeah. Matt, Mark, your son Max is on the line, my good friend. So yeah, I'd like to.
Max has known Charlie for a decade or more.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna let him on the line. Hey Max, how's it going?
Hey, Jenny.
Hey, Max, how are you?
Terrible, crazy week. But when I just hope that people don't get too lost on the tragedy itself and the shooting and think about like how much Charlie's accomplished in such a short amount of time. And like my father just mentioned, like I remember when he started off. And as much as we all complain on your show and my blog about the state of Illinois GOP, it was so much worse when Charlie got involved in like the early, like I think 2011, 2010. And it's just really amazing to see Charlie kind of, because also politics is very cyclical, and a lot of people that were around in 2010 aren't around anymore because they go to Florida or found something better to do. But Charlie was in a lot of the same room as people like are the LGOP now. And they were just as pathetic, just as empty. But like where Charlie was like such an inspiration, he actually like propelled and was able to kind of get
Max, tell people how Max was the president of New Trier High School and a conservative leader of New Trier High School. Charlie was the conservative leader of Wheeling High School, and they both debated. Tell people what did Charlie do for you? Because I was thinking about it on my way here, Max. You got into politics partly because of Charlie, and I got into politics because of you. I mean, it's not a tremendous.
What Charlie did for me and so many other people, I'm seeing on Twitter, is he got me on national TV for the first time. And this was the first time I ever got published in the Chicago Tribune.
Right.
It was because of
guys, if you want to raise money or do anything, you need to call us because we're all Republicans because of Charlie Kirk.
Right.
These are young kids from Chicago
You know,
that are Republicans because of Turning Point.
Mark, I
We're
have
going to types of Republicans too. That's because like Charlie really is the gateway for so many different leaders today. They got their start, you know, like a Candace Owens, for example.
Yeah.
So like so many others got their start through Charlie and then lost them into whatever they're doing. It's amazing.
Yeah, thanks, Max. Thanks. You know, and I gotta say, I have an 11-year-old and a 15-year-old that are both, one, they had to see it online, it happened, and two,
Oh, terrible. I wish they didn't have to see that.
they were both huge fans, and I didn't even realize how big of a fan my 11-year-old was. But he was such an idol for younger, right-minded kids. He was, you know, he's younger.
When I was down at ISU down in April, he was, even Charlie's staff, just great people, but the crowd was so energetic. I mean, there were so many people there.
Yeah. Hey, John from Fox Lake is on.
Hey, I'm pretty active on Facebook, and it seems like my circle of friends, the Gen Xers, manage talent American community here in Chicago, but I will say for the most part, I don't know if it's my group, circle of friends, but we're taking this really hard, understandably so. And there's a few knuckleheads out there that are really posting some despicable stuff.
It's disgusting.
I don't understand where the amount of hate is coming from. Maybe because Charlie was a man of Christ, because he believed in freedom of speech. But I don't want to take away from Charlie as the person. But I will say this, for me, yes, everything about, you know, his life being taken is pretty tragic. But for me, it's like freedom of speech. Someone tried to silence. The evildoers tried to silence.
That's right.
The freedom of speech that we love in this country.
Hey, John, they're trying to silence you and me and all of us through this, and it's not going to work. It's going to be boomerang and be the opposite. I for one, am going to be twice as loud and twice as famous.
Look at the millions of people.
Every city is having vigils for Charlie, so this tells you something.
Yeah.
And let me say this, you know, I respect both sides of the coin, Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, everybody has a right. But when you say, yeah, that bullet was headed for him, he got hit or killed, that's disgusting, that's despicable. You need to look yourself in the mirror. If you celebrated his death in any way or manner, then there is something sick and wrong with you, with your mindset. Because nobody deserves to die. And you know what? Some of the stuff that I've seen outside this country, and I'm assuming that it's true that I've seen online, I mean, this whole Charlie thing's been going crazy in Australia, in the UK, in Ireland, and Europe. There are people picking up the mantle. I mean, this is not just here in the U.S. This is worldwide. What this guy meant to people. So that's all I wanted to say. I don't want to take too much time, but hey,
I look at this. I checked every sub outside of Chicago in the next couple of days is having a vigil. And I got it tomorrow. So many, and the crowds are. Arlington Heights at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
1 o'clock tomorrow, yeah.
I was there. I was at that. Had a good turnout. So we had a Arlington team. It's just shout out to Trump MAGA official that they organized that, and we all helped, and Casey helped, and it was an awesome time.
Yeah, you know, and it's that's how much good that he did. And then we got these leaders out there, these elected leaders, and this says where the problems are. How do these people so blue, like the Nancy Zettlers, you know, there's a ton
This razor might be the fastest way to shave your head. It doesn't use just one.
Now, the lady, she did have blood red flags. However, I think she was blinded by some of this because, you know, he was so giving and loving, and, you know, he was loving on her daughters and all that. You know, he had one of these looks like he had stuff going on, but he really didn't. And as soon as he asked for me to get him a business and put it on my name, is what I'm saying. It would have been enough for me. And I
At the end of the day, I will be what will happen tomorrow. Over the last few days, I've saw some of the most outrageous and heinous representations possible.
I'm doing great. Another day in paradise. This traffic's a little bad, but we make do. Wow, we're talking about the transgender community. You know, I don't know, y'all. I think that a lot of people kind of understand my opinions on this particular issue. I'm not going to go as far as to say that somebody's mentally ill, but misguided, if you will. I do think that the issue with children's influence on this matter is non-negotiable. I don't even know why people even try to entertain that conversation. That's like talking about whether it's appropriate to give a 13-year-old breast implants. Like, why are people even thinking about that? So, but as far as the adults that choose to identify as trans, listen, somebody can choose to identify as a bird. They can choose to identify as a bird and try to fly. It's not going to mess with my money. It's definitely not going to mess with my sleep. And it sure as hell is not going to mess with my peace or my relationship with God. So, hey, have at it. People can choose to belabor these points.
That makes your question.
Sure.
Is being trans a mental illness or a sin? In your opinion?
A sin? That's not for me to decide. I don't think that transgenderism was referenced in the Bible, was it?
Not kind of aware.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be the right person to speak on that. But for those of you who are interested in speaking to the person who does, have influence over making that decision, do it through prayer.
And for the record, for the newbies in the room and those who are keeping track, those who have lost track, just a reminder on the slipper zone. I identify as a Time Lord for the record. My pronouns are here, there, and everywhere. Thank you, JB.
I love my doctor who said it again.
Really quickly, can I say something else very, very, very short? Okay, very short. So, when we had, I was listening to a back and forth about, people on the internet getting people canceled and stuff like that. I'm going to be very clear in saying this. I'm absolutely fucking disgusted with the Republican Party that I belong to. The doxing and the bullshit that I'm seeing following people not needing some fucking emotional moment to where people are taking a wrecking ball to people's lives and putting out their personal information on the internet. Shame on you, and may you burn in fucking hell for being a hypocrisy.
Sounds like somebody has a legal problem. Somebody got doxxed.
How you doing, Keith? I can't help it, man. She put that she's a man, now you can't have email all the time. I was speaking of power, I was hoping Marley could come up and you guys could break some bread. That's some nice room last week, your friend. Exactly. No way. They took your virginity, huh?
I was in Jason News room and he was mad that Charlie Kirk was a racist. He made a bet that he never said that. And so we made a room today to determine if he can make $1,000 bet. And before we move last month.
He called me a bitch, an idiot, a fool.
No!
He only did that.
That's not the first time I've heard him blow up like that, JB. Go ahead.
He only did it so I can leave the room so you don't have to finish the day. He could have lost the day. But it showed everybody in the room that he's a piece of shit. Like, out of nowhere, it was cool. It was kicking it, having jokes from one room to another. And then out of nowhere, I'm a fucking idiot and a
2
bitch.
decades out,
Like, damn, I'm like, what you
complete out of his life to try and save this country, to try and rescue our girls and so on.
Don't say you're an idiot, you're bitch ass. And like, oh, wow. I see what this is. You're a fucking child. I'm sorry to bring that to your room, man.
Nah, it's all good. Listen, get it off your chest. I mean, listen, I don't fuck with you about the flat earth shit because, you know, I believe in Martians. So who am I to judge?
Everybody, I got on normal ass in Jackson Beach room yesterday because normal trying to discredit me. I can't even believe Earth is flat. No disrespect to Jewish people, but I was like, normal. Well, you as a Jew, you believe the Earth is 6,000 years old. So who the fuck is who's the craziest person? He believing it's flat or he believing it's 6,000 years old? Normal got so fucking mad. But the shit, hey, don't try to poke at me if you don't want me to fucking poke back.
I agree with that. So I'm gonna do a quick movie set down with David. Community conversations and collaborations. By the way, now we made the big time. Do you know what I mean? I'm gonna tell you.
No.
John Kitover has named a house now called Community Conversation and Collaborations, and he's running rooms with our house name.
Fucking Looney Tunes. I said on there, God. He's such a. Remember I said I had planned on clapping back at him, taking shots at me in this very room a couple nights ago, and I said I'm gonna back off because one of my good doctor friends said, "Nah, don't give these weirdos any content. Don't let them frame you into the angry black woman if they pop back." And he just can't help himself. How are you a congressman and you're petty?
He's not a congressman.
It makes sense.
He's not a creep producer. Right. So, and you and I both know exactly what I've set into motion off of this app to address that through Illinois State Police. So I'm surprised it's not
Let me say this. He did name a house after us, not, and I heard that little subtle plug. Craze said Craze Protective Services are available, reasonable prices. You get in now, you get an early fall special. Let me say hello to David. David, how you doing, David?
Hey, JB.
David, is this the Homeland Security guy?
Yeah.
Is being trans a mental illness or a sin?
It's in hell no. Definitely not. Mental illness? I mean, I don't think so. If it is, so be it. I have anxiety. I have a history of PTSD.
Do you wear a dress?
What? No, I don't wear a dress. But if I did, who gives a fuck? Why does it matter?
Bro, I agree. I don't give a fuck. Wear a tutu for all I care.
I think a lot of people care, and they're mad because they're told to care. Because Kid Rock told them to care. Kid Rock told them to be angry. Their Fox News told them to be angry. Why does it freaking matter? These okay, and then they bring up the sports epidemic, this big problem of, oh my God, women in sports. That's less than 1% of trans people. You care about it because you're being told to care about it. You're being brainwashed to care about it.
David, I disagree. Hold on. Don't beat up. Let's have the conversation. I disagree with you. I don't want a man in a boxer ring punching a woman in the face. I'm sorry. I just don't want it. It's wrong.
I do too, but is it really that big of an issue? How often is that happening in the United States?
The dude just
Just the fact that there's one case is
David, how many?
Wait, Sugar Bell, let me just say this, and I'm going to engage with David, but let me just say this. The dude just won an Olympic gold medal. He was definitely a dude, and he beat up some woman in the ring.
Why is it getting more attention than kids being shot in school on Fox News?
Okay, David, can I just ask you a question? Because, I heard you say that the only reason why people care is because, they're told to care. So, for example, you gave the example of, Kid Rock told them to care or something like that. Can I just ask you, do you think that it's possible that there are people who care because it actually affects them?
A very small percentage.
Yeah, definitely a small percentage.
Okay, wait.
50% of the population, which is
Wait, one second. So David, I'm just going to ask another question. Okay, cool. So, for example, let's say I'm the Olympics committee, right? And my job is to make the rules on who can participate in a sport and who can't participate, right? If I say that anybody who identifies as a woman, regardless of whether that person is male or female, can participate in women's sports, right? Have I affected only the few people, let's say it's only 5 people who are like that? Or have I affected all the women in the women's category? What do you think, David?
I can see your point on that one, but how many women? There's such a small percentage.
No, wait, hang on. So if you can see my point, here's the thing, right, David? If you can see my point about me changing an Olympic rule, then you should also be able to see the point about if I change a law in a country, right? So if I change a law in a country on behalf of a small group of people, but by implementing this law, it captures half the population, then that means that by accommodating a small group of people, I have put half the population at risk. Do you not agree, or do you disagree?
I disagree.
Half the population at risk. No, I disagree. So here's what a great risk is. Because, yes, I disagree with
No, David, I'm not comparing like degree of risk. So I'm not saying that like this is the greatest risk versus like this other thing's not a risk. I'm just talking about whether risk is there or risk is not there, right? So I'm saying that if, for instance, I say that, when it's time to identify who's a woman, people who are male can identify into the category of woman. Does that not mean that every single time we try to see who the women are, we're going to end up capturing some men? And if that's the case, doesn't that make it more difficult for us to do things that specifically address the needs that women have? What do you think?
in a few occasions, yes. But my biggest point is there's a lot of hate towards trans people because of these small occasions.
No, that's not what is happening. So and that's my point. My point is that a lot of people like you think that people just hate trans people because of these issues, and that's not what is happening. What is happening is that there is a very large group of people, namely girls and women, half the population of the world, right, who are directly affected by changing these policies to accommodate trans people's desires. So the problem is not that the people are trans, and the proof that people don't have a problem with them because they're trans is the fact that almost nobody, like, if you look at all the debate about this stuff, if you look at all the people who are quote-unquote angry about it, right, the vast majority of these people are not angry about trans men. They're not. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the females of the trans population, most people don't have a problem with them. And the females of the trans population are trans men. 90-something% of all trans debates, all trans issues, all trans drama, right, is based off trans women, and they are the males of the population. So the issue is not the fact that they're trans, the issue is the fact that they're male, and how allowing males, right, to access rights that are meant for females sets them up for a collision, and it creates a problem in society. That's the issue.
Thank you, David, hold on one second. I'll come right back to it, I promise. I have to introduce First Lady to the stage because she doesn't stay long. How you doing, First Lady Chief?
Hey, JP. How are you?
That's my phone. How are you? So First Lady, the question to you is, being trans a mental illness or a sin in your opinion?
Wait a minute, what happened? Being what?
Is being transgender a mental illness or a sin?
Oh, I wouldn't dare answer that question.
It's mental illness, that's the answer.
Let's go back to David and let him land his plane, and then I want to welcome Black to the stage. Dave again.
Wait, actually, I forgot. David, I was going to say that, yeah, I'll go ahead and pass.
Thank you. Let me welcome Black Greatness. Hello, Black Greatness. Black Greatness, are you there? Last call, brother. All right, guys, I'm going to pop us out. Please respect the one mic policy. Let somebody land that plane before you jump all over them.
Blessing to the Spanx, I get.
Oh, Trayvon, man, I'm so sorry. I fucking missed you again. How you doing, my brother?
Yeah, I know how Clubhouse is. It's all good, man, love. But I'm gonna have to interject real quick. It's gonna be relatively brief, and I'm gonna say this, man. Being a trans ain't no mental illness, you feel me? I don't feel it's a mental illness. I think as soon as I pull up the statistics or whatever factual information I need, that will prove otherwise too. But I don't feel that being trans is a mental illness. I don't feel like being gay is a mental illness. You know, I don't feel like being straight is a mental illness. Your sexuality doesn't really have anything to do with mental illness. I think the biggest thing to be looking at is the traumas or the reasons as to why some people choose the lifestyle in which they live. I'm living at that passive bag love, peace, and blessing now.
Thank you. Guys, do a popcorn style. Jump in anytime you want, just respect the one-mic policy. Nobody.
That was the realest shit ever on the topic, Trayvon. I gotta say.
Yeah, I like Trayvon. Y'all, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I was just gonna say, from my research, Iman Khalif, there's no evidence that she was ever a man. According to all the information available, she was a woman.
That's a whole man.
Oh, John, let's get to that.
And what's interesting is they keep asking this man to prove you're a woman, and her team has yet to do it. It was so. I mean, we could Google this, and just a couple months ago, it came up again about some committee, some sporting committee, some boxing committee said, you know what, she won't be allowed to participate until she confirms her gender status, and her team has yet to prove it. If she's born a woman, just prove it and shut these haters and naysayers up. It's really not that difficult.
Don't you think that could potentially violate the Equal Protection Clause? I mean, men aren't being asked to show that they have balls and penis. So, I mean, don't you think that might be a constitutional issue to put that requirement for specifically women?
But we're talking about someone who's being attacked publicly and in the media. And listen, Iman Khalif, and if I'm saying the name wrong, my apologies. Her gender is her business. She technically doesn't have to prove anything to anyone, right? It's her business. However, when you enter the world sporting arena and you're boxing against women, and your gender is a point of contention and taking away from your skill and the sport, then yes, I would like to think you would put that issue to bed and just say, fuck it. Here's the proof. Let's put it to bed and let's continue to play the sport.
See, you and I are very different, though, Nye. I'm sorry, you and I are very different, Nye, in the sense that I'm going to pursue every pathway to preserve the integrity of my rights. Yeah, it would be easy to go down that road, but it's also setting a precedence. I can understand why people are resistant to do it. I don't agree with men playing in women's sports, but we have to be constitutionally and juridically consistent.
Yeah, so Slippers, let me just shed some light on the Iman Khalif situation. So the Khalif situation is very interesting because we're not dealing with a transgender individual at all. As far as I can tell, at no point in Iman Khalif's whole issue with the Olympics did Iman Khalif ever claim to be trans, have a trans identity, or be transitioning or anything like that. So that's not the problem. The problem specifically is, okay, so first of all, in certain sports, so boxing, obviously, everyone understands the reason why you have to separate boxing by sex, because if you just allow, males to box against females, the females will get injured, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is that the way the IOC, that's the Olympics Committee, were handling the eligibility requirements was interesting, and that was that they were leaving it to for sports that had a governing body, so I think the swimming had I can't remember what it's called, but it's International Natation something, right? So if that sport has a high governing body, they would set the eligibility requirements. That's the reason why the swimming organization banned males from participating in female swimming. In the case of boxing, the highest organization was the IBA, the International Boxing Association. But the problem with the IBA was that the IBA was embroiled in some other issues like corruption, Russian influence, and so on and so forth. And so they got stripped of their authority, right, to make this decision. So that then made the authority default to the IOC. Now, the problem with the IOC is that the IOC goes by the sex that is recorded on the passport, right? So basically, issue with Khalif is that sex recorded on the passport derives from the birth certificate. Now, Khalif's birth certificate was issued many years after Khalif was born. So Khalif in particular's birth certificate is practically worthless for certifying what actually happened in the delivery room, like what actually happened when they were born. It's practically worthless because it was issued like so many years after their birth, right? Now, as for the gender test, it's a simple PCR test. So basically, it's a cheek swab. Nobody has to show anybody their genitals. You just have to open your mouth. They'll swab your cheek and they'll do like the test. Now, the IBA had a press conference saying that they had tested Iman Khalif and another athlete, Lin Tu-Ying. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. But they had tested these two athletes on two different occasions. And in both occasions, they both failed the test. They both came back with DNA that said that they were male. They both showed they had XY chromosomes, right? So the IOC then had a conference after the IBA's conference where the IOC said, whatever is written in your passport, we go by that. The problem with the passport issue is that if you come from a country that says it's okay for you to change the marker on your passport, effectively the IOC is admitting that they're letting males in. Now, when they were asked what kind of testing they do to determine, like, you know, who's male or who's female or whatever, they said they don't test who's male or who's female. And the proof of this, and you can find this in, online in public, like on IOC's website, is that they abandoned gender testing many years ago. I think sometime around 2008 or like, it's a long time, sometime around that time frame, they basically stopped testing.
You need to be a little more concise, please.
Yeah, I'm rounding up. I'm rounding up. The last thing I was going to say is that, like, what the IOC tests people for is testosterone level, right? The problem with going by testosterone level is that males can artificially suppress their testosterone level. This was the same issue that they had with Casa Semenya, because Casa Semenya was excluded from the female category because of having male testosterone levels. And Casa Semenya, how we know that Casa Semenya is male is that when Casa Semenya filed the appeal, right, against being excluded, they filed on the basis of having an intersex disorder, and then inside the court documents, the specific disorder is revealed, and that disorder is a disorder that can only happen to males, and that conclusively medically proves that Casa Semenya is male, and it's suspected that Khalif has the same problem. So I'm done.
Thank you, Sugar Bell.
Well, let me announce this new poll, this stimulating poll. The trans athletes participate in female sports. Well, we got no way. Or yes, they should. What do you guys think? Let me see. I'm going popcorn style.
Can I just say something? And I was sitting at a stoplight and looked at the chat. Trillian, supporting trans people is supporting violence in 2025. Can you maybe walk me through the statistics and the data to support that, in contrast to the support of young white men in them being overrepresented in walking into K through 12 institutions and blowing away children in America? Can we maybe go through those numbers?
Yeah, and statistically, I'd like to address that like 6% of Asians are, hermaphrodites. So, like, that's 1.7% of the population. You guys are denying some part of their existence. It's like you're not calling for thousands of years.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. Hey, Kay, you stole me some Cuban rum, Joe.
I still have that rum, bro. I gotta just come by and drop it off.
Alright, yeah, continue your salute.
I just say that, like, for thousands of years in Asia, like, we've accepted these people in, like, ancient texts. They were part of our community. They were, like, seen as good luck. And we take care of them because God made them that way. Those are my sentences. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so, forgive me, I'm stepping my face because I'm big back. Look through my photos.
Hell yes!
Look through my photos so you can confirm. But, yeah, I think the data might take too long, and also this room isn't about white men who are young and shooting people. I don't like them either.
Well, it could be if they identify as trans.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then we're talking, that there's that, and I agree. But yeah, it's a problem. Did he ask Trillian or?
2025 is promoting violence. I don't think I need any data.
What is what's your statement from the standpoint of promoting transgenderism or defending?
Promoting, defending.
You see that as being the same thing?
Yeah. Okay. Also, I do have one trans friend. She has her penis still, which sounds crazy to me, but I call her what she wants to be referred to as. I've known her for over a decade. We don't talk about weird shit. I don't feel intimidated by her when we've been in the bathroom. I met her when I was in my early 20s.
You don't feel like calling her is defending, and so you don't feel like calling her is defending.
A relationship, I've never had an issue with trans people because my introduction to the trans community was through her, and I never felt weird about it. I started feeling weird when I'm seeing men with fake fucking prosthetic titties on the news assaulting women and other men who are identifying as trans in high school, attacking girls in school, and when I see men dressed as women again in women's sports, I'm not an athlete, so it doesn't affect me, but that's what's evolved to. I don't like it. Is there some normalcy? Really quick, are there good, clean, kind, fun, loving, and all these other great things of trans women or men? I'm sure. But I only have one person to base that off of. Like, are you gonna base my one opinion off anyone in this room or any other mods? I hope not.
Wait! Go ahead, Trent.
Yeah, just based on, I don't know, I can pull up these articles where women are being assaulted by trans men. I can pull up some stuff. I'm stuffing my face. I think making my back is more important. But if it was how it was back in the day when I was in my 20s or even before that, I think, is Tall still here? I like Tall. She said she grew up in that community and everything was fun and good vibes. Yeah, but in my opinion, from what I've seen, it is not fun and good vibes anymore. I don't want anyone to hate me for saying what I said per se. If you do, I'm also okay with that. But I don't know how else to say. I kind of said what I said. That's how I feel.
And I hear you, but even in your defense of what you said, but you didn't have to defend yourself. You said what you said, but I respect you for taking the time and actually explaining what you meant by what you said. But even the fact that you're calling, your friends a she, do you not feel that is promoting and defending a trans person by calling him a she?
Well, I said earlier, it could be. So let's say yes and no, because I'm sure someone feels no, you feel yes, whatever. But I said earlier, if you were born Samuel and you want me to call you Samantha, I'm gonna respect that. But in my head, do I have my own opinions? Yeah, and I keep them to myself to be respectful. So yeah, I met her as, let's say, 6 Samantha, and then 2 years into our friendship, she told me she was fucking born as Samuel, and I was like, well, I'm not just gonna be a bitch and start calling you a bitch.
So you guys were friends under the impression that she was a female, born biological. Okay. And let me ask you this: were you attacked by this person?
I know you heard the other stuff I said.
No, I know, but I just want to make it very clear. You didn't know that this person had a penis because you mentioned that they still have a penis. Did they ever try to do anything funny with you? Did you ever feel disrespected, violated, or compromised in your womanhood?
Flippers, I think you're an intelligent person.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking these questions.
Because maybe you didn't hear me. I don't know if I broke up, but I did say she's the one person that has introduced me to that life, and it was a level of normalcy. This was over a decade ago. I'm in my late 30s. Look at my photos. I know I look great.
No, you're not. You're 25. So stop lying.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What if
like my thing. I don't mean to, like, I don't want to take it dark. I was molested by a female as a little girl. And it made me confused. And I thought maybe I liked girls, but I didn't. It was that I was fucking molested by a little girl. You know, like, as a little girl. So I would, you know, have a conversation and ask, what is this really about? If he, to his core, wanted to be a woman, then he has to give himself time to really figure that out. Because let's not act like these people are not changing their minds. Some of them are, especially as children. You change your fucking mind. A lot of girls, and I'm gonna land here for real. A lot of girls, they go through a tomboy phase. Then they change their mind, and they're the girliest of girls. So,
I mean, my first experience with a trans person was one of my best friends from high school that I played sports with. You know, we went to two different colleges, but kind of lived together during college briefly. I was going through a rough patch and lived in my family home. So, you know, one year for Halloween, we all thought that, you know, we were going to a frat party, and we thought that was around like metrosexual time, you know, and he dressed up as a girl, and all of the compliments that he was getting from actually women, like, and mind you, this dude was a drag, okay? He never stopped dressing as a woman. And now he is fully transitioned. He works for Jeffree Star and has a very lucrative and successful business and is married to a Middle Eastern man, which is, I mean, it is what it is. Can I say that the friendship fell apart because of the transgenderism? No. The friendship fell apart because this person had an affair with one of my parents' neighbors' husbands.
Adams, hold on one second. Adams, I got something I'm gonna buy. Hold on, sugar dumb. Adams, I'm gonna buy you. Help run the room with the knives when I get back. Thank you. I'll be back in a little bit.
I got you, Jay. But yeah, Trillian, he ended up having an affair with one of my parents' neighbors' husbands. And the affair started at a party in Mexico. I threw a party at my house. My neighbor's husband came in with his wife. Actually, she got too drunk and went home. And then I caught my friend and my neighbor's husband making out in the backseat of my friend's car. So, yeah, you know, I mean, that's why, you know, the friendship fell apart.
Wow. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to say. Julian, so, I think the thing you said about, like, your friend and everything, like, that's cool. I think my only problem with what you said is, like, I've heard of lots of women who, like, oh, you know, I have a trans friend, or, oh, I don't mind, or, like, you know, I've never felt threatened by, like, you know, a trans person, you know, sharing same thoughts with me, I don't mind, and that's cool. But the problem is, like, you can waive your own rights for yourself, and you do have the right to waive your own rights for yourself, but you can't consent for any of the other women. And I think, like, it's a serious problem. And then to Jarl, because, like, Jarl and I are having kind of an intersex conversation off the heels of the leave thing. So the comment that you made where you said that, you know, maybe a woman could have, like, testosterone higher than a man, and then she could outperform the man. This is exactly what I mean when I say that a lot of people that have positions on this issue don't understand the basis of what they are talking about. Natural male testosterone is between 5 times and 30 times the maximum level for women. So if a woman has testosterone in the male range, she's either dead, right, or she is on her way to dying of a serious medical problem. And this is exactly the issue. People think, oh, you know, well, what if a woman have more or have, like, naturally high testosterone? No. The woman with the highest natural testosterone still has less testosterone than the man with the lowest natural testosterone in the world. Like, it's a gulf. There's no overlap at all. And a lot of people just don't know that. They don't. So like, when people talk about, like, the performance difference, the biggest indicator of performance difference is going through male puberty, right? So once somebody goes through male puberty, there is a massive difference in, like, athletic performance, in speed, agility, all of these things. Massive. Overall, men are about 33% stronger than women, and then if you limit it to upper body strength, men are between 40% and 50% stronger than women. Like, there's no comparison whatsoever.
Okay, let me ask something really quickly. Oh, John, you want to respond?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll be quick. So, you're right. Generally
this here. Okay? Stay on mute. When we speak French, slurring your words and doing all this other bullshit, drink responsibly like a responsible adult. And if you're not going to, don't come off of mute.
Like, I'm not gonna pretend like it's not an extreme situations, but
Don't pretend. Like, I know French, so.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's in the audience. He's in the audience. Drink some water. Drink some water. Go to sleep. Go to sleep face down. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Joe, my point to you is like the woman with testosterone levels of average, right, is in a disease state. She basically, if she walked into the hospital or she encountered a doctor and they tested her and they found out that her testosterone was at this level, they'd be like, hey, you have a serious problem. We need to treat this problem. If we don't treat this problem, bad things are going to happen to you. So when people make that argument, it's weird because people are acting as if you have normal, healthy women and they're walking around with testosterone at the range of men. No. If you have testosterone at the range of men, something is seriously wrong in your body. You have a serious medical issue.
So are we aware that there are, who was speaking, who's that? Who was that?
Yeah.
I'll be quick. There are some men that can be as low as 100, nanomoles per liter. There are some women who can go up to 150 nanomoles per liter. Men can go up to 1,000, and women generally are below 100. I understand that's a huge difference, but it can happen that some women can go over some men. There's also been studies.
You think that it could happen. What I'm saying is that if it gets to that point, it's a disease state. That's my point. Right? So my point is that when people are talking about and they're also talking in terms of competition, right? When they're talking about this stuff, the fact of the matter is that if you look at women as a group, our testosterone levels are much, much lower than men's. I kind of want to get away from testosterone, and the reason why I want to is because people get so caught up in testosterone and they forget that the real problem is male puberty. That's the real problem. It is basically yeah. So what I mean is for example, if you go to this website called Boys versus Women, there's a really good chart of this, right? And what that chart is it basically takes all the women who are the Olympic gold medalists of different sports like running, things like that, and then it charts them against high school boys, right? Who participate in these national competitions of track.
Sure, Billy, can I ask you a question? Are you an endocrinologist?
No.
Oh, okay. Have you had any endocrinology training?
No.
Got it. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Proceed.
Yeah, so basically, it plots them against high school boys participating in national track competitions, and it tracks the age at which the boys start to surpass the Olympic women's performance, and generally it kind of ranges around 15 to 18, and that's the effect of male puberty. And what I mean is the structural changes that boys experience as they go through puberty and turn into men that give them a physical advantage over women, right? That is the real reason why you have all this controversy for men in women's sports. It's because men have denser bones, they have more muscle mass, they have greater lung capacity, they have bigger hearts, their hearts are able to pump more blood, they have narrow pelvises which make them more aerodynamic, they have more fast twitch muscles, things like this compared to women. So when people kind of get stuck in the weeds about who has more testosterone, blah blah, you're missing the point, really.
Go ahead. I want you to be able to respond. Go ahead.
The last thing I'll say is, and I'll look for it after and post it in the chat. My understanding is that's just all the female runners have very high testosterone levels, and not to negate anything you said, Sugar Belly, because all of those things are true, but testosterone definitely plays a part. That's all I wanted to say.
I'm not disputing that testosterone plays a part, so we agree completely on that point. We completely agree on that point.
So let me ask you a question from an endocrinology perspective. Do you understand why women who are in menopause actually get testosterone treatments?
Do you mean estrogen replacement treatment? testosterone treatments. Yeah, because I mean, when we're
And what physical and biological function does it support for them to do so?
So first of all, both men and women have testosterone. It's not exclusively male.
We know this. Can you maybe answer my question?
Yes, I'm trying to answer your question, but I'm not an endocrinologist, right? So I don't think your question is like relevant to what I'm saying.
No, it is. It's very relevant because a lot of women in the middle of menopause, and I think that I probably have a lot more clinical training than you do. A lot of women in menopause actually get testosterone injections to support higher energy, right?
Okay, so
a higher sex drive, and also to address matters of bone density.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question, just so.
Wait. I have a question to this point, and I'm not trying to be disgusting.
Yeah, sure.
I've heard that a lot of women, when they go through menopause slippers, that booty cat kind of gets dry. Does the testosterone help with the moisture? I'm just curious. Just curious.
Yeah, so I booty cat. Yeah, sorry. I just have to verify something, just so like I'm not like assuming, right?
Is your question is testosterone does it?
No.
Yes, it can actually alleviate vaginal dryness. Yes.
Okay, sorry. The thing I want to verify, please. Did anybody in this room hear me claim that I was a doctor or an endocrinologist? Because I'm trying to understand slippers' line of
No, and I'm not a doctor either, but I do have a lot more advanced biology education and clinical training.
Yeah,
but I'm not a doctor. Right, so I'm going to start from the standpoint of science being intellectually honest.
Yeah.
So when you say these...
Are like over me though? Like,
no, I'm not really over you.
You kind of are though.
No, I'm just presenting facts that aren't consistent with your usual talking points.
Again, slippers, like it's fine for you to disagree. I don't have a problem with you like disagreeing with everything I'm saying. But the truth is that you are getting a bit hostile and combative, and I don't know why.
Oh, like, now I'm being told this is crazy.
No, but you are. Like I was having a perfectly fine conversation with Jaro, right? But then you first of all came up and you're like, oh, are you an endocrinologist? And then when I said no, you know, it was like laugh emojis, and then now you're asking me irrelevant questions.
Sugar Belly, it's very relevant. You speak from a standpoint and authority from a clinical perspective, and I just want to give context as to your lack of clinical training. That's it.
So again,
that's it. It's not a gotcha moment. It's not a gotcha moment.
So I would just like to remind everyone in the room, right, that the statement that you speak from a standpoint of a clinical perspective, of authority of a clinical perspective, is a lie. Because at no point did I ever represent myself as a doctor or represent myself as
you gave that perception, right? You definitely have given that perception. And you actually have. Sugar Belly, listen. Sugar Belly, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing, and Nicholas called it out for what it was. You were very good at gaslighting, right? Because you're not responsible, because guess what? You're not licensed, right? You're not licensed. You are talking from the standpoint of a clinical authority that you do not have.
you said you
Yeah, no, I muted you because you won't shut the fuck up.
No, because you were talking over me.
Right, because shut the fuck up. And in case you haven't noticed, I have a green bean and you don't. Right? So when I mute you, that's not an invitation to keep slapping your thumb.
It's mod abuse.
No, it's not mod abuse. It's not mod abuse. No, it's not mod abuse. What you're doing,
you're using my power.
Hold on. I want to respect Flipper's position as a mod, but at the same time, I want to give her an opportunity to respond. So can we find some middle ground? With you, please?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I'm picking up my tape now.
Okay, great. So I just want to point out, right, that a couple of things have happened in this conversation. Charles and I were having a conversation about, you know, these rules they have in the Olympics, about, you know, who can compete, who can't compete, whether it's about testing testosterone levels or so on and so forth, right? That is directly what Joel and I were talking about. We were talking about like Iman Khalif and like the recent Olympic situation, right? I want to make it clear to everybody in this room that Slipper's asking me if I'm an endocrinologist, and then furthermore asking me why menopausal women who are not even a group of people, right, who we're discussing in the first place, who take testosterone injections is utterly irrelevant to the point. It's just an attempt to derail. It's basically an appeal to authorities, like, or reverse appeal to authority, like, oh, well, if you're not an endocrinologist, you can't have this conversation. You don't have to be an endocrinologist to that men, right, after they go through male puberty, they gain physical advantages that put them much, much higher than women when it comes to athletic performance. Nobody has to be a doctor to understand that. So, and this is exactly what I mean. Like, people who are even like sympathetic to this trans cause, they kind of engage in a lot of, obfuscating, derailing, trying to just like ask you irrelevant questions or trying to like prove holes because they don't actually have a counterpoint to, to defeat what you said. I was enjoying the conversation with Jarl. I think that Jarl, was engaged very politely. I was being polite to Jarl, but Slippers, you were being really aggressive to me for no reason.
Okay, so I just want to switch the conversation just briefly because what I've noticed, what hasn't been mentioned in this discussion today, are biological males being put in women's prisons. And we've heard stories, and I know somebody's going to say, well, I haven't heard about this. So I'm going to go ahead and give you just at least two names. And then I encourage anybody who's interested to go to Google and just type in trans women attacks in women's prisons or some variation of those keywords, and you can find other examples. So I'm curious how folks on the stage and in the room, anybody who wants to come up and share, how do we feel about convicted male criminals being housed in female prisons? There was a controversial case out of California last year that involved a man, a 6-foot tall, 225 biological male named Tremaine, Trefaine Carroll, who was charged with 2 counts of rape. He had to be pulled from a women's prison for allegedly raping an inmate. There was also a case out in Canada, a trans inmate formerly known as Adam Laboucan, Laboucan, forgive me if I'm pronouncing that wrong, was accused of viciously assaulting a female inmate in Canada. Just recently, there was another story I'm trying to pull up of another trans inmate. I mean, literally just last week I read it. I'm trying to find that story so I can give you that name, who also was accused of viciously attacking a female in the prison. There is an article, the headline from the Daily Mail, 2005, September 3rd, fears female prisoners fear they could be attacked by high-risk trans inmates. We've even had trans advocacy groups, particularly in the case involving the California transgender Tremaine, who acknowledged there was no evidence that he identified as trans before he was convicted and sentenced to prison. When he was sentenced for his crimes, it was then that he identified as a woman, and they put him in a women's prison. And this trans advocacy group worked overtime to get him, they helped get him out of that prison because he's not trans. When I've had these conversations in spaces similar to this, you know what I've heard from men and women, but especially women? They have said, well, what's the big deal? Because the male guards beat and rape the women anyway. So they don't care. They don't care that the trans women are, again, before somebody comes off the mic and says, well, not all trans women are attacking and raping women. We're not saying all. But the fact that we have one case is alarming. The fact that we have 2 cases is alarming. The fact that we can pull up a handful of articles, possibly more, about trans women attacking and raping females in prison is alarming. And anybody who pushes back, they're called a TERF, they're called transphobic, they're put into the other category and made to feel ostracized or their opinion is invalid because you dare want to defend women. So I'm curious what the stage of the mods, folks in the group, feel about trans women being housed in women's prisons.
So I'm going to be very open and honest. I feel like the reason why a lot of this specific issue has not gotten attention is because it's prison, right? Prison isn't made to be comfortable. Should men be housed with women and exposing them to violence? Absolutely not. I'm just simply pointing out why this issue is not gaining steam to the point of having a conversation to solve the problem.
Yeah, I would
If you don't want to be raped, don't go to prison. Problem solved.
There you go.
Yeah, I agree with Wesley.
And that works for men too.
Yeah, I agree with Wesley personally.
Calm down.
Also, if you don't want to be in jail and get fucked, whether you're a man live a life where you're not gonna be in prison, like Mother said.
Actually, prison is a rampant issue, right? Regardless of which cell people are in, men raping other men in the street, in fucking prisons, women abusing other women and playing with their cootie cats. Like, this is a problem in prison everyone knows about. We just don't care because we consider these people to be subhuman to the rest of us in the general population, so we don't waste time thinking about them or resources.
Like, I love that you thank you. I just want to say that, like, I find some of the responses to this specific prison issue very strange, right? So it's true, yes, like
Give other people a second to breathe, because you're about to talk for like 10 minutes.
Sorry, that's kind of weird.
TA, did you want to say
Thanks. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I'll be really quick.
Like Sugar Belly, if
well, I wasn't trying to be rude either. Like.
Okay, for the record, you don't have to answer that question.
the same as Sugar Belly.
So that's
It's like, hey, you know, get this honesty with Sugar Belly.
Do you want to speak to it?
One at a time. One at a time. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I appreciate it. I'm super Canadian, so I'm sorry if I beat up pretty
And hello, by the way.
Hello, guys. I was gonna say this. I think this one's different than the professional sports. I actually think it has to do with like post-op, pre-op, like the equipment. Because I agree, like listen, horrible things happen to prisoners all the time, hetero, gay, everything. But I think the reason we separate is because of the type of biological equipment that people have. And I think for uniquely prisons, it actually should come down to like when you're packing post-op, pre-op.
Let me just ask something. If anybody, for folks on the stage really quick, if you daughter, and she was wayward, and she got herself in trouble and ended up in prison, and her cellmate ended up being a 6 foot, 250-pound man who raped her senselessly and beat her on a daily. So y'all would be okay with that because she committed a crime and ended up in jail. Is that what, is that the...
No, hell no.
No, we're not.
Anyone is saying that even if it was a stranger, it's horrible and heinous. Even if it's a stranger if it was someone I don't like, I would think it's heinous and horrible.
It is, but I also feel like to some degree in the underbelly, this is not a pun at Sugar Belly, but I feel like the underbelly of, the establishment feels like if they're not correcting the issue and women truthfully it might serve as a deterrent to not engage in criminality and end up in said prison. So, I mean, in my personal opinion, I feel like from the standpoint of, and I know you guys are going to jump on me, okay, but every once in a while, I jump out with my radical conservative ideas. Maybe prisons should be, maybe they should be mixed sex. Maybe they should, put men in with women. Maybe that would be a deterrent for people to not engage in criminality. I'm sorry. And especially once you commit certain crimes. I'm not really necessarily worried about how comfortable you are in prison.
Sorry.
So yeah, co-ed prisons might be a deterrent.
Hold on, this is what we're gonna do. Hold on. This is what we're gonna do. TA was speaking. We're gonna go TA. Sugar Belly, we're gonna give you a minute to respond. BB might want to respond, and welcome Marshall to the stage. So go ahead, TA. Sugar Belly.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, it was. I'd actually rather record Crazy Adams and Stupid Nine.
Yeah, they're talking about, fuck Charlie Kirk and fuck that motherfucker. I'm glad that he's dead. Shit. Slow fucking rants and shit. Talk about how all the conservatives need to die too.
Alright, I'll jump in there.
Well, let me just be very clear. Hold on, Marshall. Hold on.
Ooh.
I do not condone sexual assault
Take the ball.
in any way, shape, or form. Okay? So I just want to be very, very, very clear. And I know that you didn't imply that I did, but I want to be very clear in what I said. I said what I said. Okay? Maybe if they had co-ed prisons, that would wake up a light in people's head to not engage in criminality. That is what I said.
So you're saying rape is a good deterrent so that people don't...
Y'all going right back to the bullshit. Let me be loud and motherfucking clear. I said that perhaps having co-ed prisons could be a deterrent to prevent people from criminality. Nobody ever William, you're going down to the audience. I didn't say that. You're hearing voices.
Okay. I think
We're gonna wait a minute. Wait. Sugar Belly's gonna go. Marley, I got you. We're gonna go Sugar Belly. BB, if you wanna go, then Marshall.
Yeah, I'd like to hear Sugar Belly.
Hey, bring Brother William back up, y'all.
William back up.
He's not well. He's hearing voices.
But also,
Okay,
what's the
so
conversation?
I just want to say three main things. What is it? The first thing I wanted to say, I think it was to what, it was about like the responses, right, about the prison issue. And I feel like a lot of the responses are a bit strange because, okay, we can acknowledge the fact that there's already a rape problem in prison, whether it's guards raping prisoners, whether it's like other prisoners raping prisoners and so on and so forth. There's a pre-established rape problem in prison, which is terrible, and that needs to be fixed. But then the whole trans prison argument is an argument about introducing a policy, right, or making a change that facilitates additional rape in prison. So more rape on top of the pre-existing rape. And it's always very strange, like when people kind of dismiss the challenges to that idea by citing pre-existing rape. Like these two things are a problem. You don't have to kind of pit them against each other. Even just because we haven't solved the existing rape problem does not mean that we should then allow policies that would then allow additional rapes to happen. That just doesn't make any sense. The second thing I wanted to say, I think it was to like what Tay said, when he said that it's because of like the equipment, like the difference in genitals. I would partially agree that is like partially the reason for separating, but I would also say that it's not just limited to the difference in genitals. It is also difference in strength and most importantly difference in behavior. So men worldwide, regardless of country, there are no exceptions, as a group are about 800% to 1,000% more criminal than women. No matter the country, no matter the culture, no matter the time period, no matter nothing. This is very, very consistent around the world. So if you imprison men and women together, the people who are most likely to victimize the other group of people are the males. Okay, the men or the male prisoners are going to consistently be the majority of people who are victimizing other people, and they're going to be the minority of people who are being victimized by the female prisoners in return. And that is the primary reason why imprisoning males and females together is an internationally recognized human rights violation, because it consistently results in rape, right? And so this is to say that the statement of maybe this will be a deterrent to people going to prison, that's a pro-rape statement. I'm sorry, I don't care how you feel about it, that's a pro-rape statement.
Thank you, Sugar Belly. BB, did you want to go?
No, because unlike Sugar Belly, I have to actually take this in and think about what she said for a minute and try to make sense of what she said, because I don't even think she knows if she makes sense or if she doesn't make sense. And this has always been my thing with Sugar Belly, and I don't understand.
Damn, y'all got beeping smoke. Hold on. Y'all got beeping smoke detectors in the UK? This is crazy.
I don't know, who are you?
But I've got people coming in and fixing it. I bought the battery, but I can't do it myself. So I've got people coming in tomorrow. No, Sugar Belly, I would love
Do you have a point or do you come to
I
stage
need
to talk about
to just
me?
digest what
Hey, BB, if you fly me out, I will definitely wear a banana hammock as I'm changing those batteries.
Okay, let's not.
Let's not.
I don't want to derail the conversation by attacking Sugar Belly.
What is the conversation here?
BB, well, I had asked about prisons. How do we feel about men being housed in female prisons? And so, if you want to respond to her comments, that's fine. Okay, go ahead. Wait, let her respond uninterrupted, please.
So you don't know the topic, but just came here to talk about me, but you don't know the topic.
You brought her ass up and didn't even know the conversation. Everybody else is waiting to talk.
This is obsession.
You get off the microphone and then ask people
No,
what is
because
the
whenever
conversation.
Sugar Belly is in the room,
Damn
I have to
weirdo.
think
I'm
about
obsessed
why
with weirdo.
Leave that girl alone. I don't go for her. Leave that girl alone.
You're a
So weird ass.
Okay.
Stop bothering that damn girl.
Hold on. One minute. Go ahead, Hold on. Nosy. Come on, sis. Come
Okay,
on.
so I only think about men
Okay,
in female prisons. But the thing is, it's not that simple. Because first, you have to go back and you have to determine what is transism, what is is a man thinking that they're women. It's very rarely it's the other way around when it goes wrong. So I think like thinking about prison systems, that's when it's out of control. That's the worst case scenario, and that's actually when it actually proves to you that whatever it is not working. So I think we need to go back and we have to think. So how are we going to treat this problem? Are we going to treat it as a mental issue? Because majority don't have this issue. Majority of men don't think they're women. Majority of men don't think that women, they are very quite proud of being men. They know their genitals, they know how biology works, they know how science works, they have a level of honesty. And so for us to take this all the way down to the whole prison system, it's like, who the fuck even like got us this far that we have to go all the way down there to like sort of like
It's just a conversation,
adhere to the problem. I think we need to nip it at the bud and like so okay, I give you an example, right? I live in Britain. I have another minute or two and I can speak. So
What you mean you got another minute or two? No, you don't. What's going on?
Baby, you up until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning on this half of the weekend. Stop it.
Happening.
So
Did you just tell us what she has? What's going on? Somebody mute this lady now.
Can I speak or no?
No.
The answer is no. And you've had enough time. Baby, I love you. But I just want to clarify something now. What was the prison question? I'm a little confused.
Well, what I noted was I said in the conversation. Wait, let me do a quick room reset while I
okay. And while you're doing a room reset, Curtis, I sent you a message in your back channel. I just want to publicly say I apologize. But yeah, check your back channel. Thank you. Go ahead, now, woman.
So just for those who just came into the room and you're probably like, why did we open this room? So JB stepped away, so he'll be back. JB opened the room because we were talking about, we were inspired by the reports that came out in the last day or two, that the Charlie Kirk killer lived with his transgender lover or partner. The media is framing it as partner. So that was the kind of catalyst, the motivation for opening up the room to talk about the killer and apparently his trans partner / roommate is working with the FBI. Okay? And JB posed the question, is trans a mental illness or sin? So that was the conversation that we were having. It's been a very positive, healthy, it's not been an attack on the trans community. And so as the conversation, we're now here in hour two of this conversation, and I said what's interesting, what's missing from this conversation, or not missing, what we haven't touched on, because we've talked about testosterone levels, indirectly, what is a woman, what is a man, who's stronger, who belongs in sports, are men allowed in sports? And I said, well, curiously enough, how do we feel about trans women being housed in women's prisons? And I cited 2 or 3 examples of some controversial cases that have made headlines. And you can throw me under the bus and saying that I advocated for co-ed prisons as a deterrent. So yes, let's throw that in there, throw Adams all the way under the bus. I'm totally good. I got tire marks on my neck. And it's all good. Everybody's opinion is welcome. And I cited 2 or 3 examples that have made headlines over the past couple of years about trans women who sexually assaulted and violently beat women in prisons. And I want to make clear for anybody who's new to the room, I and nobody else on the stage are suggesting that trans women overall who are being housed in women's prisons are violent towards women. I was just citing examples that have made headlines, engaging the room. How do we feel? If some of us feel
Where does the overlap happen?
The spas and the bathrooms, et cetera, how do we feel about men in housed in prisons? So just adding to the conversation, and so now here we are, and that's the room reset, and so yeah, just to make it clear, this is not an anti-trans conversation. This is not an attack on the trans community. It all started as it relates to Charlie Kirk's murderer's partner, trans partner, reportedly working with the FBI. Okay, and then it kind of went into, do we think transgenderism is a sin or a mental illness? We had a lot of great responses to that earlier. If y'all didn't miss it, nobody attacked trans, so I just want to make that clear. And so we have a queue going. I said Marshall's next. Marley wants to speak. I know William is here, and I see David.
So Marshall, would you like to go?
That was a wonderful room reset. Thank you.
Thank you, First Lady.
Can we wish Trillion a happy clubhouse anniversary?
Marshall, are you there? Did you want to go? If not, we'll go to Marley.
Yeah, I want to hear from. I think Marshall's busy. Go ahead, Marley.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, gorgeous.
Gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen who used to be or wish you were women, and hello, women who used to be or wish you were gentlemen. In case y'all don't know, you might not know who I am, so I'm just going to start out real quick with I am a lesbian, because I don't want to hear it. She don't like trans people. I munch carpets, not just on the weekend. Okay?
Are you really? I did not know
Yes,
that.
I am.
I did not know that.
I'm a 1,000% carpet muncher. I was married to a dyke who turned into a trans man. See how I have so much to say about this conversation? Trans people are mentally ill. Now, hold on. Because this is not me being scorned from my marriage. Because after I left that crazy transformer, I was still very pro-trans. But these hippity-hoppity frog-faced ass men who are putting on glittery eyeshadow and skirts these days are crazy. They're insane. And they're after your children. And I don't care who don't like it. These new, all the trans girls, the old trans dolls, 45 and up, they don't seem to give a damn. They seem to just go and put on their girdles. They put that concrete in their face and hips, and they leave people alone. But these little young ones, these little new little funny boys, this is mental illness. And I blame the Democratic Party. And let me just say this too. And then I'm gonna shut up. Putting men and women in prisons together is only gonna stop women from committing crime because they don't want to be raped. Men will go out and steal Sprites and wait for the cops to come and get them so they can go to prison and have access to women that they want to rape. That's not going to solve the problem. Men want to be able to rape women, recklessly, so they'll just go to prison more. Men do not belong in prisons with women. I don't give a damn how good their wig is. I don't care how good their breast implants are. If you were born with a penis, you go over there with the penis holders. Period. Nobody cares. You go in the bathroom with them. You go into prison with them because you are a danger to us. We've had trans women all over TikTok saying that they're going to slap women if we look at them wrong in the bathroom. And I was just talking about this last night, and now you were there. That crazy one, Lily something, that crazy trans woman with the glasses and the red hair.
Lily T.
Yes, saying that a 3-year-old little girl made him feel uncomfortable in the bathroom because she was looking at me. You know how the liberals start melting down. You're literally committing violence by looking at me and calling me he. That little girl was probably trying to figure out why he looks like her father and he's in her bathroom. A 3-year-old is not committing violence against you. They want to silence everybody. They want to force everybody to confirm their delusional thinking. They want women who are mothers to say that they are chest feeders. Because when you say breastfeeding, you hurt my big 6'12", large-handed, large-footed, want to be a woman feelings. You hurt me.
Did you say 6'12"?
Yes, she did.
They're 6'12".
Wouldn't that be 7 foot?
And then I know it's 7 feet. I'm not dumb. And then this
I came back in and I have to say, hey Marley, please, you don't have to hold your feelings back. Just always say what you feel. Please, you're welcome in my space.
I'm just so tired, JB, because really seriously, and I know people don't take me serious sometimes because they think that things that I say is funny, but no, I really almost died a year ago. Oh, I documented all of this. I had to have surgery because I have 9 tumors growing on my damn uterus. I had to get a blood transfusion. I was literally bleeding to death. I had a period for 4 months straight. And you want to shut down conversations that women are having about serious issues that you will never experience. Ever. I don't care how much goddamn silicone you put in your chest. Sir, you will never understand that. They are online telling people, these are the transformers. I know what women feel like now with their cramps because I started my testosterone and I'm having cramps. Nigga, you got fucking gas. You got gas. That's gas trapped in your guts. That's not period cramps. You don't have a period. You don't have a uterus. You don't have a vagina. That piece of balagna meat that they break off your thigh and rolled it up to make a clit, that's not a vagina. Okay? Stop. They're mentally ill. I mean, it's gone way too far. We gotta pull this shit back. And I'm gonna say it one last time. They're after your children. And I don't care who don't like it. It's not normal to give these little girls zipper tits and tell these little boys that they should whack their little pee-pees in half and invert it to make a pretend vaginal tunnel.
Let me just say this. Marley, please cash in your pink ticket. I love you. Get TA.
Quick question about quick question about the prison question, right? And I know a lot of it goes back to kind of violence and assaults that happen. But if you had your kind of ideal prison system where it was about rehabilitation and you didn't have to subject prisoners to rape and violence, would you be okay with a post-op trans person being rehabilitated in a women's or man's prison based on their post-op gender?
I don't give a damn about post-op, pre-op, un-op, none of that. If you were born with the weed whacker, you go with the people who have weed whackers.
No, they deserve their own hamper.
Wait, somebody in the chat is asking to come up. Never mind. That's Slippers telling me to come up. Sorry.
Yeah, no. So I'm now Dr. Slippers. PB, I would appreciate a real doctor if you would actually come up. Paging Dr. PB.
We don't want PB up here. She's gonna bring common sense.
No, that's exactly why we want PB up here. But Anne's coming up.
Here comes Anne Hero. What's up, Anne Hero?
Please don't do that to the room.
Well, listen. First off, I love PB. Second off, everybody do me a favor, wish Anne a happy clubhouse birthday and a real life birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
You're square. Okay.
I don't know where the conversation's at, but I'll just listen to it for a few.
Oh, I
I'm
thought
just saying,
Anne was gonna speak. Go ahead.
I may or may not sing Anne happy birthday.
I think Slipper.
Let's get back to the conversation and what you have to say.
Phoebe's on the floor. I can't wait for you to speak.
Yeah, BB, you got the floor.
Oh, BB or PP?
BB.
Oh, well, I am a Persian, so inherently, no matter where the fuck I would I would be living in the world, by default, I am a conservative person, it's like, it's in my default, it's in my DNA system, a man is a man, a woman is a woman, and by the way, within our culture, we've had the transgender, whatever it is, we've had this far before you guys did. For some reason, like Thailand and Iran, we have the biggest community of this. And when I was like 17, 18, I came across these like transgender people, Persian. But I could understand what it was about because it was genuine. everything in between, and you would, as even like as a teenager, you hang out with them, you can understand that it is something what it is. But they're not women, they're not men. And the most, yeah, it's my fire alarm. They know who they are, and they don't try and change your reality, and you try and understand their reality. So in that context, it works. But whatever is happening, but then again, it's the left, right? If they're not picking up the fucking misery of, the train drivers within the unions, it's like the minorities, it's the blacks, it's the Jews. It's always like they're always like going for something they can use against something else. And this is my problem with the left, and I don't understand it. And I feel, for me, it's like.
Respectfully, you should be more worried about you changing the battery in your fire alarm.
Yeah, I know. No, they're coming to do it tomorrow because,
She gonna burn up in that recharge business.
No, what I do want to say is like we do live in a world where I do understand. It's like, I'm a little bit older, so I used to ride my bicycle. We didn't have fucking phones and iPads and whatever. We would hang out in different ways. I understand.
Okay, now back to your regularly scheduled program, guys. Back to you.
She actually didn't sound drunk. She didn't even sound drunk this time. You should let her speak.
Listen,
She was actually making sense. I appreciate it.
I have no idea what she was saying.
You're the only one that
Wait, hold on. That is definitely the most sober I've ever heard of. But if you guys want to back up, bring it back up. I'm not listening for a few minutes.
Yeah, she's a work in progress. She's a work in progress. Let's move on. Anne, exactly. How are you doing, Anne?
I mean, I have to give credit when credit's due, and this is the most sober that BB has been on this app, so, like, we should give her some flowers. And that is wild coming from me, considering I have her blocked. But, I mean, I was enjoying that.
That's insane.
Because Iran is actually one of the only Muslim nations in the world that pays for sex reassignment surgeries. So, like, for a long time, the Iranian government, that like
Is that true? I just thought you were trolling it.
No. I was. That's legit. That's not a joke. That's actually true.
So let me ask you guys a question. If I could ping a transgender person that I actually know in my real life into this room, are you guys capable of giving that person grace enough to actually have a realistic conversation? Like I'm not talking.
I can, as long as it's not Brian.
No, stop. Like stop. Stop.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't want that person to get hurt. I wouldn't chance it. Because some people just don't know how to behave. And even if they're not trying to be rude, sometimes they might say something that still could be rude. But it's up to you.
I apologize. I told you I'm a work in progress.
This particular person was my neighbor for 3 years, about a year and a half ago, and they're actually a licensed doctor, which is very something to be said about that.
You gonna bring Sarah in?
No, I'm not gonna bring Sarah in.
Why do you keep calling them?
And Sarah is also not a licensed doctor.
I mean, it's up to you. I would just, I'll try to protect the person as much as possible. I'll put them under my witness protection program, but I don't know how much of that I can do,
I don't know why, after 5 years on this app, that I feel even so bad every time Lady Chick chastises me. No, I don't give a fuck what anybody else says. When she yells at me, or hits me over the nose in the newspaper, I'm like, damn, I feel like shit.
She is unique on this app, bar none. End of statement.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Lady Chi and I, it got a little tense, during the election. But I think that through maturity and a mutual understanding as to where we're kind of both at, I feel like that went a long way. So, Lady Chi, I just want to...
Wait, who got the maturity, you or her?
Both of us. Yeah, both of us. I'm not the same person that I was 5 years ago. You know what I mean? Life experience and education definitely has kind of changed my opinions on a lot of things. And
you're not the same person you were 3 weeks ago, and I like the change. I definitely see a change in you, and I definitely like it.
And let me just say this, Dr. Slippers. I love that name. It tickles me. I'm sorry, but alright. I'll just say that even during the election, for me, I never felt like I got upset with you. You may have gotten upset with me, but I never got upset with you because I felt like we had built community relationship before then, and I understood you. I understand what you stand for, what you stand on, and I respect it. That doesn't mean I have to agree with it. And a lot of times in these conversations, people get mad at me like, well, you signed with them. No, I'm not. I just respect the person's opinions and their choices. That doesn't mean I agree with them. Just simply means I respect them as they being who they are. And that's it. And being able to do that, that doesn't make me, it just allows me to not judge people accordingly. So I appreciate that. I appreciate, the relationship that I have built with you over the years, so yeah, love you. You're still like a little brother, even though I'm like the grandmother, I'm 87 years old.
what are you talking about? You're 10 years younger than me. Like, hello?
Excuse me, sir, I am 87, thank you.
You got you 86, you had a birthday first, baby?
I've been 87 since I've been saying I've been 87. I've never said 86.
Okay, I misheard. Okay. You aged like fine wine. Good job.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
What do you mean? It's kind of one of those things, and I greatly appreciate that, and I respect you in so many different ways that I can't even express. But, and it's not a butt towards you. I want to draw back to my initial point that are we the same people that we were when we joined this app 5 years ago?
I don't think so.
So let's wake it up. I mean, what type of positive changes have we experienced? What type of negative changes? What type of issues that are discussed on this app that are no longer congruent with a sense of importance?
That's good right there.
I love this question. I want to answer and say I stopped telling women to have self-esteem and stop spreading their legs because they love to fuck losers and bums. So I just left them alone and let them keep doing it.
Great.
The only positive thing that happened with me was like my dick got big.
Well, that's good. How'd you grow it?
Well, that's a good accomplishment.
I knew you wasn't gonna last long when you said that. They put him out.
I mean, I don't want to know the secret because, again, if my dick was any bigger, I couldn't imagine that it would be closer.
Oh my goodness. Would you guys say that you've engaged more with people who have different opinions than you on this app? I think that's probably the thing I do the most on this app is actually engage with people who have completely different lives and opinion.
100%. And I would also say I live in a very homogenous area now. I used to not, but a lot, my now life is. And I don't get these kind of conversations. So yes, you're right, totally, and I love that. I also think I've become a better listener. I'm better at active listening and like slowly explaining my points, I guess, instead of rapid fire. I don't know. I think I've gotten better at just listening and also tempering my thoughts and statements a little.
Well, let me announce this new poll. Clubhouse has had a positive influence, negative influence. Neither. I'm obsessed. Everybody please vote. And I want to shout out PB, who just adopted 2 orphans from Uganda. PB, if you want to put the link to your GoFundMe to help support those young people, by all means, put it in the chat.
Are you serious?
Yeah, ask PB.
Oh my God, that's just amazing. PB, I did not know that you were going through that journey, and I'd like to talk to you about it a little bit. But that's amazing.
He's joking.
No, I'm not joking.
No, I mean JB is fucking joking.
Oh, wait, is he really?
I'm pretty sure he's joking. He says it every time.
Oh, that's bad. We trying to, you know what, JB, you're gonna need to help out.
JB is part of the problem.
You
I'm
see,
kidding,
he's
I'm
quiet,
kidding, I'm
so
kidding, I'm
he's
kidding.
trolling.
We wanted the Ugandan kids to have shoot.
Damn, what if she was adopting 2 little white babies? Would you have the same celebratory?
So let me tell you why Clubhouse has been positive for me.
You met me.
I met you. I met a lot of wonderful people on this app. Good, bad, and indifferent. I still see it as an opportunity of being able to add to my knowledge. You know, whether it was a negative conversation, for me it was a positive because I got to understand somebody else's thought process. And to be able to handle that next conversation or that next situation that might prepare me for something else. So I just try to look at any and everything as a learning opportunity or a growth opportunity. Either way, I feel like I'm just adding to it. I do see how it can be negative sometimes if you allow it. And when I do start...
She's a real educator, ladies and gentlemen.
And recharge myself, recharge my thoughts.
Hey, Chi, my love. You see what this guy who's on stage now, The Wire, he wrote in the chat, let First Lady C listen to you as a mental masturbation.
Why? Why would you say that?
Well, you say that, The Wire. Iron Man.
I just mean, like, she's intellectual and she sounds intelligent. That's what I said.
That didn't sound like a bad thing to me.
Thank you, Mr. Wire. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
See, and that's another thing. I've learned something very important on this app, and I've exercised it. I exercise it more and more. Is not to assume, because I could have assumed that that meant something else, and then responded to what I think it means. But instead, I was just like, oh, wait a minute, why'd you say that? I asked the question. I asked for clarity before I responded.
He knew exactly what he was saying. He didn't mean it in a positive manner. But if you want to go with that because you are a positive person, be my guest.
I really don't think he meant anything bad about that. I've heard men say that to me on my... I'm a phone sex operator, so I've had men say that before, and it wasn't an insult. But I don't know. Maybe he meant it that way. I don't know. That's not a term that he just made up.
I meant it in a good way. I meant it in a good way. I'm sorry if I offended you.
Yeah, it's not a made-up term that he just made up. I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Masturbation is not necessarily bad.
It's not. Men actually enjoy it a whole lot.
And women don't?
I'm sure women do, but I don't have women callers. Men call me. And they enjoy it.
Well, is masturbation only used in terms of sexual? Isn't there another way to use that word that's not just sexual?
Okay, if you see it that way, I don't think men do. Okay.
No, I'm just asking. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's the only way to use it. I just thought for a minute.
We don't go to the masseuse for muscle masturbation. We go for massages. But let me ask you guys this. It's like, I think that, like, one of the things I love is that every single person on Clubhouse is an expert in something that you're not. Like, my favorite question on Clubhouse is, like, what are you an expert in? And if it's like frying chicken, I could ask you a million questions about how you're an expert in frying chicken. You know, whatever it is, like I think that's the coolest thing is you get to learn things from experts. Like everyone's an expert.
Wow.
By the way, I'm an expert at frying chicken. Just so you know.
Any questions, Greg?
Wings or thighs? Or legs?
Anybody frying no breast.
Here's a real question. Do you wash your greens in the bathtub?
If I got enough, yeah, I might.
Do you cleanse the chicken with soap?
Hell no. That's retarded. you know better than that. Only weird people do that.
I just heard the chicken off.
I've seen people literally put detergent on their chicken. Okay.
Here's somebody put Dawn on their chicken.
Yes.
I have people put people use bleach in there. Like I literally a drop of bleach. Like y'all going too far.
No, they told us to do that on CNN during the pandemic. I watched the Democrats on CNN tell people to watch. I saw it.
I
ain't never seen nothing like that.
Did they also tell you to shoot yourself with bleach like Trump did?
Trump can do no wrong. At this point, Trump can do no wrong in my eyes. If he say take the bleach, listen, y'all might want to consider the bleach.
Marshall, I just wanted to tell you, you rinsing off your chicken thighs or whatever, raw chicken, is actually higher likelihood to contaminate your countertops than opposed to the chance of you actually getting harmed by cooking chicken that you have not rinsed off. Listen to an expert. You need to look at what the experts tell you, because that is not the recommended strategy. You want to anything you cook, it's gonna kill any bad bacteria anyways.
It's not that. I have a ritual. The ritual is part of the ritual is I wash my chicken in the sink. But I'm like,
you're risking contamination. That is not recommended. Even the
contamination from what? Fluoride?
What are you talking about?
Let me just say this really quick. Historically, black folks, since we got hold of a damn raw chicken, have been washing chicken, and no one's gotten sick from washing a damn chicken. So I don't know where y'all get this that we can wash the chicken because everybody's gonna be contaminated. Like y'all need to stop with this now.
That's Caucasian.
I have a question.
Like, what's more problematic? Is it white people's lack of chicken or their legs? Like,
T.A., why do you want to wash their legs?
No, I know for a fact white people don't wash their legs because I dated a white woman and that woman did. I was done. They say the shampoo runs down from the hair and runs down the legs, and that's how their legs get washed. I swear. When she told me that, and then I saw white people saying that on Instagram, and they said that only poor people use washcloths. But they wonder why we look so dumb.
Take a little respect, even though the man was flawed. Do you see what I'm saying?
So, let me ask you a question, KP, because again, I did not see the totality of the interview that you're speaking of, or the back and forth that you're discussing. So let me ask you this, maybe you have. Was that the only point that he made? Was there a broader point being made about that? Was it he cheated on his wife and he's the worst person that ever existed?
Even if the great Dr. L.A. Jr. cheated on his wife, I'm not excusing that behavior. I'm not excusing that. But for me to call him, for him to call that man awful and not worthy of respect, yet if Thomas Jefferson, a man who has done more evil things to humanity when it comes to owning slaves, that's one of the worst things to do in society, own a slave and rape a woman. Right?
Okay, did he say that? Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish, bro. Charlie Kirk would have not called
information here because I don't know the full context. I'm just listening to what you're espousing, saying that he came back. For example,
everything he said was a verifiable fact.
Wait, please, no. I'm talking about brother. I'm talking about context here, okay? I'm not saying what he's saying is incorrect. There's context. So
Context. What more context do you need?
Okay,
Hold on. What more context do you need than one of the president's founding fathers, right? Had sex with a 12-year-old slave.
I don't need context for that.
And then
You know what? Can I tell you what I gathered from that?
Well, before you do that, please allow me to ask my question to KP. The question that I'm asking is, was it Charlie Kirk that just decided to say, whatever conversation they were having that was completely irrelevant to it, he brought up MLK and said MLK was a terrible human being? Or was there someone talking about MLK saying MLK XYZ, and he said, well,
Tom is like,
I think he's a horrible human being.
Wait, Tom, I know what you're trying to say, bro. It's like, I know what you're saying.
Hold on, Tony, real quick. I'm right here. I'm not going to be long-winded. So to KP's point about Thomas Jefferson, the Charles Kirk, it's almost early.
I'm still in that room or no?
He's still in the other room now.
You said George Washington was a woman who was. But anyways, a person there's Thomas Jefferson.
You have look for your burner account. Look for Jay Blasco. His name is CH Clippers, Clubhouse Clippers. That's the name of his account, and then if you do that, you can find his house, community and conversation. Or just type in trans, and then you can find it. Active rooms and stuff. Okay.
I was gonna say something after, like, bro, what's the point? Because
I'll tell you what the point is.
My thing is, all right, you want to go, you go.
Okay, let me go for a second. Okay, the way I see it, and I'm a person.
Damn, what's that about? That was crazy, bro.
I don't rule people. I'm not like others, right? But my thing is, he didn't say it.
You are at the
Thomas, I don't see the point in trying to find in what he said. I saw what he said in context. And what he said in context, I think that black people have a right to feel a type of way about it. But I just like to get to the honesty of the human condition and what we're dealing with here. There's a lot of people who feel like this is karma because of his rhetoric. And there's a lot of people who are apathetic at best because of his race and his political disposition. To be honest, a lot of people don't care. And someone in the room said that they're happy that his children are probably lucky because now they don't have to grow up learning how to be a racist. So my thing is, why can't we just be honest? If we're gonna be on fuck white people, let's be on it. If we're gonna be on Malcolm X time, let's be on that time. Can we stop trying to act all PC and be politically correct? We're on Malcolm X time.
What are you talking about? Actually, no, he's right. He said it's not pretending like y'all don't like his side. I say y'all just really racist, to be honest.
No, I'm saying that's fine. Let's do to white people what we think they're doing to us. And I'm saying, why can't we just be honest about it?
I agree with you. He's right.
Hey, real quick, hey, I just want to make a statement. Y'all might find it controversial or whatever. That's fine, but it's completely factual. There is no such thing in reality as white people or black people. It doesn't exist. It's false. It's completely made up. It's just how we characterize each other based on the amount of melanin in our skin. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, you're right. I miss everybody.
Can we all agree that's
Thank you for that.
All right, thank you. So with that in mind, continue.
Yeah, I mean, listen, KP, assuming that everything you're saying, your logic does check out. If Charlie Kirk actually said that, right? If Charlie Kirk actually said that MLK's, I don't know what he said. I'm not going to pretend like I do.
I read the quote. He actually said it.
Hold on. I'm not going to pretend like I know. Yeah, I'm not going to pretend like I know exactly what he said. But if he actually did say that MLK Jr.'s, he enjoyed multiple women or whatever the case may be, and therefore his entire legacy and everything that he stands for should be removed and all of the praise. If he actually said that, then your logic checks out. I don't know what he said. I don't know what he said about MLK Jr. I didn't hear. So, I guess the question that I have is what did he actually say? I know, he mentioned that he did some things that he didn't agree with, but did he actually say that his entire legacy should be destroyed?
right now. See,
It's not about what he said.
But if he actually
you say you post an article or video. Is this an article? Leave it.
Yeah, if he actually said that, then I definitely don't agree with that part of Charlie Kirk and what he said.
I'll post this right here, right? Beautiful, it's right here. So let's click on the link. Let's go to the link, and then KP, you can also.
Also, can I ask you a question, Chase? Because I feel like you're a smart man. You white and I'm black. I should ask you this: do you think it's divisive for people of your race to advocate the Great Replacement theory?
Yes, it's bad.
I gotta be real, bro. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, all right. Let me tell you what it is. So it's basically it's a white nationalist trope, which pretty much says that that white people are dying out and that there's an active genocide against them. There's some entity out there that's stopping them from reproducing, stopping them from multiplying. That if to protect the great white race, white people should only have sex with other white people and to preserve and continue the white race.
And your question is,
and real quick, just to add this little caveat to what he just said, we all unanimously just agreed there is.
Hold on, bro. Let's build.
So your question was do I do you think it's okay to advocate that?
Bro, that's not the replacement theory, bro. The replacement theory is that.
I'm paraphrasing, bro.
Because that's not even what you asked. The replacement theory is that they're not having children. They're getting a lot of abortions. And for a long time, mass migration has been a problem. And these other demographics from South America are going to basically move in mass and outpopulate them and eventually become the dominant population. And American civilization is going to collapse because there is no American civilization.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but you said that they're advocating for only they're saying hey, we need to only have sex with white people. I've never heard that being a part of it. It's mainly about.
No, they were saying that when white men and white women need to procreate more and have more babies. And anybody who does not have kids, if you're a white woman and you have kids with a black man or any other race, and vice versa, you are a race traitor. That is part of the Great Replacement theory.
No, listen, I think that there are crazy people of all races. I think there are plenty of black people who call other black people who date other races divestors or whatever. I think that there are white people who get this. There definitely are white people who get this when white women go date black men or whatever the case, or Latino, whatever. I don't really care. Me personally, if that's what they want.
Salons, even when I was living in LA for 20 years, and to Adam's point, I had to go all the way to the hood to get black hair products. I was living in Hollywood, North Hollywood, the Asians own the hair salons there too. But even in the certain areas of LA, right, if you didn't have a large black population, you didn't have black products in the stores. You had to go all the way down to the hood to get some black products. And guess who owned the stores when you go in there? Koreans or Asians. Every salon in my neighborhood is owned by a Korean. The workers are black. And we know, if you listen to black women in hair care, on TikTok, for instance, for those who don't have a direct connection to the culture or the community, go listen to some black female entrepreneurs who are trying to break into the business, who are trying to open up black-owned salons in the community, and the road blocking and the stone walls and the pushback they get from Koreans and Asians will not give them products, will not introduce them to sellers, will overprice them, right? They can't keep products on the shelf because they can't restock. because they are phased out. They aren't even allowed in. Imagine that. Imagine being a black woman trying to open a black salon with black hair care, and you've got to go to the people who have cornered the market, the Asians, because listen, our people are making the products. Like we can't go to black manufacturers and the conditioners and the shampoos and the oils that we need. I'm not suggesting they're not out there, but it's not enough of us to keep us in business, to keep us, that we can go to and buy from. We have to go to the outsiders, and the outsiders won't let us in. That's what we mean by the Asians control this market.
I was talking about the manufacturing process. And I used to work in a clinical testing laboratory where we tested for safety and efficacy. And the Asian manufacturers had really sophisticated, really safe, really good products, and the products they sell for skincare are some of the most expensive on the market. So I'm not talking about at the retail level, I'm talking about the manufacturing level.
So why are we not talking about the? Oh, sorry, Jay.
It's okay, no, I'll go back to you in a second. I was just going to make a suggestion tonight. So unfortunately today, Miss Nye decided to take the day off, and we didn't get to hear her room and her gossip and all that other stuff. So, Adams, after you're done, it's nice up to it. Let's talk some Hollywood gossip now if you're up to it.
Yes, absolutely. I may need to move down depending on your topics. But, as far as
Adams knows the QT.
Why is nobody talking about the Indians? Okay, Indian Remy and that Indian hair is something that's sought after. You know what I mean? And people pay top dollar for that. Why are people just selectively going after Koreans?
You say Asians. They got Asians as well.
That's a fact. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
but somebody else mentioned Koreans specifically.
Listen, them little Indian girls, the way they be crying and screaming and cursing and putting curses and spells when they're getting their little heads shaved off and shit for them wigs. Yeah, maybe people are tired of being fucking possessed by demonic wigs, so.
One thing that plays into this is the U.S. immigration policy. Like if you're a wealthy foreigner from Korea, South Korea, or India, you can apply citizenship and just
Louis, that's not true.
Well, let's call Sheila right now. I know all the numbers by heart. I mean, she may not be interested in me anymore, but she would definitely be interested in a fraud. I mean, if you have someone whose last name is Patel, if they work in the hotel industry, there's an 80% chance that they're going to say yes. Because people from the Patel family in India came to America. They bought hotels. They had their family work for free. They made a shitload of money because there was poor labor, and they bought another hotel. The Patel family owns, a large percentage of hotels in the U.S. Also, black businesses owned by Asians.
Turning them in.
Well, I heard that Patel's actually but I did hear that Patel's even in India are known to be like landlords, landowners, kind of in that sphere as well.
What about Cash Patel? 1,000%. If you can succeed as a hotel owner in India, yeah, you can really kick ass in America because if you can do it there, you can.
Hold on, let me say something for a second. And I know this is going to be shocking to a lot of people.
And let me just say, after you're done with the room reset, then I'm going to hand the room over to Nye. We're going to start talking some Hollywood gossip. Get it?
Absolutely. Cash Patel should resign. Okay, what he did this past week was extremely irresponsible. It was extremely unprofessional. Okay, and that man should resign. The fact that you have that old senior citizen with his pants down to his ankles and without the FBI doing their vetting, I don't care what he said in the crowd, believe but verify, especially if you're going to go onto a national stage and release that information. The fact that they didn't was because the man was emotional. And that in and of itself, in my opinion, somebody who is heading up the FBI, somebody who is heading up the FBI making that type of mistake, it's unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable.
conversations in operation. What impact has Clubhouse had on you? But special one time only, Miss Nye McGee is going to run a Hollywood gossip space. Nye to you, honey.
Oh my word! Well, thank you. Yeah, I didn't host my room today because I was really tired. I needed to sleep. And so I didn't prepare a lot of topics today. When I finally woke up and went on Twitter, one thing that tickled me today was Jalen Green.
I am the pure knowing, when soul forms flow forth. But from me there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire hidden within it, I am the pure knowing, when soul forms flow forth. But from me there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire hidden within it, I am the pure knowing, when soul forms flow forth. But from me there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire hidden within it, I am the pure knowing, when soul forms flow forth. But from me there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire hidden within it, I am the pure knowing, when soul forms flow forth. But from me there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire hidden within it, I am the pure knowing, when soul forms flow forth. But from me there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire hidden within it, I am the pure knowing, when soul forms flow forth. There was from me there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire hidden within it, I am the pure knowing, when soul forms flow forth. But from me there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire hidden within it, I am the pure knowing, when soul forms flow forth. But from me there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire hidden within it, I am the pure knowing, when soul forms flow forth. But from me there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire hidden within it, I am the pure knowing, when soul forms flow forth. But from me there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding.
The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing, by not dominating. The master leads. Is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without The master has no possessions.
A prayer for help and a praise for its answer. The Psalm of David unto thee, O Jehovah, will I call. My rock, be not thou deaf unto me. Lest if thou be silent unto me, I become like them that go down into the pit. Hear the voice of my supplications when I cry unto thee, when I lift my hands toward thy holy oracle. Draw me not away with the wicked and with the workers of iniquity that speak peace with their neighbors, but mischief is in their hearts. Give them according to their work and according to the wickedness of their doings. Give them after the operation of their hands. Render to them the desert.
because they regard not the works of Jehovah, nor the operation of his hands. He will break them down and not build them up. Blessed be Jehovah, because he hath heard the voice of my supplications. Jehovah is my strength and my shield. My heart hath trusted in him, and I am helped. Therefore my heart greatly rejoiceth, and with my song will I praise him. Jehovah is the strength, and he is a stronghold of salvation to his anointed sake. A prayer for help and a praise for its answer. The psalm of David unto thee, O Jehovah, will I call. My rock, be not thou deaf unto me. Lest if thou be silent unto me, I become like them that go down into the pit. Hear the voice of my supplications when I cry unto thee, when I lift my hands toward thy holy oracle. Draw me not away with the wicked and with the workers of iniquity that speak peace with their neighbors, but mischief is in their hearts. Give them according to their work and according to the wickedness of their doings. Give them after the operation of their hands. Render to them the desert, because they regard not the works of Jehovah, nor the operation of his hands. He will break them down and not build them up. Blessed be Jehovah, because he hath heard the voice of my supplications. Jehovah is my strength and my shield. My heart hath trusted in him, and I am helped. Therefore my heart greatly rejoiceth, and with my song will I praise him. Jehovah is the strength, and he is a stronghold of salvation to his anointed sake. A prayer for help and a praise for its answer. The psalm of David. Wow. Species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the
the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within... Don't like me. Echo chambers. Find their way into the hearts of others, it is nothing more than a reflection. Please don't scroll. It's of America. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Do ordain
Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. Section 2. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states, which may be included within this union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of the Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years, in such manner as they shall by law direct. The number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least 1 representative. And until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence plantations 1, Connecticut 5, New York 6, New Jersey 4, Pennsylvania 8, Delaware 1, Maryland 6, Virginia 10, North Carolina 5, South Carolina 5, and Georgia 3. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. The House of Representatives shall choose their speaker and other officers and shall have the sole power of impeachment. Section 3. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of... District in Illinois. Go to johnforcongress.com. Article 3, Section 1. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in 1 Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges both of the Supreme and inferior courts shall hold their offices during good behavior, shall at stated times receive for their services a compensation, which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. Section 2. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority, to all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and councils, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, to controversies to which the United States shall be a party, to controversies between 2 or more states, between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states, and between a state or the citizens thereof and foreign states, citizens, or subjects, in all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and councils, and those in which state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all the other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, with such exceptions, and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury. Such trial shall be held in the state where the said crimes shall have been committed, but when not committed within any state, Trial shall be in such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed. Section 3. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act, or on confession in open court. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood, forfeiture, except during the life of the person attainted. Article 5, Section 1. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts. Who strive for the effortless, savor the savorless, exalt the low, multiply the few, requite injury with kindness, nip troubles in the bud, sow the great in the small. Difficult things of the world can only be tackled when they are easy. Big things of the world can only be achieved by attending to the small beginnings. Thus, the sage never has to grapple with big things, yet he alone is capable of achieving them. He who promises lightly must be lacking in faith. He who thinks everything easy will end by finding everything difficult. Therefore, the sage who regards everything as difficult meets with no difficulties in the end. What is at rest is easy to hold. What manifests no omens is easy forestalled. What is fragile is easily shattered. What is small is easily scattered. Tackle things before they strive for the effortless, savor the savorless, exalt the low, multiply the few, requite injury with kindness, nip troubles in the bud, sow the great in the small. Difficult things of the world can only be tackled when they are easy. Big things of the world can only be achieved by attending to the small beginnings. Thus, the sage never has to grip. I broke my good stick. It's not sounding quite as good. The strains of my voice, the lights and shades inside the room, and out the murmur of the wind, the ticking of the clock, the various organic feelings you may happen individually to possess, do these make a whole at all? Is it not the only condition of your mental sanity in the midst of them that most of them should become non-existent for you, and that a few others, the sounds I hope which I am uttering, should evoke from places in your memory that have nothing to do with this scene, associates fitted to combine with them in what we call a rational train of thought? Rational because it leads to a conclusion which have some organ to appreciate. We have no organ or faculty to appreciate the simply given order. The real world as it is given objectively at this moment is the sum total of all its beings and events now. Can we think of such a sum? Can we realize for an instant what a cross-section of all existence at a definite point of time would be? While I talk, the strains of my voice, the lights and shades inside the room and out, the murmur of the wind, the ticking of the clock, the various organic feelings you may happen individually to possess, do these make a whole at all? Is it not the only condition of your mental sanity in the midst of them that most of them should become non-existent for you, and that a few others, the sounds I hope which I am uttering, should evoke from places in your memory that have nothing to do with this scene, associates fitted to combine with them in what we call a rational train of thought. Rational because it leads to a conclusion which have some organ to appreciate. We have no organ or faculty to appreciate the simply given order. The real world as it is given objectively at this moment is the sum total of all its beings and events now. Can we think of such a sum? Can we realize for an instant what a cross-section of all existence at a definite point of time would be? While I talk, the strains of my voice, the lights and shades inside the room and out, the murmur of the wind, the ticking of the clock, the very... Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Contains four separate parts. Silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the four distinct parts. Pause. Inhale. And exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits. Releases tension. Dispels negative energy. Promotes a feeling of total peace. Releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Contains four separate parts. Silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the four distinct parts. Pause. Inhale. And exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits. Releases tension. Dispels negative energy. Promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Contains four separate parts. Silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the four distinct parts. Pause. Inhale. And exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits. Releases tension. Dispels negative energy. Promotes a feeling of total peace. Releases powerful spiritual vibrations. Fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. contains 4 separate parts. Silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy, promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Om contains 4 separate parts. Silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy, promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Om contains 4 separate parts. Silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy, promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Om contains 4 separate parts. Silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy, promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Om contains 4 separate parts. Silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy, promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy.
Future to never-ending taxation.
Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. contains four separate parts. R-O, silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the four distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy.
Where people had to be fed in the various regions of the world. Oh boy, I think another. Just tell you now. And stand my point.
In that space, that guy was talking about going in and slapping or hitting and taking out.
Just in reverse and tell me what song.
Holy land, that it flame as flashes of fire from the inmost of manners, that profound heart as if on this very day. Did the Lord set his spirit upon us, a spirit of generosity, when the people volunteer to consecrate themselves unto the Lord with a full and liberal hand, with one increase after another, year to year, rising over the head, like unto the measure of Kodesh Halion, which radiates to the Holy Land and is constantly renewed and increased, as it is written, forever are the eyes of the Lord upon your God, upon it, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Now the phrase to the end is apparently incomprehensible, for at the end of one year begins the second year, thus it should have said for everlasting. However, this matter will be understood by considering the scripture, the Lord like. And if the Gentile had been in the cellar, there was a question. The next step, democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds, cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. They are abortive births of the child, the new Eon of Horus. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers. It kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic. The next step, democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds, cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. They are abortive births of the child, the new Eon of Horus. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers. It kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic. The next step, democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism.
Just to agree to.
Yea, I am and the sign of continuation learned by this, O Israel, that never do I cease my self-expression, therefore is it written, Le'olam, throughout endless ages, my going forth is a perpetual instruction, for verily in the path of Tav hath its beginning in the foundation of instruction. Now the burden of the instruction is this, and then beginning of one. When then is the end, which is the beginning also? Behold, in THV Tav is it concealed. For THV is ATH, Ata also. And thus is it made clear that thou, even thou, art beginning and end, and the window of vision which looketh inward to the source and outward to the goal. Through all the shifting changes of existence, I remain myself, and yea, I am and the sign of continuation learned by this of the firmament with this work of yours, which is the book of splendor, Sefer HaZohar, the splendor of the Ilah, repentance. These no trial is needed, because in the future Israel will taste from the tree of life, this book of the Zohar. They will leave the exile with it with compassion. With them shall be fulfilled that the Lord alone will lead him, and there is no strange God with him. And the tree of God and evil, prescription and permission, impurity and purity will no longer domineer over Israel. The sustenance will be from the side of the tree of life alone. There is no question from the side of the tree alone. If the question refers to spiritual matters, the fool means idea, thought, spirituality, that which endeavors to transcend earth. And if question is material, it means folly, stupidity, eccentricity, or even mania. Skill, wisdom, adaptation, craft, cunning, or occult wisdom or power, change, alternation, increase and decrease, fluctuation, whether for good or evil depends on the dignity, beauty, happiness, pleasure, success. But with very bad dignity, it means luxury, dissipation, war, conquest, victory, strife, ambition. Death. The companions of life are 13, the companions of death are 13. And when a living person moves into the realm of death, his companions are also 13. How is this? Because he draws upon the resources of life too heavily. It is said that he who knows well how to live meets no tigers or wild buffaloes on his road, comes out from the battleground untouched by the weapons of war. For in him a buffalo would find no butt for his horns, a tiger nothing to lay his claws upon, and a weapon of war no place to admit its point. How is this? Because there is no room for death in him. Tao gives them life, virtue nurses them, matter shapes them, environment perfects them. Therefore all things without exception worship Tao and do homage to virtue. They have not been commanded to worship Tao and do homage to virtue, but they always do so spontaneously. By Mr. Tehran. Actually led to some state free from sorrow. And this is not the case. Freedom from sorrow depends on freedom from impression. Yet it would not be fair to say that this state of indifference was akin to that dullness which succeeds the acute spasm of sorrow. It is not the anesthesia of a nerve worn out by excess of pain. It is never any place in the curriculum of the magician for passivity. Of course, we here accept what may be called the active or willed passivity described in Liber LXV. Indifference is to be an intensely active condition. One may compare it with the ease of a skilled fencer who meets and deflects every possible attack of his antagonist with equal vigor, unconscious of his acts because he has trained his eye, wrist, and even his blade to think for themselves.
life is said to be a glyph of the essence of God, the origins of the cosmos, the soul of man, and a model of how to live in accordance with the divine plan. It is also the most important symbol used by magicians and other practitioners of the Western esoteric tradition. For our purposes, we will focus upon the tree of life as a uniting symbol, an image of the individuated psyche. The tree itself is composed of 10 sephiroth, spheres or emanations, which are listed.
There is a light before thine eyes, O prophet, a light undesired, most desirable. I am uplifted in thine heart, and the kisses of the stars rain hard upon thy body. Thou art exhaust in the voluptuous fullness of the inspiration. The expiration is sweeter than death, more rapid and laughterful than a caress of hell's own worm. Oh, thou art overcome, we are upon thee, our delight is all over thee. Hail, hail, prophet of Nu, prophet of Had, prophet of Rahu. Now rejoice, now come in our splendor and rapture, come in our passionate peace, and write sweet words for the kings. There is a light before Jax loses possession of his inner self. If he no longer values himself, how can he value others? If he no longer values others, he is abandoned, he has nothing left. There is no deadlier weapon than the will. The sharpest sword is not equal to it. There is no robber so dangerous as nature, yang and yin. Yet it is not nature that does the damage, it is man's own will. He who walks in hiddenness has light to guide him in all his acts. He who seeks to extend his control is nothing but an operator. When he thinks he is surpassing others, others see him merely straining, stretching to stand on tiptoe. When he tries to extend his power over objects, those objects gain control of him. There is no deadlier weapon than the will. The sharpest sword is not equal to it. There is no robber so dangerous as nature, yang and yin. Yes,
That people on psilocybin. So we know for he didn't mislead you. He didn't pull some sneaky shit and say, hey, this I have been in here. How can I answer it?
Yeah, like a nature-based hero.
But there is a certain uniform deliverance in which religions all appear to meet. It consists of two parts. One, an uneasiness, and its solution. When the uneasiness reduced to its simplest terms is a sense that there is something wrong about us as we naturally stand. The solution is a sense that we are saved from the wrongness by making proper connection with the higher powers. As more developed minds which alone we are studying, the wrongness takes a moral character and the salvation takes a mystical tinge. I think we shall keep well within the limits of what is common to all such minds if we formulate the essence of the religious experience in terms like these. The individual, so far as he suffers from his wrongness and criticizes it, is to that extent consciously beyond it, and in at least possible touch with something higher, if anything higher exists. Along with the wrong part, there is thus a better part of him, even though it may be but a most helpless germ, with which part he shall identify his real being is by no means obvious at this stage, but when stage 2, the stage of
Are we, in fact, approaching we are approaching that possibility. Now, nobody knows.
This is Congressman-elect John Kitover in the 16th District of Illinois, Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington. I need your help, I need your support. The sun, keyword, sun. Highly creative energy, awareness, fulfilled love relationship, wisdom, spirituality, transformation. The sun radiates as the center, in the middle of the 12 astrological signs, and bathes everything in its light. From its interior blooms the rose of realization. Its light is the essence of clarity and highest consciousness and awareness. Two children with butterfly wings dance on a green mountain of creativity. This is a symbol of a liberated partnership between man and woman. Freedom gained is expressed in ecstatic joy and enthusiasm. Now all energies are fully available for a common creative process. The energies will no longer be wasted in struggles over dominance, jealousy, or boundaries. The wings of their combined creativity. The sun, keywords.
I'm hoping he does. Not because I think that it's going to be massively successful, but I think it'll call a lot of attention to the fact that there's danger in I'm hoping he does.
I can't get it.
Empty yourself of like that sort of real, like he's like real.
Will you not seize in one firm grip now as I hold you lip to lip, the serpent of event? Hold hard its slipping coils, its writhe retard, and snap its spine. Delicate hands you have, the work is difficult. Effort that holds and understands may do it shall. Our foes exult, the daughters of Philistia laugh. The girls of Ascalon rejoice, writing for us this epitaph. They chose and were not worth the choice. You are so pure, I am a man. I will assume the courage tried of yonder luckless suicide, and you will waken if you can the courage of the courtesan. To see, the ship is trim, the breezes bend the sails, we chant the necromantic hymn, arouse Arabian tales. To see, before us leap the waves, wild white combers follow, invoke ye melancholy slaves, the morning of Apollo. There's phosphorus. Will you not seize in one firm grip now as I hold you lip to lip?
Because you're going to see way. Really, when we're talking about mysticism and spirituality, I think awareness is perhaps the most important element. So there's an active stance, an active role that you can fulfill or strive to fulfill, and there's an openness and awareness that will allow for the connection. Great question. Cheryl has a question. So Cheryl, I'm muting you.
If an expert does not have some problem to vex him, he is unhappy. If a philosopher's teaching is never attacked, he pines away. If critics have no one on whom to exercise their spite, they are unhappy. All such men are prisoners in the world of objects. He who wants followers seeks political power. He who wants reputation holds an office. The strong man looks for weights to lift. The brave man looks for an emergency in which he can show bravery. The swordsman wants a battle in which he can swing his sword. Men past their prime prefer a dignified retirement in which they may seem profound. Men experienced in law seek difficult cases to extend the application of laws. Liturgists and musicians like festivals in which they parade their ceremonial status.
If we sees this incursion as another justification potentially.
Fathomless it seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tangles. It harmonizes all lights. It unites the world into one whole. Hidden in the deeps, yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of all things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. Sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a bellows. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. Fathomless it seems to be the origin of all things.
They discuss that. Okay? If you're on an app and you're saying
Number 14. The 4-2 symbolize the powers.
so I can go for days.
Charlie! Is it? Charlie!
The propaganda is on every channel. They think we stupid like the truth is just too hard to handle. Put on your camo, what's your culture war and load the ammo. They want Antifa ruling everything like in Seattle. And they want anyone who's waiting to be dead again.
Let me ask you, none of your business. Who do you plan to vote for?
Who promotes supremacist ideas?
Every crime they commit. No ordinary gentleman with many scars.
Border is a disaster. Your border is a disaster. What's going on? And you just.
We have breaking news concerning.
Every crime they commit.
Don't take your guns to town, son.
guys of me doing random things. Okay, I'm gonna try this.
Beautiful. Oh, but you're in the States, right? Right, right?
Do we not have that Snapchat?
Because in Canada, I don't know, in Canada I tried, my niece tried it and they said it wasn't available here. It might be now, but like 2 months ago, it wouldn't do it.
Let me see if I can do it.
Yeah, maybe you have to update it. I'm gonna make some tea. I'm feeling kind of hungry.
I like the cow one, man, that you're standing beside the cow. It looks like, it reminds me of that 70s show, a little bit.
Oh, I love that show.
But doesn't it give you that vibe, like when you guys look at it, it's like, I don't know, there's just something about it. Jordan.
Yeah, thank you. I know, I thought the shirt was funny. People keep asking me, they're like, are you from Jordan? I'm like, no.
But what's the bottom say? Wait, hold on, let me try and do it with an accent. Wait. Shortachi. But it's Shortachen. So, yeah. Shortachen. Bro, they fuck up the writing like crazy with AI. It's the funniest shit.
Yeah, I don't even think it's language that's supposed to be. What's up, Travis?
Just chilling, drinking, played video games with my mans earlier.
Did you beat him? Or did you let him win?
We're collaborating.
Mm.
What were you guys playing?
Civ 6?
We're playing Crusader Kings.
Okay, crusade him and backstab him.
Okay.
This is payback.
Our first time playing together, we were playing in the Byzantine Empire, and he made himself the emperor, so I, also vying for emperor, decided to just go ahead and assassinate him.
I was gonna say, you should have assassinate. Okay, good. Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm missing my Animal Crossing. I haven't played her in a while.
Play Animal Crossing.
Love it. Do you remember when I told Leah Palestine? I friended her, befriended her on Animal Crossing, then I went to her island, raped and pillaged everything, and then unfriended and blocked her on Animal Crossing.
That's insane. Hello?
Fucking bitch. Oh god, there's so many funny times on this app.
That's so mean.
She was such a bitch to me.
No, it's true. It's just
me. So funny. You went on your island. My little axe. My little axe of payback. I wonder whatever happened to her.
hard to say.
So funny.
He really was a crazy bitch.
Frank's birthday.
You remember Esther? Remember Esther that used to be on here?
Yeah, she's on Twitter Spaces, still going crazy.
Is she?
Yeah, she has rooms every day, or Spaces, or she did. When I was on there.
Who?
Esther. Remember Esther?
Oh, yeah.
Taylor?
Yeah.
Who's the guy that had the picture of him davening, and I think he may have moved out to Shura or something? He used to have religious rooms on here. I don't know. A pair of them have like doubled up on Twitter Spaces.
Rabbi Litvin?
No, it's not Litvin. It was he wasn't a rabbi.
Shlomo? No, it wasn't right.
Oh.
Moshe, do you remember who the name of the guy is that she does the rooms with? He was on here.
Moshe is like an encyclopedia, bro, on this app. He knows. Oh, he's about to speak. I'm on my way to show, bro, because of him. stuck together.
Yeah, they're still friends, yeah.
You remember too that girl she used to do Gigi, there was an ex-prison guard, she used to live in California, and also this girl Gigi that Sonu went to go visit her, she went to go visit her, and she was in like university or something, she had like the Gaza strip club as like her PTR. Do you guys remember that?
I remember,
fuck, what was her name?
yes, Leia. Yeah, she's on Space.
Leia.
I had a group chat with her, or I was.
And then the other one that used to freak the fuck up. She could beat the shit out of you. Do you remember she used to be really fucking mean? She kind of reminds me.
Ooh.
Do you remember? What's
her name? Who is this?
Bird.
You're breaking up.
Fuck.
Can you hear him?
In the whole room.
No, he's not losing it.
One day they were trying to.
You're in the Matrix.
It was all. Do you remember they opened a room about me? They were trying to attack me. You remember they opened like a courthouse about me.
Oh, yeah.
It was.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I remember even where I was standing that day.
Laying animated corpses back in their
There was
graves
a girl
after
from
a
New York. Or
Joe Rogan?
research this. I didn't even have to go.
Or the other one, Madeline. Oh, Asaf. Yeah.
Remember Hava, the girl? Do you guys remember? Yeah, that's right.
She sent me after her dead cat one time.
Do you remember she was big friends with M Kapara.
We got into a fight over whether or not women can have dicks. I said obviously women can't have dicks, and then she sent me a picture of her dead cat on Instagram and was like, "I hope you see this every night and you burn hell, bitch."
Bro, they chased me around on here for a week one time because I said my stance on birth control. Bro, then they opened up that it was the crazy. It was 2 or 3 years ago, but so it was Chava. There was a guy that remember I saw, but you remember the girl got her husband on, and they said they were gonna come fuck me up, and I'm like, oh motherfucker, I was freaking out, going nuts.
Who was that? BB
It was a chick.
BB's tranny then.
Oh yeah.
You fucked her in the ass, you're disgusting.
Were you there? Are you the tranny? Because I don't recall the memory, man. You weren't that great, bro. I don't even recall this, bro. Fucking weirdo, man. These fucking people are obsessed, man. I'm fucking with sickles and
Billions and
no, but do you remember so?
He will just come here and say anything. He keeps calling me a terrorist. And
Piece of shit. I hate that. Do you remember there was that girl? So she used to work in a hair salon. Everybody ended up doxing this chick, and then so there was a girl with J-Lo would for sure remember. I remember you would remember. So it clicked up. There was another Jewish girl too that she was born Jewish, and then she didn't know anything about Judaism, and then she was a very proud Jew, but she had some weird views. Her husband was black. He was a black guy, but he was like a African American, and she was like, she would go all the black rooms. And then,
Ryan, that's how you're not even gonna believe me, but you can just research this. I don't even have to go down a dark hole on Reddit. You can just literally open Wikipedia. It is so in our faces, and yet we don't learn about this. And now I understand why they are very upset with me.
No, so
500 BC, Osiris, the father, when the universe was imagined as catastrophic, love, death, resurrection, as the method by which
friend on here. And then they ended up getting into a huge war, like Darren and everybody, because we were like, yo,
billions and 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 billions
and then whenever something happened, and then like 2 days later, they held a whole court case about me. And then they kept me in the audience and they brought me up and they were asking me for
billions and 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 billions.
And I took over the room.
Billions and
They
billions
fucked
and
up.
billions
Had a
billions and 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 billions.
Remember with Rabbi Litvin and Shlomi and bro, there was a fight one day. It was massive. There was was like a lot of people in the room. And fucking, it was like the craziest shit. I've seen rabbis on here go like unhinged. I'm like, there's no way. And then Rabbi Lippin had a brother. Yeah, and his brother was amazing. Yeah, he was really cool.
Yeah. He does a lot of like work with ADHD kids. He has ADHD or something too. And he's just like the polar opposite.
But they sound exactly alike, so it was confusing.
And they look exactly like.
Yeah. So they'd come on and you'd be like, yeah, motherfucker, what's up? And he'd be like, it's not me. Because they have this very cocky. Smooth, that's it. Yeah. But Lippin was extremely, like, overconfident.
Yeah. Ryan, that's how you're not even gonna believe me, but you can just research this. I don't even have to go down a dark hole on Reddit. You can just literally open.
You remember also the Muslim guy? What was it? Imam Talwidi?
Oh yeah, Mohammed. Yeah.
I love that guy, bro.
Yeah. He got married to a Persian girl. I know. If you remember.
Yeah. He's moving to Canada.
He does. Yeah. He lives in Quebec now.
Yeah.
I remember making a comment in a classroom against me. He was like, "You're gonna go to hell" or something. I don't know if he was joking.
What happened?
I remember Imam Khalid in the classroom made a comment in the comment section of the room saying like, "Yeah, you're gonna go to hell."
Oh no, probably a joke. Yeah.
What number account am I on? I'm like 80. I'm like my 80th account. One day, we were getting banned like 3-4 times a day, bro. Me and Harry would open a room, they'd ban us because of the title.
Yeah, I remember that.
Craziest shit, I remember. I was like, what the fuck, because of the title? Like, I get banned. I just checked an account tonight, and it's been like 4 years, it's still banned.
Yeah, is it true that Sasha and Asaf were actually like collecting information on Jews?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to say they were collecting information on Jews because they are Jews, but yes, they definitely collected information or like screenshots going back years and years, like kind of shit.
That's
right.
You guys remember Fionn?
Gosh, I forgot about that.
That was crazy. I remember that, and people were like convinced he was like in a robot or.
Bro, because he had the creepiest fucking voice, man. And he would do news reports. You remember? He would do like
Standing here, I just got attacked. They were outside my apartment attacking me right now. I'm really frightened.
Yeah, he was every time. He's like, so I'm sitting in my apartment, and they're out the front door.
Everybody, you went to the conference, right? Hey, district, baby. So no, but we're gonna take our country back outside and vote for this guy. And then we got in trouble.
He's like, this is the last time.
Charlie Rocks.
I'm not the next day. He'd be like, yeah, this one's getting killed. And then it's like the craziest.
I've seen this kid.
He's a controversial person.
He was at his Telegram channel, and like he would do these like voice video calls thing on the Telegram channel, and it'd be like those like few like people like comment like that go through his rooms on that video call. I joined for a second, and he turned off his camera and immediately pressed on screen.
He was like.
Yo, who was that other guy, bro? Yeah, you guys all know this guy. Moishi, you used to be friends with. We all were friends with him, but he was an ex-Muslim.
And just literally.
Remember what the fuck was his name? I have pictures of him.
Checking in real time, fact checking in real time. The Kurdish ones, no.
No. I remember we were on Instagram and he FaceTimed me and the guy was. So he called us on Instagram and he was in the shower and didn't know that the video was on. Sam, bro, and I started taking screenshots like crazy, and they wouldn't take screenshots, so I had to use another phone, and I took it, and he would open up rooms, he started attacking Jews, and I'm like, I sent him a picture, I'm like, keep it up, motherfucker, and he never opened up a room again. It was the craziest shit.
He probably put you in cameras in his house.
Yeah, he was like, how the fuck did that? And I'm like, oh, bro, we got everything.
Is that why you left that?
This is how I remember it. I think we were in a group chat, maybe, and I think he accidentally called or something.
Yeah.
He meant to call, but it was a video call, and then BB answered. He was sitting on the toilet.
Yeah.
What I remember.
That's hilarious.
He was sitting on the toilet.
He was naked sitting on the toilet, and I'm looking at the screen, and I'm like, and he didn't know. And he had his phone down, right? That's the most fucked up shit, bro.
No, they were threatening him, bro. No, they were threatening to kill him on here like crazy.
No, I saw this video once that this woman in Turkey, she was on a funeral, and it's a Zoom funeral, that she didn't fucking realize that her camera was on videoing. She's like getting in the shower and shit. It's crazy. At a funeral.
Oh, I feel bad for her because she's a woman.
Oh, that's bad.
I know.
This guy's Sam. Yeah, he was a piece of work. The guy from.
Yeah, he said
Was he from Austria or Czech Republic or something?
he lives in, I'm not gonna say Luxembourg.
Yeah, he was.
I remember when I was in the corporate world, that so everybody would, like, they used to do all hands on deck and everybody had to go on Zoom. And this guy had like a dress shirt on, and it's like 300-400 people, and not like a bunch of people caught it, but not too many. But so the guy was trying to hold his phone down by his waist and like hold his camera up, like to look at himself, but he had the camera opposite. So he had a dress shirt on,
And no
and all you're looking at is his cock. This guy's talking in the screen, like he's talking, and everybody's like awkward, nobody's answering. He's like, hello, is the mic working? And I'm like, yo, what the fuck, who's gonna tell this guy, right? And then the guy got so, like, he figured it out, and he turned the camera around, and he acted like nothing happened. And like, bro, it's the crazy.
That's the kind of thing that somebody would like commit suicide over. Putting your dick on
100%.
all to hundreds of people. Ugh. I remember one time I peed with the microphone off, and then somebody asked if I was frying chicken, and I was like, oh my gosh.
This is Persian girl used to come to our rooms. She seems like she's ex-Muslim, very anti-Muslim, whatever. And I remember she recorded it. You know how like they first did these weird audio message things, like you could record and
So how am I gonna take an untruth narrative and try and willfully know that that narrative is not right, and then try and cling on? I mean, it's like just stupidity beyond. It's like, even if you did that, it's like everybody else can fucking see it except you. But you can't see it, and you still think you're smart, and you still push for it, right? Everybody is fucking yelling at you and cannot understand it. Cannot understand it yourself.
Never ask
You
a
had all this
long-winded ass
fucking
person.
time to understand it, but your stupidity
Discord, what you're kind of missing is. Well, hold on, but she brings up a good point, because if we.
And even we want to try to take away from it. Even in that sense, we want you to benefit. We want you to do better on your own. You still think that how many other fucking ways do you want to a reality to be told to you, to be punched into your faces, to be enslaved by it, to be fucking dragged around by it, and still resist it? Because why? You still want to not believe what the majority consensus is, and you just want to hold on to something.
Hold on.
Lucky that it was.
Hold on, BB.
And then you blame the Jews for it because you know they played the victim. They played the victim.
Well, hold on. I just want to say this. So she is kind of bringing up a point. So like,
She didn't answer
you
my
guys have to look at it. Hold on. So you do have communities that do better than whites. Like we cannot deny it. The Asians and the, the Indians and whatever, they do better than us in the United States. And for fuck's sake, do you think they don't notice the same behavior that other, or even Hispanic people, which, some of them are high-skilled labor, but most are definitely not. I mean, they do notice this. Think about this. Let's just say you're Hispanic. You have some people who are quote-unquote high-school labor. They come here in a different way, on either an H-1B1 visa or some other visa, and then. But even if you look at the poorest amongst them, they're like very proud people. They're very, very paternal macho in a way, and so it's kind of like, I would ask you this: how are they supposed to look at the black? And I didn't even have this room. I didn't want to talk about black people.
It's dumb.
But they like, they're gonna look at they're gonna, all of these groups are gonna look at black people and kind of come to the same conclusion. Like, why don't you guys just like kind of change your behavior?
The white community failed Charlie Clerk when they popped him.
We already said that no, this dumbass question up though.
Okay, now listen. We want to talk about black people having an identity crisis.
They didn't pop him. They fucking popped you all over again.
Hold on. When white people don't know if they leftist, left wing, right wing, Nick Fuentes right wing, Republican right wing, they don't know if they support Zionism. They don't know if they so white people have.
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Right now, and that identity crisis is what killed Charlie Kirk. Because it was an infight within the right wing between Nick Fuentes.
How was that person that killed him a right winger?
Because he's fucking retarded. No, he wasn't. He had a boyfriend. No, he had a fucking boyfriend. That was transgender.
Fuentes, who recently called out Charlie Kirk for supporting Israel, because Nick Fuentes believes we're under a Jewish fascist system. So if you watch the video that Nick Fuentes made about Charlie Kirk 2 weeks ago, he fucking obliterated him.
It's the identity crisis that makes them
it's an identity crisis amongst white people. They don't know what they want to do.
Was in the
Their government has been hijacked. Their government has been hijacked, and they're trying to figure out who to follow. Nick Fuentes, motherfucking Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, and all the motherfuckers on the far right that you don't even see. It's an identity crisis in America.
We don't need to entertain it. This is dumb. I'm not trying to dismiss, but this is really
You want to put it down? Black people didn't shoot Charlie Kirk.
No.
We're not talking about black people, dummy. We're not even talking about black people.
White boy did, nigga.
We're talking about electing Jesus Christ. And I made this very clear. In this room when he came, with the shit that's been said about Charlie Kirk, mostly it's coming from other white people. It's not. Yes, there's black people that are chiming in, but it's the white people that. And the reason why I focus on them the most is because they're the people who grew up around me. They're the people that, I guess I can say that, like, in a weird way, it's just, I want to see how much different can they believe, are their beliefs than mine. And I see it, and I'm just like, holy shit, these people are just like, they're so fucking gross and disgusting.
Just so I can reply to what you're saying, one, we're on YouTube, so say hi, YouTube. But also, the thing that bothers me, and I understand that it's really disturbing when people are mocking someone who died, and I know I'm saying that ironically with a picture of him next to Jesus and MLK, but it's just that we have to acknowledge that you cannot police how other people are going to view somebody when all they may know of that person is only negative things.
So I got a question for you.
Well,
Do you think it's an ideal thing to try somebody for their murder 2 days after it's happened? I can't prevent people from doing that. Don't you think that's quite yucky?
Is everybody that's on this stage drunk right now?
No, and you don't have to like the fact that I've been drinking or not. The question is legitimate, which is why you know the fact that I was drinking. You don't answer the
No, it's just that like BB seems inebriated. You seem inebriated.
Bro, I've been.
Pepe, I'm sure you've had a couple shots.
I drank tonight.
Very kid.
Okay,
I drank tonight. Hold on. I drank tonight, but you're not answering his fucking question.
Okay, it's just that it's hard for me to pay attention to what he's saying when I was mid-sentence when you interrupted me. Go ahead and ask your question, Marshall.
Hey, Discord, you gotta give him a break. Marshall's from Austin, man.
I'm from South Boston.
I just thought it was hilarious that, like, literally, I feel like I'm in a bar right now trying to have a conversation with some randoms, but...
I don't give a fuck.
What was the question?
Answer his fucking
I'm asking. Chill out.
Are you asking? Are you axing?
can't say a damn thing about that with your chirping smoke detector in the background. So
I
don't you
know.
dare come at me. Go put a battery in there, all right?
My smoke detector.
Yeah, go put a battery in there.
Give somebody
Marshall,
give
what
DD
was
a
the
black
question?
card. Somebody give DD a black card.
Wait,
What was your question, Marshall? I wasn't listening to your answer.
Israeli BB?
So at this point, I don't even remember my question. We've gone over so much shit. So let's just stop
I
back.
just want to finish what I was saying then. So, again, we shouldn't be policing how other people are going to react. It ultimately doesn't matter, because of course blue-haired weirdos are going to be like,
Oh,
yeah, this fashion's just...
Weirdos?
Now I remember.
Yeah?
Now I remember.
Are you blue-haired?
No, now I remember.
What is
It seems,
I'm a
it
very
seems,
patriotic.
Jesus Christ, let Marshall talk. Let Marshall talk. It seems gross to hold the court for somebody whose murder was committed a day and a half ago, 2 days ago. It seems really yucky. It's not like you can't do it, and it's all people don't have the privilege to do it. It just
What kind of room is this?
Just let me finish. It seems like a very, very yucky thing to do. To have a guy murdered 48 hours ago at max, and then to be trying his murder in a court of public opinion. The court is the mob. The Americans are, to be frank, not supposed to try shit in. We're supposed to try shit in a court of law, not the court of public opinion. And this shit is tying in the court of public opinion, and I have yet to understand what benefit it has to be taking apart his murder at 48 hours. It doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't have done it with fucking John McCain. You wouldn't have done it with Jimmy Carter. We wouldn't have done it with other Americans that had political import. But really, this motherfucker, it's okay.
Marshall, hold on. I just want to ask him. No, he did finish. He didn't finish. I knew he was ending. That's why I was going to ask a question before anybody else popped off. So, Marshall, I just want to clarify your question, or it sounded more like a statement. You're saying, okay, so it's mean, and it's a big mean to be judging somebody for the things that they've done after they died. Is that the case?
No, I don't think that's the right interpretation. I said I think it's slimy and low class to do that.
Okay, that's the same thing as big meaning.
No, it's not
the thing
being
is that people did the
being
exact
slimy. Being slimy and low class implies both a bad character trait and implies performing below the ability of your training.
I got it. Okay.
No, but this is where you don't got it, okay?
I need to reply.
No, you don't.
Oh my God.
Because
I want to reply to him before I forget what I'm going to say. I think it would be so much better.
Okay, just go ahead.
Thank you, Pepe. So the reason why I think what you just stated there, Marshall, it's fair that people are acting the way they are. It is annoying that people are pretending like the other side, quote unquote, didn't do the same thing. Immediately after George Floyd, there were people like Steven Crowder who imitated the act and tried to prove that it was just a conventional thing. You had people like Alex Jones who tried to deny an entire school shooting, saying it was all a setup. We have to look at everything here and just try to get away from our feelings a little bit. It's okay that people disagree with you, and there are some people who have no class and want to mock the dead. It's okay. Just ignore them. We don't need to make this huge divide just because we can no longer say that the shooter belonged to that group.
Yeah.
I think that's all people.
Oh, no. 100% right there. My irritation is my own private irritation. It really genuinely should not take people and influence them the other way. It's just my frustration. My frustration should not transfer to other people's frustration.
Well, I strongly disagree. No, I strongly disagree. Discord. Here's the difference. There's a significant difference. To what with making fun of people after they die and how that comes about. I think generally speaking, that's not a good thing. People made fun of George Floyd, as Blake said. We pretty much was just mocking the left for trying to glorify this guy's a martyr, some shit like that. I didn't see anything coming right after he died, after the riots and all that stuff transpired. As a matter of fact, most of America, the right, since I'm on the right, also thought it was fucked up until information came out about them being. So what? Hold on, let me finish up. But most most of the right that I saw, that I witnessed. If you have that, that's fine. I guess we could go back on Twitter. You also said something earlier that I don't believe to be true. You said AI. They was making AI memes, and AI didn't come out around that time. AI came out way after George Floyd situation. Anyhow, the bottom line is with Charlie Clerk situation, and I've got, you know, off mic, I can't, you know what's going on with timeout. With Charlie Kirk situation and similar incidents, political assassinations are typically not good because it creates a discourse that's not healthy for the country overall. Now, so the assassination in itself, the actions after the assassination advocated for said people like this needs to be pretty much as deleted. You advocate for more activities like that. Same thing with what happened with the healthcare guy who got shot. Of course, Trump getting shot, etc. And what we're saying is the left is kind of making this a normality, say this is acceptable. I don't think they'll feel that same way if this happened to someone on their side. It's just bad practice. If it's well after the fact where we're just talking about, hey, this guy's a bad person, I'm not going to share the tears, that's fine. But when you advocate for this to be a thing, like, hey, we got a bad person out, and I was on this app today, and pretty much since it happened, and that's what a great deal of the rooms is to what Pepe is saying. I was in a space full of white men saying this was good because he was not a net positive for society. So I'm like, okay, so you're saying we should remove people who believe it's not a net positive? And essentially they were saying yes. So if you believe that, then what do you think is going to follow? You're creating a system, and now they know this, you're creating a system to where we start practicing deleting people who we don't believe is a net positive.
Right, so we got to stop pretending like this is the beginning, especially when you're already naming cases that have already happened. Things like this have been happening for forever when it comes to American history. We need to stop pretending like it's a left issue. This is an American culture.
That's dangerous.
We're getting to a point now where we are not allowed to have conversation with each other without somebody trying to fight somebody. As somebody who used to be a Trump supporter, I remember being afraid wearing my MAGA hat because I thought that somebody was going to beat me up because I used to see videos of us getting attacked all the time. I know that this is a thing that has been happening, but it is not just on the left. We have to acknowledge that a lot of people on the right were making fun of George Floyd the moment it happened. Maybe you didn't see it, I did. And when I mentioned like the AI videos, I meant that it's happening currently. They've been making fun of George Floyd since that day because they think that black people worship him. It's a weird thing, but if you go online and just see the millions of different accounts that have George Floyd as their picture, and George Floyd,
man, we're not even talking about George Floyd right now.
He mentioned it though, so I'm just
This
gonna.
is about this
No,
white.
okay, but I want to touch on that point. So, like, when it came,
I want to finish before.
Okay.
Shut
the fuck up.
Oh, God, Rich is in there. Damn.
But anyways, I'm just pointing out that like we want to pretend that this is a left and a right issue, even though the killer was clearly a person that would have been one of his target audience, a straight white male. Like, we have to just acknowledge that.
How would straight? No, hold on. This is where, This is where I'm gonna stop you, okay? First of all, I've seen his goddamn roommate, Lance Twiggs. That's his name.
He's in my PTR.
And so, you have a non-passing tranny. No, I get it. There are I believe they call them traps. I don't know what they call them, but particularly, but I have seen, the online, amazing. What I have seen is the trannies that yes. Okay, who's fucking talking now? You have to start, moving people. You get the trannies that will absolutely pass as a female and they might look more attractive than most females. Okay, fine. However, this individual looked like a fucking dude. He had his videos where he would talk and it's just sounds like a dude, amazing. And I'm just saying, if you were fucking that, you're gay. I do not know how else to put it.
Pepe, do I need to pull up all the right-wing Republican senators and congressmen that got caught soliciting boys and trans men in the bathrooms?
That's not even relevant to what I was saying.
You see what I'm saying? It's the right-wing, left-wing.
His roommate.
Right-wing Republicans are getting just as much boy tranny coochie as, you know what I'm saying? So it's not.
That's not that.
But what else is not relevant is his roommate. We don't know anything about it, and the only article I see there is from an Indian news article.
Is relevant because the OWO that was inscribed in his bullet is part of the is part of the furry community. It's part of the furry community of which this roommate belongs.
That is internet culture. Everyone knows Ulu.
Yes,
that's not gay.
Yeah, but to be fair, his roommate.
That's a stupid point.
Okay, no, Discord.
Yeah.
His roommate, to be fair, was wearing the furry outfits and stuff in all over social media. We can all see it.
Pepe, did his roommate kill Kirk? Was it his roommate that did it? Why are we talking about his roommate?
Oh, sure.
If you have a roommate.
But I would say this. What's really weird?
Even discussing the validity of this guy's motives. Why are we even justifying what he did?
We're not justifying it all.
No, why is it
Another white school shooter. There's a problem here. Why are we?
Yeah, that was the main point. The main point is that this guy is the demographic of
Discord, if you're going to ask a question,
I'm not asking
people answer you. If you're
I'm not
going
asking a
to
question. I'm
ask
answering
a
somebody else.
question, let people answer.
I agree with you, Alan. I will just say this. Okay, we understand there's a school shooter problem, which, yes, a lot of them are white boys. Yes, it is a problem we need to solve. Now, what I find it very convenient about you so-called, Jesus Christ, when I have to listen to black people tell us how, like, oh, we're so concerned. The number one cause of death for black male teenagers and young black men is murder at the hands of other black men. It's not the same for other racial groups. You guys, and it's like this fucking deflection. When we even can look at the crime statistics, which Alan loves bringing up, where it comes to like white on black violence, which is pretty uncommon, versus black on white violence, which is much more common, it's not the fucking same. So you're saying we should not be able to talk about an issue because that occurs between the communities and within your own community because you have school shooters.
You need to talk about your community just as much in everything that you commit.
No, I don't. But
you did. It was two school shooters.
No, I don't, because you literally. No, I don't. You say just as much. You say just. Okay, you say just as much, but this is where your point is fucking.
Two school shootings.
Oh my god.
Days.
Oh my god. You fucking retard. This is where you're fucking retarded. So it was just barely over 50% of the homicides in the United States going out to like 2018-19. We're African.
What is causing these?
Okay, you don't know how to shut the fuck up. So just over 50% of the murders in the United States, were committed by African Americans. Now, if we were to look at after the COVID-19 pandemic, it jumped up to like over 60%.
Literally. Charlie Kirk.
And so it doesn't matter. Now here's you're laughing, but at the end of the day, imagine a country if we had 60% less homicides. But there was a minority of people that we had to deal with. This is where people like you just become obnoxious. You're just trolling.
Who shot Charlie Kirk and who shot up the Naval Academy the next day?
It's not even relevant.
Oh, it's not relevant?
No.
I mean, but it's not relevant.
You're in a safe space. I want to welcome you all here with Cleo, our wonderful host, who keeps
Amazing. So, you want to, I understand, when you guys are literally a small minority of the population commit more than half of the homicides, and you want to refocus the conversation on us. No, I think we can have that conversation. However, what I think is disingenuous is you're acting like we need to focus on the white homicide rates because why? Well, because you don't want us focusing on yours. It's fucking retarded, dude.
Bingo.
Hey, may I go, Cleo? May I go, Cleo?
Because there's a big problem in our community, instead of addressing that, we want to address everything else, so it's an obfuscation. It's to pacify the situation by saying, hey, will you do it too? Like, yeah, but that community is not suffering like our community. It's not as extreme in their community as it is in ours.
Well, mind you, none of this thing regarding Charlie Kirk and his assassination has anything to do with black people anyways. We don't even need to center about it. My main point was that both sides like to mock each other as people dying. That's all it is. We need to stop pretending like it's the first time every single time it happens.
So again, that's not, who's that, Alan?
No, this is Alan.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Discord, for giving us the All Lives Matter argument of the Black Lives Matter movement. We don't have to acknowledge anything. Thank you for giving us the whataboutism that I've heard for the last 4 days. The left owns this assassination. They are doing everything they can in their desperate hope that they can somehow mitigate their responsibility for what they did and what they caused. For the last 10 years, the left has been spewing hatred and demonizing not only conservative politicians and calling for their violence, but calling for violence against conservative voters too. And so now that Charlie Kirk has been assassinated by a person who, why is it important what his roommate does? Well, we can assume with a high degree of certainty that a person's roommate, even if they're not in a sexual relationship, that they care about each other, that they have empathy for each other. And then when you align that with the fact that he put Antifa messages, engraved them on the bullets, and that OWO is part of a code word for furries, which is also part of the entire trans ideology, that we can reasonably conclude that number one, he was pro-left, that number two, that he was radicalized by the messages coming from the left, and we're not going to let the left off the hook. So I think that is what the left is terrified. So we're seeing all of this, and we're seeing black people who are attached to the left, seeing the threat as well, trying to fight against it and assist the Democrats in their cope. So that is the main thing that I wanted to say about everything I've heard. The second point is this. For all of those people who have a little difficulties in their pronunciation, say the word ass, then say the K sound. Ass, ask. Now say the word ask and say the word king.
So we really need this lesson right now coming forward.
Ask king. Now
What
this
is
is
going
really
on right now?
hard one.
Alan's being a retard right now. Can we move
Yeah.
on?
Real quick, let me get back to him.
Yeah, no, I'll finish. Say the word ask.
Free, you can control the
Say
room a little bit, even
Discord,
with
I'm
Alan as a
still
lot.
talking. I heard yours.
I respect Alan too much to not let him finish.
You respect this clown?
Yeah, well,
Don't debase yourself.
Well, Alan, try to finish up so they can.
Okay.
Yeah, seriously though,
Say
yeah, I
the
didn't think
word
it now.
ask. Say the word
Alan,
ask.
you're the one
And
snoring. You're
All right, Alan, we got it.
Now, yeah, I know.
eat a sandwich, drink some water.
Now back to something serious, which
You
is
got this
also a
drunk
problem.
guy
You've
trying to
heard
give me a
Discord
commercial.
chat, you know.
No,
shut up.
Not
I can make
everybody
you
is
shut
drunk.
up. No.
But this guy,
You've heard of the 7 stages of grief? The first is shock, then denial, then anger.
He left LA, he's not here no more.
Oh, well,
Oh, you moved him down, oh, okay.
yeah, no, I didn't move them down. But we've heard of the 7 stages of grief. How about we just let people process their grief? And the difference is conservatives are grieving because someone they liked died. And they're angry because Kirk was killed. I think the left is angry because they understand what he represents. And that's what they're afraid of.
Okay, so, thank you. So really quickly, back to you this question. I'm hung up on this one, you said both sides do it, because I hear that a lot. And the reason why that's important, because I do think there's a distinction, but more importantly, if I shame that side, I have to shame my side for the same reason. So back in 2020, when George Floyd was killed, Twitter was not owned by Elon Musk. And we were still in a hypersensitive state. So to come to the conclusion with the idea that the right was making fun of this man during that time, it's hard to believe. They would have removed it out of the site immediately. People would have been doxxed, counseled, etc. So this is why I don't buy that move. I don't buy your claim that the right was making fun of George Floyd. And like I said, when they were, because I do see the current memes now, like I said, it's in response to the coach of the left kind of trying to praise him. I really want to drive this home because I don't think that's something we do on the right. Hence, it would be hypocritical to say that the left is doing something extreme with Charlie Kirk. If this was Destiny, which is, I'm pretty sure some of you guys are familiar with him, he's a left-leaning activist, kind of spoke, he does some of the stuff that Charlie Kirk does, or Rachel Maddow, Joy Reid, etc. We wouldn't be making fun of this shit. Don't get me wrong, there'd be a lot of people online that would say certain stuff, whatever, but I don't think people would go this extreme to celebrate it. And again, like I said, this creates a shitty precedent in our culture to where we'll likely expect more of it because the left is essentially saying this is the way we go about things. And before you got in here, or I think before you got here, we're saying that if we start speaking the same language, because it seems that this is the only thing they understand, which is violence and intimidation. Again, we go through council culture, doxing people, all the shit that the left does. Harassing people, all this other shit, showing up to judges' houses, sending off death threats and all this type of shit. If we start playing that game too, there will be no peace for a while. There will literally be a civil war, and I'm not just throwing that term out loosely. I'm saying that's really what's going to happen. So the left really needs to check itself before it gets that bad.
Yeah, just to reply to you before Alan goes on another 3-hour sermon. So again, just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it wasn't happening. So around that time, because everyone was sent home during 2019, or at least a lot of people were because it was kind of spreading around that point. I was on Twitter Spaces and I was talking to white supremacists, Royfers, and all of them. They were using that, and they were just making new accounts. They were either using the Pepe Frog or they were using George Floyd after 2020, of course. They moved over from using the Pepe Frog to using different forms of him. They would get their accounts banned after they were reported, and they would just make new ones and make rooms with the titles making fun of him. Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it wasn't happening. It was happening, and it wasn't even the first time. We already acknowledged that people were making fun of Trayvon Martin. People were making Aubrey, again, I forget his name, but the guy Ahmaud Aubrey. These things do happen. We need to just acknowledge. I'm not even trying to make an excuse for it. I'm just tired of people pretending like this is the new thing. It is disappointing that it's gotten to this point, but it's been at this point since like 2014. We just need to acknowledge.
Just want everybody to know that not all Jews are liberal cunts like this one.
And also, while I'm in the middle of my sentence,
I just want to point that out. We're not all part of the secret cabal of liberal.
Okay, but let him finish.
Like Discord.
Let him finish, please.
Anyways.
Yeah,
So
in the
essentially-
context
Alan,
of
eat a
this
sandwich, drink
assassination,
some water, sober up.
why
shut
do
up
we
while I'm
have
talking.
to acknowledge that the
Alan's not drunk,
that
he's
If I could finish what I'm saying, you would understand, and you can reply to what I'm actually saying.
And he's Armenian, so there's that.
Okay, so anyways, what I'm saying is that I'm not even trying to justify the hateful rhetoric that's going around all over the place. These people on TikTok that are dancing and cheering. You have to get over it because it's been like like this since 2014. It's always been related since Trump has been in presence around politics, and there's always been people who disagree with whatever or don't like somebody else or is happy that somebody died. Why are we acting like this is new? It's not a good thing at all, no. But again, there's people now who are saying we need to go and fight, or we need to go and we need to go and attack the left, even though this isn't a right and left. I'm not Jewish, even though this is whatever. Anyways, there's a whole bunch of people right now, a whole bunch of right wingers who are saying we need to fight the left. This is not a left and right issue. Again, this guy came from a conservative white family. This is not this left and right issue. But everyone's pivoting because it no longer fits the narrative because this guy didn't come out as a trans black Muslim. We need to grow up a little bit here. Be less sensitive. You can go ahead and feel sorry. You cannot force other people to feel sorry for this guy. Understand that the things that he was saying, other people disagree with. Understand that people didn't even know who he was and only know him as the racist guy, and they're going to move on for their lives. They're trolling you, and you're getting caught in the bait.
Okay, Discord, thank you very much. I used to work, I am talking, thank you very much. I am talking, thank you. I'm going to get a job at a funeral home, and when people come in because they're grieving over their relatives, I'm going to say yes. We're sorry for your loss. We're sorry your grandmother died. But grandmothers die all the time. So really, you need to get over the grief that you're feeling because it happens all the time. Thank you very much. Number one. Number two, the whole thing, he comes from a conservative family. Oh, geez. And how many kids think their parents are stupid and purposely choose opinions and political viewpoints that are different than their parents on purpose? The fact that he came from a conservative family is meaningless. Again, this is cope from the left. It is a stupid argument, and since you called me stupid earlier, Discord, I'm going to say your stupidity knows no bounds. So please, stop with the stupid arguments. Stop coping. You know what the right is looking for? The right is looking for the left to say, yes, we are responsible for this. We fucked up, and we're going to do better next time. But instead, we get these stupid, lame, dumbass arguments from the left trying to deflect from the fact that they did this. And this is the natural result of what they've been doing for at least 10 years. So yeah, that's where our anger is coming from. And we're going to be pissed.
I definitely agree with him on that.
You guys don't realize he contradicted himself already? Like several
times? How is that?
He contradicted himself. Earlier he was saying that Tyler was convinced and tricked and whatever and converted over by his trans so-called roommate.
No, I didn't say that.
Because
I didn't say that. Stop
people,
talking.
And people care about
Stop talking. That's mistake number one.
Their ideology,
That's
but at the same
mistake
time,
number one.
he also said that people in their own families disagree. And I guess he just doesn't acknowledge that people can have roommates that they don't even like. We think that this roommate has such a huge impact on his life. We don't know anything about that. You're trying to make it a left and right issue instead of focusing on the fact that this should have happened in the first place.
You're trying desperately not to make it a left and right issue.
Why would you want this to be a left?
Well, let me address that. We don't want it to be. Well, here's the issue. Here's the issue. Our people are getting shot and killed and threatened, etc. So that's why it stands out. Our side, the right-leaning people generally are not doing this to left-leaning people. Like for all the riots and again the doxing and all this extra shit that's been going on from the left to the right, we don't see it the other way. So when you come in here and try to make it to undermine it, it's like you're saying that you're pretty much gaslighting us, saying we're not saying what we're saying. This case may not be what we think it is, and that's fine, but so far the evidence suggests it is, okay? He killed a prominent right-leaning person, Charlie Kirk, okay? He come from a conservative family, but he can deviate from that and be his own person, which seems that since he shared a room with his is considered a transgender person today, there's a chance he empathized with that person, whether they was in a relationship or not, but he tolerated that, and there's a chance that he was motivated to kill someone whose foul views that was against their partner's gender, whatever the fuck it is. So that seems to be the motive as of now, and that's what we're sticking with until we're shown otherwise. But this ain't the first case of this. We go on and on and on. Now, real quickly, last thing I'll say, you said it's happened on both sides. I can't. Can you give me any comparisons of things where right-leaning people sought to kill or threaten or do anything to the sort of left-leaning people? Because that's where the real argument lies. Go ahead.
If you currently, hold on, Alan, he asked me a question.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Now we can.
Yes, Mom.
Hey,
Yeah.
could somebody please invite Othello back up?
Sure.
Thank you.
It won't allow me to do it.
So currently, and I'm not sure if you want to ruin your algorithm, but if you were to search up on TikTok, I don't know.
You said you were TikTok?
Hold on, I'm saying, because I don't want you to really destroy your algorithm. I purposely don't look this stuff up because my TikTok is really wholesome. But if you were to look up on TikTok, you can find a ton of far rights or just right wingers or Republicans who are saying that they need to have revenge to the left, that they're under attack. This is war. Alan, please shut up.
Now.
This is war, and we need to fight back, and all this stuff. Even though.
Real quickly, go forward. I just want to clarify something really quickly. Are you saying they're saying that now in response? Because that's the difference. I want to see something now, and that's why I think this is going to be real dangerous. When the right start responding to the left, I think a lot of people don't think that we started this or that we're just the same, and that's not the case. If I sock you and you beat the fuck out of me, people can't then say, "Hey man, why you beat that dude up?" It's like he hit me. Like, yeah, you beat him up. Like, I started it. So. No, it's not towards you, it's towards Discord. So I'm just trying to clarify, are you saying that now or prior? Because right now revenge seems like it's a response and not an initial action. Sure.
Hold on.
No. Let me just answer him real quick and then you can go right after. So that is happening now, but the whole reason why it is still a right issue for this in particular is because it's not a left issue. The left are cheering because they didn't like Charlie Kirk because of all the things he said. And most of those people, they only know him for all the bad things he said, and that's justified. They don't have to like somebody that didn't like them. Now, all the right people are making this an issue towards the left, saying we're going to come after you, even though we know so far all the documentation is showing this guy comes from a conservative household. His family is Republican. His views are still right-wing. It doesn't matter what his roommate believes. If he tolerates his roommate, sometimes people are just stuck with that. And even then, he dropped out of college anyways.
What right-wing view he has? Sure.
Wait, what did you say, Free?
What right-leaning view he has to consider him right-leaning at all?
Yes.
So far.
So there's some, or we're going to see how it goes, but there's some evidence that are showing that he might have been even a groper. He does have more right-leaning views, and it makes sense. It makes sense where he grew up and how he grew up and where he, like, his household and all that stuff. We need to just stop pretending. Like, we don't need to make this electoral.
Okay, so I'll let you finish. Yeah, sure.
The real thing that we should be focused on, because again, it's a bad thing that Charlie Kirk got killed. It's a terrible thing. I cannot police how other people are going to respond. I do not think that we need to even focus on people trolling, because if you focus on it, they'll do it more. I know this because that's what people did with George Floyd. The moment that people were upset about him being memed, it happened even more. You guys are falling into it. It already happened back then. It's happening now on the other side. Just don't fall into it. This is not a left and right issue. This is a shooting issue.
Okay, I'll give you an example.
No, 1 second, Othello. No, Othello. Let me go ahead. No, because you're about to bring up some bullshit. But I still want you to speak. I'm bringing it back up. Let me finish with him, because I know you're about to bring up some shit that had nothing to do with anything. You're probably going to bring up the Nancy Pelosi bullshit or something like that. But we'll get there. Anyhow, back to you, just really quickly. When I asked that question, you didn't give me anything. You gave me some circumstantial was not good enough. Yeah, he came from a conservative background, like a lot of people do, including me, including black people, which votes 95% Democratic. A lot of us come from a conservative background. That still doesn't make us conservative, right? Especially politically. There's a high chance this guy has changed his political view, because a lot of us, especially around that age, tend to be rebellious, trying to find our own way, integrate into a world media and you're a young person, it's almost impossible to be conservative. Honestly, it is. I'm not saying you can't be. I'm just saying it's tough to be because that world doesn't really favor conservatism. But like I said, the weight of the evidence suggests that he's likely, one, because of the person he targeted, which is Charlie Kirk. He also on his social media made fun of Trump, which is people were trying to say he was dressed as Trump. No, he wore a costume to where he was dressed like Trump was a donkey or something. He was carrying him around. That's what the suit was, and the leftists had to erase it immediately because they realized it was not praising Trump. So again, for the fact that he has antagonized the right in his history, that seems like he's actually against the right and more left-leaning, if not independent. So again, this seems like we're correct on this thus far. We could be wrong, but the way the evidence does show that he's against the right and most likely left-leaning.
Well, the biggest thing here is that it doesn't matter. We want to keep putting this as left and right. If you want to make it as a left and right issue, it's not the entirety of the left that is killing. They're not.
Okay, listen.
Hold on, I'm going to let you put it. And it's not the entirety.
No, I'm not rushing. Take your time.
It's not even the entirety of the right. The fact that it's not every day and every hour that people are going out and getting killed, the fact that that's not the case is why this is not as critical as you think. It's terrible because it sets the precedence of this happening regularly, because we had that insurance guy killed by the Italian guy. I forget his name. Sorry.
I forgot his name too. Luigi.
Luigi something. Trump was almost assassinated, and then this one happening here. The fact that it's happening so often is terrible, but I just hate.
Well, you see it from one side to the next, though, right? You see the pattern, right?
Hold on. I'm saying my point is that it should not have gone to this political violence. Is literally where people are not able to go out anymore, where people are getting killed on the street or killed at their rallies or whatever. It's terrible, but I think it's just so pathetic and low IQ to constantly pit each other together. Instead of questioning why is the president not speaking against this? Biden did, Obama did, but Trump keeps on inflaming the rhetoric. He's not helping.
Yeah. So it is. And I know other people want to get in, so I won't continue dumping at this stage. I do enjoy the back and forth, and I think we're making progress. I want you to understand that there's particular aspects you have to consider. Trump was almost assassinated. Now his followers are being assassinated, and now he was not only almost assassinated once. He was also almost assassinated several times, and which to me doesn't even exist. They don't even talk about it no more. Like, think about it. We talk about assassination of other people much more than Trump. Which is insane because he's the active president right now. But anyhow, when you have that type of animosity towards this person, and you think they're supposed to sit back and think like, well, how can I fix these things with you? The issue is you can't, because people are determined to fucking hate you. Okay? After all that Trump went through, what can he say to change these people's mind? And that's really bothers me the most. And I'm trying my best not to rant on this. But the bottom line is, for a lot of people on this app and just general left, you cannot change these people. There's nothing he can say or do to make them like him. And I think he understands that. Same thing with Charlie Kirk and the rest of us. I'm a black libertarian, but I align with conservatives. I know in these spaces for the fact that I support Trump. There's nothing I can say to make people like me or change their mind about me. Once that's out there, that's it. I'm the devil to these people. I'm Satan to a lot of these people because of that. And when someone has that type of perspective on you, you tend to give a shit less about them because they don't want to try to bridge the gap. They don't want to understand you. They just want you to basically fucking die. And that's how it is with Charlie Kirk. And that's why I think the left has painted a path that you don't want the right to go down. But you believe we're on that path. We're not. We're saying we can get on that path if that's where you want to go. But you guys made it this way. So when we start responding, don't start playing fucking victim. Okay? We didn't get here.
This is dangerous Reddit.
Oh, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Get down. Shut the fuck up. Sick of you, man, because you keep trolling and saying stupid shit. Shut the fuck up. People are fucking down and lives have been destroyed because of your stupid shit. And people like you, shut the fuck up. Bottom line is, this shit is keep going down this road, and we don't want it to be this way, but you guys stop. And I'm not saying you particularly Discord. I don't know your position. I see you're a Trump supporter, but I'm saying you cannot put us in the same boat. Charlie Kirk only wanted to fucking speak to people, man. He just want to have a conversation. But these people wanted to kill him. They wanted to counsel him. They protest him in front of shit. And not just him, tons of right-wing people. They tried to fight fucking Rand Paul for trying to get the no-knocking act for Breonna Taylor. And he was trying to help them, and they still wanted to fucking hurt him. So it's like you cannot do anything for these people who are determined to fucking hate and destroy you. And I just want you to understand that. I'm sorry for ranting or whatever. I'm just saying I really think there's a major disconnect, and they're gonna regret this. That's all I can say.
And I, you know what? I think we can disagree on certain things, but agree on other things. Yeah, like I'm not left, so I didn't take what you were saying directly to me or anything like that. I think I kind of followed the same kind of path that Tyler probably went on, because I used to be a strong Trump supporter and fell out of that for a while now. But yeah, I just think that what you're saying as well doesn't help. I understand that you're seeing it more as a retaliation, but I feel like this back and forth, like it's not going to help anybody. I do not take the people on TikTok dancing and parading and cheering for the death seriously, because most of them don't know anything about Charlie Kirk. They only know him from that Jubilee video where he made an ass of himself. And just like I don't take anybody seriously that's making fun of George Floyd, because they're probably idiots anyways. I think that when we keep on escalating these things and think that we have to retaliate, that's what inflames things. And literally, this guy saw Charlie Kirk. Sorry, I keep on saying his name up. He saw Charlie as somebody who was causing this division. I guess he didn't anticipate that him killing Charlie would only cause the division even further. But anyways, this was a good chat.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Back and forth. Post your YouTube and the link for me if you want to.
It's not my YouTube. Somebody was in recording the room. It made me uncomfortable, but I didn't know if you guys were fine with it, but.
Oh, no, I don't know. It's really step every while I have run away running. I just need mine, and that's what it is. But good back and forth with you. I do respect the back and forth. I really do. I enjoyed it. Unlike Othello, who's about to be an asshole on here. But man, if you want to chill in there, that's cool. I'll let the stage open. I know, right? I'll open up the stage for everybody to get in, because I don't want it to be us. But let's have this conversation, man. Go ahead, look.
Well, it was a piece of shit. Just want to say that.
Oh, real quickly, Monica, I did invite you. I don't know if you can't come up or not, so as you leave the room, come back. I don't know if it helps, but I did accept your invite to sing another one, so I'm fine.
Oh no, Monica's not coming on stage. Oh, what was me?
So let me tell you why Free is pushing a dangerous rhetoric. He's one of these people that want to see the left and the right go to war. Right? Just last year in Minnesota, we had Vance Bolter go in and kill a Democratic House leader. I think her name was Melissa Hortman.
What's his name again? Vance what? What's his name?
His name was Vance Bolter. MAGA supporting, Trump supporting Republican killed a Democrat in her home and her husband. Right? So you pushing this rhetoric talking about the left and the right. If we get you for tit for tat, when real families in real towns are coming together saying that we need to stop this left and right shit, and we need to have town halls right now because the kids are being radicalized.
When you see them in the restaurant, you need to drag them outside. You need to terrorize them and beat them. When they go home, you go low.
I get them glitching when I talk. So this is some real shit. Where these town halls are being had between the left and the right, and they saying, whoa, you know what I'm saying? Charlie Kirk just died for nothing. Why a white boy in the white ring? In the white.
Yeah. Before you go forward, Othello, how do you know that Vance Bolter was a Republican and he did it for that reason?
All you gotta do is look it up. They got his voting cards. They got his voting. Who he voted for.
Well, his wife said that he died as a martyr. And one thing he's brought to front, especially on this app, that black people cannot dialogue with each other. I just had to remove a person the other day, because whatever's not active, I just remove it, like that, because, I couldn't dialogue. And, I wasn't going to stand on my faith. That person just wasn't ready. But it just shows how fragile the country is. There's so many places that you cannot dialogue with people.
Whoever's pushing this presence after Charlie Kirk died,
So the wife got up there and said, it's on the tape, she said he was a martyr.
Yep,
for
Vance
conversation.
Volter. Now look, if you still pushing right versus left rhetoric and trying to paint this kid as a leftist, you a real demon. Free, you a real demon. A real demon when the U.S. is supposed to be healing right now.
I want you to
United
know I
States
was
supposed to be,
talking
and they're really healing, you know, around the country in these town halls. They're healing right now, and you trying to push this dangerous rhetoric? Somebody should slap the shit out you if they see you on the street.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Look at
the irony of what he just said. Look at the irony. This is what I'm talking about.
No.
This is what he said. Discord.
Last bitch.
Let me help you out with that. Give me a second. I'm gonna put you down for a second. So this is the same thing that happened earlier, not in this room, but in another room. It's always left-leaning fucking idiots always threatening violence, right? Someone should slap me for my opinion. Do you understand? No, I've been in this room and he's been here for a while. I haven't threatened anybody at all. This is what I'm talking about. So if I fuck this guy up after he just threatened me, I'll be the bad guy, and now it's both sides doing it. But no, that's my point. He's a Democrat threatening violence. Oh no, of course not. Of course, I don't expect anything at all. But that's my point. What I'm saying is to Discord is when the left does this shit, they don't see it as a problem, and then we only get thrown in a fucking bunch.
Virtuous, and we're evil.
Yeah, right.
On the right.
Right, and that's the illusion narrative. And that's the thing. Listen, Discord. There's nothing we can do that's right, dude. Do you not understand that? If we say nothing, it's wrong. If we go along, it's wrong. If we fight back, it's wrong. There's no fucking winning. So I'm gonna pick my better loss, which is actually fucking fight back.
Yeah,
So
it's
that's
like
why
being in an
they
abusive
believe this shit. I will fucking love it.
bitch. She's never gonna let you hear it.
I'm not sure if it was rhetorical, but I will respond. You know what?
Sure.
It's all good because I already left the States anyways. I'm good. Y'all can burn the entire country down. Like I feel like both sides are really hungry for a civil war. Frankly, I loved that movie, so if you guys can remake it, that'd be awesome. Because in that movie, the Canadian dollar went skyrocketing. So
Free, who do you think would win that war, the left and right?
Oh, right, easy.
Military.
A bunch of fat feminine fruits cannot be a bunch of man who actually
all the CG
works out.
experience and stuff.
Yeah, they're not gonna fucking win. And that's the sad thing about it. The reason why
Put your cash app in the chat and get your electric.
Like seriously, like we let it exist because we don't fight back, we don't say much. We hear the stupid fucking ideas and we're like, okay, let's have a conversation because I think this is our line. But we actually use the same tactics left use, that shit wouldn't exist. We just fucking beat you motherfuckers into submission and be like, yeah, just you're gonna have to do what we say. But we show a lot of mercy to the fucking left. And now that shit is dying. It shouldn't even be there no more.
Hey,
Gus, like they just want to give them the fucking warning.
Gus, isn't it wild that the female alerts didn't activate all the nanites from the vaccines and all did die or turn into zombies? Do you think Naked Pop actually hid under that little cave out in the desert?
Hold on, before we get into a schizo room here.
Oh, yeah.
You
think Gus? Okay, cool.
Let me serious. Let's respond. Go ahead.
It's sad. I get where you're coming from. Obviously, I just want to point out that like it was very, very disappointing that he died. As somebody who didn't like what he had to say, I did not wish to see him die like that. It was very, very sad, and I don't like the way that dialogue and discourse has been completely destroyed. I remember, because I will say that like when I was a Trump supporter, I had to constantly tell the people, I was in your shoes, Free. I was constantly saying that there's a whole bunch of these people who are attacking people just for wearing the red hat, and it was annoying. I remember I would get like persecuted because I was in college at that time for wearing it. So I completely understand that yes, there's a lot of that coming from one other side, but I've also witnessed it. I'm just saying that I witnessed it on both. But either way, to me, I wish that people could either just get along somehow or just leave each other alone. But if you really want to fight each other, have at it.
Oh yeah, that shit all ended after Charlie got shot in the neck. Yeah.
But like, what are you really?
I have so many combat trained.
I'm just wondering what the end game
like they want war, they can have buckle.
Like, what is the
Hold on a second, Bastion. Well, here's the thing, Discord. That doesn't have to be an end game in any of this shit. This whole thing about it was trying to stop it from getting there. The end game would be to either get it back to even battlegrounds where people get back to civility and say, okay, we don't want this war, let's have discussions. That's really the better end game. The other end game could be one side dies, the other side rules. And I don't want that for either side, because I actually like the diversity in thought. Even how stupid and crazy it fucking is, I'm actually okay with that, because I like the ability to talk about things that I don't believe in, and the ability to essentially grow, you know, because sometimes I might change my mind, but I also may learn how to communicate better to maybe help somebody else change their mind. So that would be typically the end game, but I don't want that outcome. I wish we could just literally, like I said, go back to civility where we could have discussions like we used to, but it seems like one side doesn't want that.
And it will be disappointing if say somebody like Destiny, who I watched too, were to meet the same end, even though he's been spouting the same thing. One of the biggest excuses that he uses is that the president doesn't try to nullify any of this. He doesn't try to turn down the temperature, so why shouldn't he? And I don't think it's like a strong.
Oh, did you like when Destiny laughed at the firefighter who protected his family and was shot and Trump assassination? That's wild. Like,
just
like not being a cackling about it. He's like, oh yeah, this fucking maggot, fucking Trump tard, fucking idiot, you know, was there, shouldn't have been there, you know, caused his own death by jumping to protect his wife and daughter, got shot, you know.
So anyways, just
that's,
what I'm saying.
That's how you want to champion, huh?
Let him land.
I wish you would.
I understand.
But anyways, what I'm saying is that it would be disappointing to see that too. Not because I love Destiny or anything like that, because he says a lot of wild stuff.
And I agree
with his take. But like he is more so on the left, like you mentioned, and I think that would be kind of like the equal, like I guess like the equal thing, or maybe Jake Uger. I don't want to see people who may have.
Oh man, Jake's the one that said that Charlie Kirk would have loved to die as a martyr. That was amazing too. Yeah. Or how about Hassan Piper, who said that we should go out and cut the throats of every maggot Trump supporter?
I get your point, but they did say a lot of shit that kind of stick the flame. But the bottom line is, I get your point. Just go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying that but that's the point. Because those people are still stoking the fire and all that stuff. It will be disappointing to see people like them, regardless of how I feel about because I stopped watching The Youngsters a long time ago. But it'll be disappointing to see Jake Uger get shot, or Hassan get shot, or Destiny get shot, because nobody should be going around killing each other over political views. Debate each other. What Charlie was doing was the right thing to do, was debate people. And it's disappointing that this is just going to continue to happen, and that now the right is completely going to go against the left, even though, again, because the biggest thing here is that this is not a left and right issue.
Yeah, it is.
The shooter was not left-wing.
Yeah, he was. His partner's trans. And he called Charlie Kirk a fascist on the casing of the fucking round. What are you talking about?
LGBT, trans.
Yeah, literally his partner roommate is a trans dude, or whatever, biological male.
A roommate doesn't determine your political views.
Oh yeah, definitely being part of the LGBTQ community and writing fascist on a shell casing. They say catch fascists, you know, fascist catch. You know, that definitely doesn't align with like the fucking left.
You don't really know how to have a conversation.
Groyper's openly called. Groyper's actually openly called himself fascist, right? Like fucking Nick Fuentes. He calls himself
I'm center left, and it's very hard for me to live with a trans roommate. Let's be frank here. If somebody is living in the same house,
and guys, real quickly, let Discord finish, please, really, because I do want him to get his thoughts out too. Why? Because it's respectful. It's respectful. Yeah.
Discord, it's really dark in here. I wish the light was on.
No, everyone's allowed to talk, but he was talking first.
He's been talking for the last 10 minutes. I've been out here smoking 2 cigarettes and
Okay, so yeah, when you finish, you can hop back in. Just let him finish.
Let us just talk about nanites.
Alright, I'm gonna say, anyways, I was quiet for a little bit, but for you had mentioned me again, but, so, I don't know why these are joining, but I'll finish. But my main point is that, like, it's sad to see that it's gotten to this point. It's sad to see that it's not gonna get better from this point. But at the same time, I do believe, just because the narrative doesn't quite fit, and people are kind of forcing this puzzle piece in a place that it doesn't belong, that this will eventually kind of be forgotten in like a week or two.
No.
Mamma mia.
30 million people who follow him.
Mamma mia.
Okay, I don't know if you guys know this, but
I don't know. I listen to black people every day talk about George Floyd.
Pop in. You didn't even know I was black. You came in here thinking.
You know, the Trayvon Martin, like every fucking day we have to listen to black people talk about that. But you don't think they're gonna talk about Charlie Kirk in 6
You don't
months?
have to. Nobody's forcing you to be here. Nobody's forcing you to be on the app. Nobody's forcing you on social media. You could go touch grass. I don't know. Go kiss ass. I don't know. Something different. I don't know why you can't control yourself. So that is completely fine. But anyways,
Literally brought 30 million.
I think that it would be great if people could turn down the heat a little bit, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be that way. But go ahead, Augustus.
Tell us about nanites, Augustus.
Listen, this isn't going to ignite the right. Okay? Charlie's step is not going to create a violent outpour of right-leaning people to go and get violent.
Wait, you don't think when they're wearing t-shirts with Charlie Kirk shot in the neck with the blood run out of his neck, people aren't going to get violent in protests and rallies?
People
They're literally throwing fucking little statues of Charlie falling out of the neck with blood
They've been
run out.
wearing them all week. They've been wearing them all week.
Exactly.
Today I
You don't think it's going to get violent?
I saw a guy wearing the same t-shirt as the shooter. Loud and proud. I didn't see him get beat up. We're not getting violent on the right. Look,
You're not even on the right, Augustus.
Look, you're
not on the right. You're a fucking RFK supporter. RFK's not on the fucking right.
Look, if you're gonna continue to interrupt me, I'll just leave, bro. It's that simple. To me,
Josh, let's just speak.
I'm just trying to get a word in.
I would be quiet if you could just stop lying, Augustus. That's all.
Okay, even if he is lying, just please be quiet.
Yeah, my point is that this is going to ignite the left. I mean, look at the example of George Floyd versus Charlie Kirk. George Floyd dies, and the left lights the whole fucking world on fire. Charlie Kirk dies, and there's an outpour of vigils and peace movements and
other countries too.
And there's not one city burnt down. There's not one riot. Okay? All this is gonna do is ignite the left to think that it's okay for them to be able to do political violence and get away with it. That's what it's gonna do. It's not going to ignite the right and be like, oh, we're gonna go and fucking shoot AOC, okay, and get away with it. That's not happening. That's never going to happen. AOC's got it good.
It's not igniting the right because the right is winning right now.
Well, I don't even understand what you said. Go back to your country. I don't even know what you were talking about.
He said it's not going to ignite the right because they're right.
Well, Augustus, just regarding your point, it's difficult to compare the events of what happened with George Floyd and comparing this one here, because justice was essentially found here. Kirk's killer was caught, whereas the issue with George Floyd was that people found that it was an injustice, that the law, a police officer, murdered him.
Isn't that cop still in jail?
And his cop, that cop is in jail.
Okay, hold on, though. I'm saying,
He was literally
That was
beaten
a
almost to
horrible
death.
comeback.
no, because I didn't get to finish, because everyone just jumped on it before I
That was
finished.
retarded.
Well, it's a horrible start.
All of those,
Augustus in his
Josh,
mind.
let him correct us up, Lord.
because all of those things were occurring before the cop was put in jail or whatever, before he was arrested, because there was all this talk about him actually getting let go of it, that it wasn't a murder, and that's what people had an issue with. Either way, justice was dealt afterwards, but it's just a different case. And this one,
You're trying to make the argument that the right is going to start existing. No, he's making the argument here that the right is going to start pushing out political violence. That's the argument you're trying to make.
literally
They
not
want
saying
us
that.
to.
I'm not going to wish anything.
Okay, well then we can't say anything as a comeback to what I'm saying. Because that's the only argument that I'm making, is that this is going to ignite the left to continue to push political violence, and it's not going to ignite the right to push political violence. Unless you're agreeing with me, there's nothing you can fucking say.
Well, Augustus, that's the thing. I do agree with you that it's not going to. I don't know if you heard before, but I said this is not going to. We're all going to I'm just saying that the examples you gave were a bit off because it was just a different topic in general.
Did we forget about George Floyd in 2 weeks?
What do you mean?
Did we
That's
forget
not the
about,
same.
did what happened to George Floyd, did we forget about it in 2 weeks?
No, because it wasn't the same.
Okay, so again, so why would you think that we're gonna forget about this? In my lifetime, and probably in all of our lifetimes, this is the first assassination that we've ever witnessed in our lifetime.
Well, this is your first. I don't know if you just never watched anything. I'm really glad that you've had a very sheltered experience online. That's not even me being sarcastic or anything like that.
Okay, so you're saying that there's been another political assassination?
I'm not sure if you can count the one regarding Luigi as political. I would say that's kind of political.
There's the Minnesota shooting.
There was the attempt.
Name the guy he assassinated.
Okay,
If
one
it's a
second.
political
So,
assassination, name the guy he assassinated. Just
hold on, so it's.
go ahead, name the guy he assassinated.
Hold on, this is what's
Can't
funny.
find his name. It's easy to find. I just don't remember it.
Go look
I
at
barely remember Luigi's name.
You don't remember
I
it.
need to. You know that.
Discord.
Sorry, man. I'm trying to talk.
Discord in your TCR, sir.
It's ironic. Don't take this serious.
No, I have that picture too, saved in my phone. But
Oh,
like,
damn.
okay, so look at it. So in our lifetime, there's only one person in that picture that we have witnessed that was assassinated, correct?
In this picture, we've
Yes.
already seen a couple now.
Right. And so when we think of what is considered political violence or a political assassination, what's so wild, if you look up, if you ask ChatGPT, if the Minnesota, if that was considered political violence, if you type that into ChatGPT or Google, it says no.
The Minnesota shooting wasn't political violence.
It wasn't, which is
Wow,
wild.
wow.
If you look in ChatGPT and Google, if you look at
What kind of violence is it? No, I'm just confused since you already.
Michael Knowles, I just watched his podcast and he had looked it up.
No, you don't know.
I don't know off the top of my head, but it was he essentially because the CNN had reported that 76% of all of political assassinations or violence is by the right and only 4% by the left. So Michael Knowles was like, well, I want to see what they consider being political violence, right? So he looked up the past few shootings, and none of them were considered under the umbrella of political violence or political assassination. So, which is wild. So I don't know. Do we consider Charlie Kirk's death to be a political assassination?
I guess for my definition, because I don't know what that guy's definition ended up being.
Right.
For me, I think this was political.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what we're really arguing.
Yeah, Minnesota shooting for sure is political. I don't know. I mean, I chat. I
Yeah, the retard Augustus left.
What does it say, Mikhail?
Oh wait, we turned in Augustus for
recent
fucking Miguel the terrorist.
incident in Minnesota referring to the June 14, 2025 attacks on state lawmakers and shot the Anglo-Saxon
Oh,
region.
I'm talking
The
about.
response is widely regarded as an act of targeted political violence. What happened in the early morning hours of June 14, 2025, Vance Luther Moulter, 57 of Green Isle, Minnesota, allegedly carried out a series of targeted shootings. He killed Minnesota House Speaker Amrita Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark Hortman at their home in Chaplin. He also shot and wounded State Senator John Hoffman and his wife at the residence. He was disguised as a law enforcement officer during the assault. A 2-day manhunt.
So when I mentioned Minnesota, one I was talking about the shooting at the Catholic Church is the one Michael Knowles looked up. It was the Minnesota town.
I'm just saying, just like I don't think you remember the names of the Congressman people that got killed. So, I mean, why is Kirk someone gonna be any different? Like at the end of the day, when you see his gun violence, that's what you see.
I'm trying to say that he's been invited already, so he might have to leave and come back, or I might not be able to do it.
Will you be able to do it?
And it's just that unfortunately we do live in a climate where people forget extremely important things. I mean, people have already moved on from the last 2 school shootings that have occurred, and that that should not have been forgotten, but we are desensitized to this. This might seem big now, but I'm telling you, most people will not be having this conversation once this thing blows over with the Tyler's trial. It's just not going to be important.
Well,
It will be important to people who care.
The reason why I say that this is so important is because in our lifetime, I will repeat it, in broad daylight, in public, there was an individual that was set.
Oh, no, Discord. We're just talking past you, that's all.
Okay.
Because we find you interesting.
No, I don't know how to.
Yeah, I just want to point out that Jews like myself hate Jews like are liberals.
I'm not Jewish. I just don't know what you're doing, man.
He's not
Are we
Jewish
able to
either.
switch out
And Mikhail,
Dagger for something else? I don't know.
Discord, you got me like all, like I was wanting to respond to Mikhail.
Sorry, it's because this guy is just, he's
Okay,
just here.
well-
Anyways, go on.
Mikhail, when you said it's gun violence, I disagree. Why do you consider it to be gun violence? Because guns don't kill people. People kill people.
And at the end of the day, Kirk is gonna be gaslit his whole, whatever you want to call it, his martyrdom, whatever, his death, his killing, whatever you want to call it. It's gonna be politicized, and if the right tries to make a big deal about it, you know, at the end of the day, the discussion around gun laws and gun reform is going to be brought up. And this is what happens. A school shooting happens, and then the right gaslights the country with also, you know, talks about how Second Amendment and our right and all that. So this is what happens every time, you know, but it's politicized.
Right.
People gaslight, each side of the aisle gaslights the other, and we never get anything done, and then here we are, just talking about how many school shootings has it been? Does anybody know? No one's counting, right? Who cares?
I don't know. Not on.
No, but if I'm not gonna care about the school shooting that recently happened, if we can't recall that, why should Kirk matter? You know, by 2 weeks from now. Why should?
Well, you know, a school shooting happened.
By your logic, Mikhail, then why should the Palestinian supposed genocide matter?
Why is he
Yeah.
here?
I have no idea.
Yeah, this guy, he ruins rooms.
Can you please do us all a favor?
Royal, if you're here, just knock this guy out.
Please.
Yeah, we all don't want him.
Please, he doesn't say anything of value.
Yeah,
Everybody
if you get him we'll all be very thankful.
And if it comes out, right, that this Tyler kid, or this Tyler guy, this man, is a right-wing Republican, what does that mean for the party, the United States?
So he's not. So they.
What is it? Well, no, what does it mean if it does come out?
So they.
Oh, they already found him.
They found him and they released information. So when his parents were interviewed, his parents said that, you know, they believed that this was based on his strong dislike for Charlie. I guess the night before at dinner, he had mentioned that Charlie was going to be at the university and that he strongly disliked him for his beliefs. And as we know, I mean, he was a registered independent. This kid is 22 years old, so if he voted in the last election, it definitely wasn't for Donald Trump.
He never voted. He was
So hold on. So then he didn't vote, but he's a registered independent, and he had a strong dislike for Charlie Kirk's.
Well, no, and his actual coworker said that he hated Trump.
And
he made fun of Trump on his Twitter.
Yeah, and on his Discord.
Okay, so do you know that Nick Fuentes has
so
also
he's
had?
not a right winger.
You do know that Nick Fuentes also had a
his
strong dislike for
partner,
Charlie
whatever
Kirk.
roommate, is a trans.
No, that's not.
Look at Othello being stupid. So what about Nick Fuentes? There's more evidence that he supported left-leaning. What kind of shit is that?
And do you know that Nick Fuentes
They're
is
just like
far
grasping
right?
at straws at this point. It's just fucking.
Exactly, yeah, just making up shit. He got a shadow that look like Trump. Yeah, this one is gonna begin with a T like Trump. Right?
So, and you do know that Nick
Oh, I
Fuentes.
do know that this Tyler Robinson was.
You do know.
Was an Antifa member, and if we
He was
really
Antifa
think about it, what is Nick Fuentes labeled from like our social climate? People consider
Wait, you
Nick
know that he's
Fuentes.
an Antifa member?
Yes. So this guy was.
Where does it say that at?
is far right.
Okay, we've established that.
Right. So they consider him to be a fascist. I've heard Nick Fuentes being painted as a fascist. So if this guy's Antifa, anti-fascist, then do you think he's a supporter of Nick Fuentes?
Now let me respond to you, Ann. That was a great point, and I knew that was coming. Now, if you watch the video that Nick Fuentes did 2 weeks ago directly at Charlie Kirk, first of all, Nick Fuentes said we're under Jewish fascism. Second, he went after Charlie Kirk for supporting Israel.
So you watch Nick Fuentes?
No, all you gotta do is look it up.
So you watch Nick Fuentes? Yes
All
or
you
no?
gotta do is do some digging.
The answer is a yes or no answer.
Don't deflect, Augustus. Don't deflect.
No, the answer is a yes or no answer.
Don't deflect.
You're watching Nick Fuentes, yes or no?
No, I just did my research today.
Okay.
Yeah, I did my research today.
Well, you're not gonna research on whether or not the guy's an Antifa.
Obviously, you didn't.
Okay, so Othello. So Nick Fuentes did a live stream the other night.
No, he's some dumb fucking liberal.
He stated that him and Charlie, they really didn't get along, and they didn't really align on really anything. But he did, share his condolences and said that this was wrong, all that stuff. So I don't know where you're going with that. What is it?
He did that after the fact, but he released a scathing video.
Right.
He released a scathing video
We know
attacking Charlie Kirk
it
2
was
weeks ago.
it was very well known that they didn't get along. So what is your point?
So my point is, followers of Nick Fuentes in the right wing, right? Nick Fuentes has already called Charlie a Zionist fascist.
So but this is
And a
you guys
Zionist
grasping
shield.
at straws to try and
So
make it
that
on
is
the
where
right.
the fascist
This is not
part, I'm
about the
saying
right.
that is where the fascist
This
part
is about
comes from.
the left.
That is where the fascist part
This
comes
is
from.
about the
No,
left.
it's not.
Yes, it
That's
is.
an
I'm
agenda
sorry.
you guys are trying to push.
No, but when you guys get better at taking accountability for things, then
That's an agenda you're trying to push.
game? Why are you looking at blame?
Exactly.
Like, I don't know, this has nothing, don't you feel like there's something problematic?
Yeah, what's problematic is that people
It's 9/11, it's been 2 days now. And at this point, you care more about Kirk than 9/11 itself, the war on terror, the thousands of Americans, the trillions of dollars of loss. It seems like, how is it that that has a much of an impact?
And your pictures didn't happen, so shut the fuck
And
up.
you believe with Kirk's death, like something radical needs to change,
No,
something, a
I think
revolution,
that
something needs to change so badly because of
people
Kirk.
are under demonic possession. This is evil.
They're
People are
demonically
really-
possessed, they're soulless.
They are demonically possessed.
Nothing's gonna change.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you don't have any hope. I'm not a black belt.
Okay, everybody, I posted the scathing video that Nick Fuentes
Listen, the narrative you're trying to
I posted it, and people can go read it
no one
watch
wants
it
to
for
fucking
themselves.
read your bullshit.
Let them go watch it for themselves. It's 4 minutes long,
No one
and it's
cares.
Nick Fuentes' video.
No one
A
cares.
scathing video.
No one cares.
Scathing. Calling him
No
a fascist.
fucking cares.
Because Nick Fuentes thinks that we're under Jewish fascism, and that's where the fascism part comes
Low-hanging
from.
fruit.
Yeah, but wasn't the inscription that was wrote on the bullet fascist? Another little thing that comes out of Nick Fuentes. I think what he's saying is those faggots that follow Nick Fuentes are influenced, they're retarded.
Right. So they're right, and CNN and MSNBC also influence people, and The View also influence people. People like Maxine Waters. When you see them out, the MAGA supporters, you get in their face. I mean, these people incite violence.
I just want to say the only good thing that Destiny's ever done is sucking Nick Fuentes.
Okay, get back in your place.
That was
where nobody
fucking-
follows you. Okay, nobody knows your name. Nobody follows you. Nobody cares what you have to say. You don't have a big platform.
Where's the preservation of the person, whatever?
Alright guys, come on, let's get back to the conversation.
I'm here to say something. I want to fucking say something as a white man in America. I want to say some shit, and I keep on getting talked over as if I ain't shit. As if my voice doesn't fucking matter.
This is your time, white boy.
This is your space. It's white America. Go ahead.
Yeah, listen. All right, amazing. Thank you. We're in the white America room, right? Or am I? Hey, don't shoot no schools up over it. Just get your point across. Okay, listen. And the reality of the situation
Let's
is
just
this.
say the N-word one time only.
Oh my God, you fucking idiots. Fuck you. And the reality of the situation is this, is that there's just going to be more political violence against the right. They got a hit list on Blue Sky going viral right now. Benny Johnson's on it. Nick Sanchez is on it.
Oh, say that again. Start over. They got a what?
A hit list going viral on Blue Sky.
They have Ben Shapiro on it too.
Ben Shapiro's on it? Yeah, of all right-wing influencers.
Yeah.
I gotta look at this. You say it was his. Okay, yeah.
You guys should go watch the Hassan Pipe video where it says cut the threats of every conservative. Augustus, stop being such a faggot, bro.
This is like
You're
when
the one
everybody.
who's on it from like 4 years ago.
No, it's like a year ago during the
It's the part lifted on the
Bro, you're talking about me from 4 years
The
ago.
FEMA alerts are gonna activate the nanites from the vaccine to turn us all into zombies.
2001.
No, this is last year, bro. This is last year. Literally last year, Augustus.
I haven't been on the
You and Naked Pop and all them in the fucking
I haven't been on
reservation
the
of
tab
the
in over a
dipshits.
year. I just downloaded it a week ago, and you're on my dick like as if my fucking cock is your fucking magnet.
That's my pacifier. I keep it out.
Yeah, you sound like you have a dick in their mouth.
Isn't it crazy how they say Charlie Kirk is a fascist, yet they have a hit list? The exact thing that fascists do is.
Okay, Nick, you do know that the people that died in Minnesota, right, at the hands of that Republican, he had to hit the system.
Wait, are you gonna regurgitate that one more time?
Do you know he had to
bring another one? You bring another one, fellow?
Another one.
Another one. He was a registered Republican, but he was an anti-Trump also.
Another one. Going against what I'm saying. Are you trying to put
guys, you're both fascists. Honestly.
Yeah, both fascists. Yeah.
You guys are trying to push an
Look it up.
agenda
Blue
here?
Sky hit list. You leftists are fucking violent, demonic.
Justice, stay away from the iPhone 12s. Remember?
Educated.
iPhone 12s are gonna give you cancer, bro.
That's why you need more money every year for your education system. But the
Augustus,
Democrats
do you have aluminum foil on your head right now?
don't even fucking allocate the money to you. They take it for themselves. And it's sad. Look, educate yourself.
This was a right-wing infight killing, and you guys need to get your house in order.
Augustus, remember how I showed you how there's more gamma radiation from 30 minutes of sunlight exposure than there is iPhone 12s that you all said were gonna fuck up your brain? No, this is last year, bro. This is last year when you were pushing RFK.
Off the stage, please, man.
Bro, you get off the fucking stage.
Can we get Rich off the stage?
Guys, can we leave it up with this conversation?
Bella, don't use Augustus.
Can we get? It's a reason why Rich has 54 accounts.
No, I have 1,000. How dare you?
Nobody even knows your name.
This is like when people say I went for the IQ.
Well,
How dare you,
leftist,
Brian?
the only person on the stage who's a leftist is the
Well,
one
you're
who
still
knows
talking
your name.
about leftists and righters. Somebody slapping.
I know, Augustus. Jeez.
Well, what about the hit list that we just mentioned? Do you think that's not credible? Do you think it's not real?
No, it's not. And let me tell you something.
Why is it going viral?
It was irresponsible for Trump, right? A day
No,
after.
don't say Trump. Fuck that. We're talking about the list, man.
Hold on. It was irresponsible. It was irresponsible for Trump to say that before the killer even got killed, they asked him about Charlie Kirk. He said, you know what? We have some radical leftists that we need to take care of. Pushing the same agenda that you nerds are on this stage pushing when the U.S. needs to be healing right now and coming together. In real life, they are doing it at town halls across the U.S. But you nerds want to get on fucking Clubhouse, right? And act like you big and bad, like you calling for a war, like you wanted to go tit for tat. Like you
Othello lives.
We're trying to make action. Monica, do you want to come up? Post in the chat. You want to come up, Monica? I'll try to bring it.
Charlie Kirk already paid for that bullshit.
So our side is
Learn
hosting
from it.
vigils and praying, and we're being very peaceful, and people are mourning and grieving.
Yeah,
We
for
don't
now.
do things like y'all do. We don't burn down.
There you go, y'all. You trying to separate yourself again. This is America.
We don't do that shit. Why is it calling us?
You guys
You are peaceful
out
because
the
you're winning.
street so bad, and we're not going to. We're not going to be heathens like
We're gonna win this war without firing a fucking
Exactly.
And you were talking about
Yeah.
war. These
And they are
fucking
sick
nerds
about
are
it.
not in a
You're right,
fucking
Chuck. They
war.
are fucking sick about it.
Oh my
These
god.
nerds are not in a fucking war.
And it's okay, and you don't have to go to the Capitol tonight, okay?
I
Just calm
need
down.
to.
And that's why Charlie Kirk died. He thought it was a fucking game.
Do you guys
It's a
know
lot of
how much?
learning.
Oh,
Just let it
he
happen.
left.
It's a lot of
He
learning.
thought it was
Such an honor
He
to
was
see him
playing
at
the
that
same
level at
game
Augustus.
that you guys are
Wins
playing
the
right
same
now.
thing together.
And these
He's
kids
just
don't
mad
give a
because I
fuck.
called out that RFK wasn't gonna be the
He
president.
doesn't
Don't give a
ever,
fuck.
man.
Kids are radicalized because of the propaganda.
Oh, Free, can you do me a favor? Can you mod up this good, clean white woman?
Yes, I will, Marianne.
Okay, thank you, and you know what to do.
They push an agenda that they
Bye-bye, though. Bye-bye.
part of the agenda.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, thank God.
Quarterback.
Free at last! Free at last! Thank God Almighty, I'm free at last!
Yes, so that's most hated combination of black man and white woman running things. Anyhow, to you guys,
Sponsor?
no, and that's funny. But no, listen, man, to Othello and all the other fucking retards, we're not gonna keep playing this nice guy game. We've done it, and it cost us a life. And lives, plural. We're not gonna keep playing this fucking game. So you're like, oh, you guys are acting tough guys. No, I'm serious. At this point, I don't give a fuck. If I don't operate around a lot of you guys in real life, like the streamers. I mean, there's a lot of people who are passive, but you motherfuckers who are really adamant about starting some shit, I'm just gonna meet you where you at. Meaning, I'm not saying physically coming to see you. I mean, like, actually, if we happen to be in the same space and it goes down, I'm not trying to sit here and have peace with you motherfuckers. I don't care. You want to laugh at people who down outside? I'm gonna do the same. And the sad thing about it, if the right wanted to do that, because again, 95% of blacks vote for Democrats, they could literally just make tons of pages of watching black people dying and making fun of this shit, but they don't, because we're more civil than that, and we're not trying to do that stupid shit. But again, you guys want to keep playing this game, we're not going to keep playing it.
They don't need any help, dude. They're imploding already.
Exactly. Don't worry. If we don't like
Like, yeah, all we do, like, just get the popcorn.
just jump. All right.
I wish you would step back from the
Flashback, right?
You could baptize with all.
I mean,
You
it's just
get it.
the rhetoric.
Come on. They called you a white woman.
I did, man. I did openly, proudly.
Who's the guy at the bottom?
No, Rich.
Anyway, how'd you get a bean, girl?
I convinced Free to do it.
Yeah, well, he was gone, and I didn't want to be the only one here because I might leave out soon, so I gave it to Ann.
You wanted to Discord.
I didn't know, I forgot Discord was even fucking here. You've been quiet.
And I said, make that one a clean white woman a mod.
I've talked enough in here, really.
You know what I'm saying, man? I feel like I'm talking about
Yeah,
sex.
you probably have.
I've also learned, like, there's no point in talking. I think we're past talking.
Well, what should we do now? Fight?
Also, we
I think
needed
that's what everyone wants.
Ann as a mod to get rid of Othello.
I think everybody wants to fight. I think
No,
people
Who
really
do they want to
do
fight? You?
Not me. I don't want to. No, I'm politically homeless. I'm happy with that.
No offense, sir. We love those people that don't stand for shit.
No, I just don't want to stand with you.
Discord's in the
You don't
diaspora.
stand with you. Why?
I don't agree with a lot of these talking points. I don't think that anybody's rational.
Love these cuts.
You call me leftist.
You have, I bet you have like a designated cup charity, Cup-Saurus Rex.
Were you working on your guns just now? Do you want to just?
Yeah, my Canik TPS.
Both of you shut.
TPS.
But anyways, it's just that, like, I really do miss the days where people were able to just have a debate or just agree to disagree, or we just didn't talk like this. It's sad that we got to this
I'm
point.
talking
where
over
are losing
people
their
and
lives.
cutting them off and saying, I just want to rebuttal when she's done.
No,
Yeah, like you did, Discord.
Or like how you just told him to swallow a bullet, or you said you didn't want to stand with me.
Are we actually gonna pretend like this ignorant homunculus wasn't being ignorant this entire time?
See?
He's a dick, but he's consistent.
Yep.
Okay, that's not it.
That's like people call me a racist, and I'm like, I'm not a fucking racist. I hate everybody. Well, no, I just hate stupid people. Sorry.
Great. Anyways, I just don't agree with a lot of this stuff.
I can't believe that I finally agree with Margaret Sanger, though.
Great. I don't know. I wish that, Americans would just kind of understand that doing this is not going to help the country. Doing this is not going to help anybody. And maybe it's just because we have no clear enemy to kind of unite with, not against enemy. But people want to do this. It feels like everyone just wants to fight.
We do.
It feels like
We've done it here since I finished playing for the last 20 years.
It actually does.
God, where's the one kill each other? See this Crawford and Killer fighting. They throw hands. God damn. Go win this fight like this, so.
Guy, Drake Logan, what's to make me write my ex? Guy.
No go message your ex, this guy. Yeah, this guy.
Like, I did not write that. Oh, God of Jesus.
This
I
guy.
cannot delete the message. I will take a one follow up. That makes sense,
Just
my pastor just what should they do for clubs,
pastor the party as well now. Alright. I don't know, all the people don't meet yourself. But don't still give up.
I don't give up. Look, Jerry, I don't sleep. I sleep in another day.
No, everybody just wake up, so she just call me, so.
Look, Jerry. I'll get that look, Jerry.
Say it again.
I'll get that look, Jerry.
No, I talking to me.
It's actually said the phone name again.
Jimmy It's not Jamie Debe, bro. This guy's funny.
I'm not trying to be offensive.
I know. It's baby Debe. Baby.
Oh.
Baby. How did you pronounce it, sir? Jamie Debe.
Baby Debe.
Jamie Debe.
Jamie Debe. I cannot be the way they will talk out of it. I go tell us they stay Nigeria. So say not Somalia exist.
This don't stop me. Nigeria state itself.
Jamie Debe. Agami, I tell you,
I was asking how you pronounce her name.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. That's how you pronounce it.
No. I want you to pronounce it.
Why?
No, please do, please.
Wait.
Please pronounce it, please now.
Sorry.
Just pronounce your name.
Yes, I'm busy.
I want to hear the way she pronounces it. That is funny.
Funny, guys. She found out.
Bro, I think you need to clear your throat before you pronounce the name. Give me David, what did you say? Bro, you have to say it like you mean it. Give me David.
Oh, this guy is
calm down.
He's actually doing a good job, guys. It's actually.
Doss is meant to be Nigerian, man. How to pronounce it like that?
Oh, Dust is the one singing like that?
Yeah. So that's we want to hear your story.
Wait, just say it again.
That's tell us your story.
Huh? What is it?
David Debe. I mean,
It's questionable. Say what?
Actually, baby Debe.
Bro, this guy.
It's not Nigerian.
It's not Nigerian. What does that name mean?
Wait, sorry.
Wait, though.
What track?
You say pronounce. If I pronounce it first.
I want you to pronounce it.
I'm gonna ask you just questions like.
What's the name? Okay, let's ask a question for you.
My name means take me there. I wanna go there. That's what it means.
Yes, now. You know the hype. Take me there. I wanna go there. Take me there. I wanna go there. Are you drunk?
No, that's not what it means. It means take me there.
So you're gonna take me there? We'll take you there to the prison. Yeah, take me there. Okay. Let me take it.
Gus, so where are you from?
I'm from Nigeria.
Take me through there. Basically.
He's actually from Somalia.
Yeah, he's definitely from Somalia.
I'm from Niger State. And that's what I said now.
You guys use Naira? Like, what's going on?
Yes, we use Naira.
In Niger?
So the Niger State is not my country.
Oh, Niger State.
How you got to
There's
this
a Niger State in Nigeria?
Yes, Niger. Cross River, Niger. How do you call it?
What?
Niger, Mina. Yeah,
Niger State in
good, big.
What? Am I tripping?
That's not the Amrobas.
Okay. It's like Ilori, okay.
It's like Ilori, I'm fucking dead. Don, that's the most quiet state. Only you hear nobody heard it though, but it's okay. I said that's the most peaceful state. We don't fight here.
You guys are next to Kaduna. Oh.
No, we are close to Abuja. Actually did a video. Make I edit and the edit I will send you. Give me that video. When I was playing that, I will edit and send you.
It's only Yoruba people that. Sorry.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. I did calm down.
Why are you saying Yoruba people? Wait, where is you please? You can say Yoruba, so. Yes.
I think you should send him something. Can you send him something?
Okay. Wait,
No, I'm talking about Ade.
if I tell him something,
Yes, please.
what should I do?
You said Ade something.
Okay, first answer my question. Where are you based?
Oh, sorry. I'm in Houston.
Okay, I just followed the place from the back. Thank you.
Oh.
And so I did back to you. My future wife said she said this answer. She don't say what I should send you. She just said something. Yeah, so I said you like. I said like 10 naira like this now. 10 naira is crazy. It's better. Don't worry.
What?
So, please help me out. I'll be very, very. I need to calm down a bit. I'll be back. I think calm down now. She said I should say something. I'm not going to my No, it's not that he's talking, not idea. I know we are calm down first, one after the other.
Not for real.
The traffic journey queue.
Yeah.
I'll send off with a 10 naira drop account number. Add me to. I'll send it for the 1K. 1K, I beg, add me join now. Now 1K those. Oh my God. Hey, I did active now. I did active. Now 1K pennies. I say 1K pennies, the Chris. That no one pound. Come on, man. I'm going to tell the canton. Let me send a day first. I think we shall count. Even now, OP have used the use. Yes, it's OP. I say, I better clear your throats because you like, probably so. I get cold. But you never cough here since, so.
Abi, don't go do morning somebody who can.
Wait, don't wait.
Wait, don't. This is interesting now. That's what you say.
Do morning glory now.
JB then.
What did you take this morning, Adi?
JB then.
You don't spoil the shine. For that one, nothing for him. Because it's the best way to pray for us.
So look at everybody, one kill.
Add you back with.
Thank you. God bless you. May you never
You
laugh.
use and buy Akara and Akamu this early morning.
You never bad.
No, you have to take baby deep there. She said I should send it to you.
Yes, thank you.
Blessing our urgent 2K I will send you.
God will bless you guys. Amen.
And may you never lack, and may you continue.
But wait to if make you not that's supposed to pay your private like this.
Hello. With how much to pay? You're not serious.
Yeah, you guys should come here every time.
This is a small. Like 2K don't remove from the private.
I'm saying, you guys should be coming here every day.
Easy. Is that a reason it's in now?
How far?
I think I said 2K don't come up from the bride price why they pay for it.
Okay, no worries. No worry. Yeah, okay. It's okay.
We'll do plus and minus at the end of the day.
Yeah, at the end of it. When the time comes, we'll do.
I'll tell your daddy let's do plus and minus.
Yeah, we'll do calculation at times. No problem.
Azeka the stage.
Wait, but just tell me how much he sent you. So
Let's go. What's going on?
I tell you 2K now, we'll do a gen 2K.
2K, okay.
But what if we need that? Guys, if I just know for the wedding, I might need the money back.
2K, 2K do.
You can pay for it.
I would love to attend the wedding.
If I don't follow me back.
Does it's not your time people that be at our wedding, sorry. Just, is that your friend?
Yeah, he's my boss.
Okay, he's your boss, so he's the one using you guys to collect money from us.
No,
You followed into the room.
You didn't see what he did in the room.
I didn't.
Every day he was fighting me. He must be insulting me.
They're all scheming with each other, bro. I don't like that.
Give me this then, now my boy.
No, what you guys are doing is wrong.
No, it's not wrong, good baby.
It's
not wrong. You know
I'm not
this one is
Daddy, Mama, don't try that the way you do that now. Don't call her baby. She's a married woman. She's a married woman.
Go on, cut my hair.
I will be the one to treat his football.
I'm sorry.
I like your shirt.
Sister.
Very tantalizing.
Don, I will let you know immediately I receive the alert.
I don't know the talk. I don't know what I said because all of you are not confused. I don't know what I said, money.
That's the one I collect everything.
Easy money sniper. Just send anything, see there. So you don't say you owe me money for inside life.
Kitover the corner. Make I see. Where should be? Show me. Oh. Hope you're a very singular person. Yeah, it's very, very single.
What'd you say?
I hope you're a singular person. Okay. You need to say that they call what's the name? Rookie baby.
Hello?
Rookie angel. Rookie baby, rookie sexy, rookie.
That's rookie.
I know.
Daddy Bobo, you don't have sense. Why would you do that?
Why not?
As you see her like this, she's in your caliber. Like, why would you do that?
I don't understand. Don't be one. I'm rookie fine now. Rookie fine. She fine now.
Daddy Bobo,
Maybe they know the wise people. Maybe they supposed to support streets.
Daddy Bobo begging us for money and he wants to toast babe. We won't give you anything.
That one, that story.
You can't be asking us for money and you want to toast babe. It's wrong.
That one don't get me. I think marry you this. You know that Snapchat ads. Maybe he does these guys. I don't understand. Maybe these guys.
Somebody that's selling chicken. Okay.
You gotta get your part. If you get farm now, they play. Leave out. Maybe they play. No one can rookie now, my girl. And I go toast rookie for your face.
Wait, how did they be again now? Guy, that is so keep man.
Why rookie no fit be my girl? She rookie get to it. I miss all this kind of wedding party. It is not.
Yes, wow. When I saw them full stage like this. Jesus.
Don, can I ask for a favor?
I never see it now. Please do.
Is that you?
Yes, it's me. It's Mabel.
No, I'm talking about your Instagram. Like,
Hello.
is that really you?
No, somebody else.
Not much.
Let me beg, please. Can you hear me?
I felt just like
See, I be macaroni.
Everybody's in the why?
He's hot. He's hot.
This give me the
It's really hot too. See, we can tell you, I be daddy bobo, be this girl.
What?
Be this girl.
Why did you say that? Why?
Be this girl.
Jay has money. Like everybody combined, Jay has more money than all of us.
I beg.
Me, in fact, I don't even know.
I don't like it. I don't like it. No,
Crazy.
Ọmọ Dọlápọ̀ onídàáyà fún ayé ọ̀la ìjàmbá. See that right?
See how Don has
that guy,
abandoned me.
see this guy do the post it. This guy do the post it like this. Ọmọ Dọlápọ̀ guy do the post it.
Oh my God.
Ọmọ 500 bí ni mo ní jọ ọmọ Dọlápọ̀.
This is too
Your wife maybe Demi, is that really you?
What?
Demi, this, can you hear me?
Oh my god. Like, see what you guys have done.
I'm not buying bread today. Please,
I don't have any money.
you like you.
All these men are why? No, guys, no, wait. Give me the scope. Like, why are you asking the only like woman talking on stage? For money?
Don't you hear your name?
And so, you don't see easy money. Like, hello? Come on. You guys are not doing this thing properly.
How short are you?
Who said that?
When I saw it, I even thought
you thought I was a guy?
No sure. You spoke. That's when I knew that you are a lady.
Don't worry, no money for you.
Why are you laughing, man?
Like, if I give you one cup,
That's even why you don't nice. So why you laugh the guy?
Why I don't go laugh? You know, say I don't depend on all these things begging attitude again. You know, say me, I don't agree. You don't do how your chickens now, daddy will. Then they show you want buy one. Me save my own damn cars. I don't pay my school fees with the money, and I never stock them up to now. I never get money to buy them. Their food cost self. You never buy chicken. I swear, since when I sell them during salary period. I don't understand. Was it chicken? Was it chicken? You know the egg. Was it true? I want to buy cockroach. You know we I give you one food. You know how much they sell cockroach now? Cockroach now 150 naira. A deal. 150 naira. And go and buy cockroach. And for where? They don't get good pass for your side. For my side, you go hear say one day old, you go hear one something for this seminar like no possible. I swear. Inside carton. One is 150. Only broiler. Now it costs for now. The broilers now 700 and 17. One I got was broilers. But I never buy this one with the dog before. Just focus. No lose your focus. Focus on what you are doing. Me, I know, you know, say me, I did on my own. Me, I know the. You now, big man you be now. No, say, wait till I go show. What go do up? For sure. If there is life, there is hope. Yeah, me, I believe in God. I swear. Wine now. We should be like. Baba, the devil was Sapa will blow your head. You know, if this life is opening. You cannot compare Nigeria house with that outside house where you did do. Yes, if I did outside, I don't go outside. I will $12 pack. Make I go to the I will $12 pack. If I go to that, I don't do this guy. I was back if he did. I know the outside, I did Nigeria. So what you saying, bro? Exactly.
So now we're not calling money.
if I don't do for your side, I do for another thing. Me, I come pull that gun for this side.
We know that you believe that now.
Yeah. Now today I did see dust. I started this daddy go nowhere. That is Adi boys they make you laugh. Adi Alpha Adi.
I didn't say one time and so.
It's not like one day, bro.
No, this match that it's me up.
Let me there. Where is my godmother?
You get on time for the phone. No, it's like
Me, I've never seen anything for a year, please now. I never seen anything for my account.
Be patient.
Never do anything for me now.
Be patient.
Mr.
Be patient.
Mr.
So
Don.
yes.
Mr. Don, please help a person like please. Not happy give up because you the bend that at our time to give me.
I didn't know very
I don't know let me talk. You get crazy.
I did everything in your voice. Your voice will come back now.
Don't mind this boy, Gary. See how you talk since I don't talk my own. I won't talk like they can be with.
No vex. Make a space in your
Please,
hand.
baby, please. I still stay here, my baby, please. Now, God, I did beg you, I beg. Help, I do. I did not get you more for hand. It shall not, I did. You got it more, did it. Please, you. I beg, I did beg you. I beg you. Lord, mi náà fẹ́ jẹun láàárọ̀ yìí gàrí ti sú adé abẹ́ẹ̀gù abẹ́ẹ̀gù.
That is it.
Man, daddy can't send me money now.
Go from it. In fact, wake up.
Welcome. Our daddy.
I'm not your daddy. Small, I'm gonna.
This whole time.
Please, our daddy, please, now 500.
I was in 92 next room.
Okay.
Bring the bed.
She see, you don't come for him. You don't get them bad for you.
Listen, where you at?
I need to give back. Easy money, please help me now.
No.
Easy money, please help me now.
See snow, I did see snow for snow. I think I missed see snow, follow snow.
Well, asking me for money is not going to be good. I'm sorry.
Don't even bother with me. I'm a single mother of 2, please.
Yo, Snow, thanks for that £1 million the same last week.
But thank you so much for that 3,000 you sent the other day, like for back to school shopping. SB. Yeah, Walmart. Thank you so much. SB, thank you for paying rent this month. Thank you. That's so nice. You're such a good guy.
Bashan, please, right there. Bros Bashan, please, can you hear me?
Don't, Dada, please now, please. Don't.
Bashan, please, can you hear me, please, sir? Hello, Bashan. He's on the call.
Ade, see. Bratzy, follow Bratzy talk. Bratzy get money die.
Bratzy.
I did talk for me too, please.
Does. Ade, follow Bratzy talk. I don't see money for a picture. She get money for a picture. So give me
Brad, good morning, ma. Please, Please, things are hard for us over here. Please, we appreciate any amount.
Brazil, good morning. You send money to me one day, and you send it to me. If to send this to me, if did not send me anything, if I chop the money, you, I did. If I chop that money, no give me shibo. Please help, I did, please. Our helpers in the house, and God, I take beg you. Ẹ ṣàánú wa, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ ṣàánú ọmọ tí ò ní ìyá àti bàbá, ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
You are not in Nigeria, but you can send money to Nigeria account now with version. Please come to Nigeria. Hey, your water. Please, things are very hard for me. Things are hard for me too, man. Do you want to see good luck? Please, I'm in school and things are hard for me. Please help me. I'm not in school and things are hard for me, man. Like, bro. Yeah, sorry, sir.
Yeah, they had a fun with them.
You don't go like that.
Yeah, man, they've been here for like an hour, man. It's been entertaining by now. God damn. They still came here for baby day bed, man. They're like, baby day bed. That shit was funny, bro. God damn.
Something pure. Oh, the cup. Is she there? No, the grits are a bit pure.
That's the guy, bro.
Oh, it's not Laura.
No, it's not. She changed the name back to Laura now. This guy just took something for her.
Oh, shit. The grit guy. I'm sorry. I take my greeting back, sir. Sorry.
I take my greeting back.
Yo, Rookie, wake up.
She's awake, man. She just got in here.
Oh, okay. Look at this snake. Rookie looks fake, though.
Fake? Crazy.
Fake. Like teenage.
Fake. Oh, fake. I thought you said fake. Fake.
Tick.
It's a car for the woman. Man, this guy is not getting up, bro. I don't know. This guy's got 42 KOs. That's 31 KOs.
Shit, how does he know his name is SB? The guy is somebody didn't call my name, no.
I don't know you.
It's not like saying my SB know each other.
Well, you know what's funny? This other guy was on here talking like, please, I need some money, I haven't eaten. Then Doss was interrupted and said, Doss, you didn't match up, though. I'm like, bro, how you get both all of a sudden? These niggas are funny, man. I swear. They just
pretend to be sounding like nice people.
Man, they talk that, and the worst part is they talk like they're about to die, like something like, bro, like, just talk, bro.
Always be on precaution. I like giving away room, they always give him money.
They never go there because give room, there's too many of them in there, and so the chances of them getting the money is very slim.
Okay. And then let's go and get a job.
Make sure. It's free, man. My friend always like get money for them. That's why they keep coming in.
Okay. Cross all my team, that's 76.
Maybe they little, you boys have me at the hill. And Holyfield boxing. That's crazy, bro. Maybe watching his fights and shit. Before there was UFC today as well. This nigga still can't speak English, it's crazy. Maybe they little baby game. It does seem tough beating him, I'm not bringing him back up on stage. And they were trying to give you no money. Oh, that's fun. Let's play some music. I'm like passing my cup. Man, they worry too much. I just want to have fun. Oh, I'm dripping. What I'm G. Who fun? No, they're gonna give me fun. They're gonna give me random fun. Huh? I should get random fun. Crazy. This TV, man.
Passing my cup. I just want to have fun. No, I worry too much. No, I worry too much. Don't they gather my points? Me and my guys stay on songs. If you hate, you know be my fault. Down me for your phone. Yeah, we come TV. Really want that PG. Balenciaga, Iggy.
So Dawn never sent it?
Show money for my guys that I got the enforcement.
Dawn. Is he sleeping?
I don't know what he's doing.
Damn.
I'm just talking and he just like, he's silent, sleeping.
Well, sorry guys, I tried.
You missed it the day we went down. I just started fighting dust on.
What?
Yeah.
Is that why you guys moved them down?
Yeah. It was getting too much. And you know how Ade was sounding like he was about to die? He actually got so much energy for the fight. It's like he went to a market.
Really? See, that's how they'll be pretending for us.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
No, it's not good. No.
These guys, man.
It's actually good. Damn, and SB was here. Damn.
SB was shouting your name when you on the phone.
Oh no.
Did you ping him back in?
Yeah, bring him back. Let's get this shit busting again. Snow? Wait, Snow's here?
Yeah. I thought she was sleeping. She wasn't.
No, hey girl. What things are happening?
What do you ping them? I'm pinging twice. You have to ping them now.
It's okay.
Just like, then just throw them dreams and went to sleep.
Not for real. I sold me a dream too. Because why would he say that? Dawn.
He said it's gonna take out your bride price, isn't it?
Like what? I didn't even send Jack. And then you will still come and minus it later.
Hi, Easy. Hello.
Amira, you haven't slept.
Not yet, so I started to make tonight. I don't know why, but
Wait, you made bread from scratch?
I'm making it from scratch. I'm waiting for it to rise so I can put it in the oven. I know. I don't know what happened to me.
I'm like the best at baking. I've tried the baking stuff. Doesn't work for me.
Unfortunately, I can cook, so I just, when I get the feeling to cook, I just cook.
Oh yeah, there we go. Amira, please help me.
Oh my God, please help me too.
Please help me too. We already help. God damn.
I don't even need $90. Thank you.
I need pounds, man. Don't give me $9 no pounds.
Please. I would do so much for 5K right now.
Bro, one of my mates, yeah, he went out yesterday, he spent 6,000 pounds. I'm like, bro, what the hell is wrong with you, man?
6,000 pounds on what? Like, just going out or like an
Just
investment?
send me the receipt, man. The receipt says $6 grand. And I was like, what the hell did you buy? It was just so many drinks and all this shit. I was like, god damn.
Drinks?
Yeah, I think it was like this posh. You know, there's a place here, this posh. I think it was like a posh.
Okay, period. Love that for him.
I wouldn't do that, though. Like, I'm not gonna spend $6 grand on, like, stupid shit, man.
Not
I was spending,
alcohol, definitely.
yeah, if I was
not
spending $6
alcohol.
grand, I want to spend $6 grand on something that I can actually see and touch.
If I spend $6 grand on alcohol, it has to be like the type of wine that like the older it gets, the more expensive it'll be. So I'm investing in investment.
Yeah.
But like just to
Come on.
drink $6 grand to show you and do it.
Yeah, do exactly for
For real.
You know, that's,
Plus I don't drink, so that would be ridiculous to me.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't drink that much. But I said, when I go clubs with my mates, I'm get the table shit. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm paying for this table. I don't even drink the drinks. Like, I just have to pay this cause, you know. Into there. When I go clubbing, I actually have 2 drinks, man. I like being in control, man. I don't like, you know, getting too drunk and shit.
Yeah, I feel like these people with lack of self-esteem and get wasted every time they go out.
I mean, drinking to get drunk at this age is crazy.
This age is wild.
No, honestly, man, I'm 29, man. I just want to be drunk on the streets, man. I like, you know what I like going out and I'm able to like drive myself back home.
Yeah, I think that's ideal.
I don't want to go out and be like having to like, oh, God, you went on the shit, you're wrong.
But a lot of people like that feeling of like not being in control.
Honestly, I mean, I don't even get drunk that easy as well. I'm like a heavyweight, but I just don't really drink too much. Unless when I'm going to the beach party, man, that's it. The beach party always gets me. Beach party. I used to always have beach parties on my birthday, man.
Really nice, yeah.
Next year, we're not on Thursday, I'm another one, a big one.
I love being by the ocean.
Like what?
And I love being by the ocean.
I'm not saying. I'm never getting in the water because I'm not the best swimmer. I'm going to swim confidently in pools. If there's no pool, like, I can't move confidently. If someone touches my leg, I'll panic and lose control.
So you panic and you lose control?
Yeah, I'm telling you. Jamil was good, bro.
Hey, Jamil. Is he in the room? I'm not even looking at my phone.
Yeah, he's in the
Oh,
room.
okay.
He just called the room. You watched the fight. Okay, 2 seconds. You already saying that. I can't even pronounce what this guy said in the show.
He said assalamu alaikum.
Oh god, so I couldn't even read that quickly. But you slept on that crazy, bro. Crawford won, innit? Crawford's won. I didn't know it was shit that fight, bro. I was getting beat. Me is pissed to be in blackest squad of the season. You think Tyler Perry is about to end this shit in season 2? Make that house, man. Kyle, should I say?
I don't know how people watch like that Tyler Perry show. I really don't.
I tried to watch it, man. It's terrible.
terrible actor and the story doesn't make sense. It's like he just took
None of it
power.
makes
He got power.
sense. I know
He took
how.
power, yeah, and he tried to make power like on steroids.
Yeah, but like I just don't like how he like pushes the like black, just a black trauma narrative. It's just overwhelming.
Yeah, he makes money off that shit though. That's his bag for real.
It's a good one. I can't like my brain cells can't let me watch that honestly.
I can't watch it, yeah, it's the bit where like this girl just run over this other girl like because they kidnap her sister. I was like, oh my god, this is just ridiculous. I said, what's going on? I just stopped watching it, but he lost it. Oh fuck. I cannot beat this shit on my dad's car. I'm dripping. I don't want that PG. I'm just so busy for dreams. I was like, I'll send you some money away and I fell asleep. Yeah, Gary. Oh Lord. Do we run into that stage again? Let's see how come they do good like boy.
Jamil doesn't have our time, I beg. He said, please, I don't need to associate myself with these people.
No, he normally says he comes on stage and just fine babes now. There's fine babes on stage, I mean, there's Ricky and there's Amira.
I don't care. He says, you know, we're not good enough. He says, beautiful, where?
Oh, he says, no, Jamie, where did you go eat?
If you come up, David, come up. You need some motivation.
Jamie, did you go eating? I don't know when eating last night.
Wait, like, is he out? And he's
I
on
think
Clubhouse? I don't know how people do that.
Why is he out at 7 a.m. though? Like, the club ended at 4, 3 o'clock, right? What's that going to after party?
Right.
No, I'm not in my house, so, okay. I'm doing too many details.
I know where he's at. He said I shouldn't tell anybody.
Jamil, funny guy. I would say Jamil's light skin. You guys are funny. Jamil light skin. Funny people. Please help me with 5,000 naira to buy foods. Take me 75 food, so whenever I chop for 5 weeks.
Oh my god.
That was said easy, owe me money, but I've allowed you. That's like, that's not with your money, bro. What the hell?
I think you should have a crush on the hustle. And have a crush on money, baby. It's easier.
Oh, that's funny though. Funny. I was wondering how to get money to buy data, but it looks like buy food stuff.
Bruh.
Data, I swear data is expensive. Yeah, Clubhouse, like, it's expensive now.
It's expensive, like.
You see the club money these to sell Clubhouse, you can feed yourself. Stop buying that data, man. DG's back up. Everyone's waking up now. Harrison's in there. Harrison, I find out.
Harrison is in here? Why aren't you sleeping? Harrison?
He just got in here still.
Why isn't DG sleeping either?
Yeah. I forgot.
100. What's up, guy? You don't sleep? What does that mean? How do you survive?
Is it easy because let me talk to Harrison. Harrison, look, let me follow you talk. Harrison, go send the 5,000.
DG, you're scaring me. You need to sleep. How do you, like, process things? If you you're not
People that don't sleep is scary, man. They say
I
we
know,
don't sleep.
it's terrifying.
Yeah.
What do you mean you don't sleep? Are you a zombie?
I say you can even go crazy from not sleeping.
Yes. Maybe, David, please, don't let me say something. See, they said you should talk to Harrison. Talk to him now.
I'm talking to her, she's ignoring me. Harrison is ignoring me instead of just arching my back. I don't know.
Well, yeah, my name, my fault. What's going on?
Harrison, so we can follow you talking now.
Bigger, the big nigga. Sure.
Harrison, please, just 5 pounds. I'm asking for more like 5,000. Help me first, please. I said dollars, like help me first though. No one needs it more than me, just 5,000. I need to get groceries and stuff.
I was watching this thing on TLC called Extreme Couponing. And this lady, she bought put stuff for like $600, but she had loads of coupons. And she only paid like $5. How does that work?
Well, I've seen that they be giving people coupons, but the thing is you have to save it. It's very meticulous. I can't. And the people that I see do that just scare me.
I don't think they have that in the UK. I think that's an American thing.
Even some of the things that they don't use don't buy because you have this coupon for it.
Oh, they got coupons in the UK?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, they do. They do.
But it's very rare. You can't find like what's the word now, the big ones. It's very like, say, 10p difference or 1 pound difference.
What the fuck am I giving that shit for? 20p, what the hell?
Exactly, I was like, fuck. Yeah.
It's like this nectar, you never really pay the things and they give you the nectar coupon, so they always start shit.
Exactly.
My nectar got like it's £3 in there. I've been collecting those points since college, right?
Yeah.
Actually crazy. But the new one now is I got this what's it called Tesco card.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that one's quite good.
Those things I don't even know if they work.
It only works for like, if you go in the shop, like if you have a club card, let's say like
Yeah,
I only used to buy alcohol.
Oh.
Yeah, this is for alcohol because if you buy like, I only buy Jack Daniels and Jack Daniels is like £25 something. But if you have the club card, it's like £18.
You can send me money now.
Oh, wait. How can I just ask you for $5 and you're asking me for money? Let's be for real.
Yeah, borrow me. Let me use my money, then you will not borrow me on, and I will not borrow you back.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. That sounds like
I don't know how to do that.
I'm asking for like £10. That's it. 10k. Or let's just let me be very reasonable. 1k.
I'm asking you for
let me use the 1k that I have, and you will not borrow me back.
Okay. Well, if you give me 5k, then I would have the 1k to borrow you the 1k. Just give me 5k first, then I'll use that 5k to borrow you 1k.
Naira, wait. Yeah, no, say this.
No, dollars, please. I'll operate in dollars. And euros, not even pounds.
This nigga's the one who borrow money, the coin, borrow me £200 and give me 200 back. I'm like, well, why does that make sense? Why would you want that? Bro, you have no money right now, but you're gonna give me extra on top of what I'm giving you. Like, bro, don't stop lying to me, man. But I've stopped giving for money. I used to give for money before, but now I don't do that shit, bro. I just hate chasing people, bro.
It was from Niger, I stopped that thing. I had one encounter, I was like, yeah, beggars are done. I mean, I'm done with beggars, rather. first time, one time like that I went to withdraw from the ATM. After taking my money now, this guy came up to me. I was like, bro, so far. I beg, come and help me with this one. So I need to go home to, oh fuck. I need to go home to my family. I don't have transport for that. So no wahala. After going to my wallet now, after passing all the notes that I just took from the bank, I saw 100 naira. I said, okay, let me give this guy this one. I gave this guy this cash. You know what this guy said to me? He said, it is well, oh. I said, yeah. What do you mean it is well? I don't understand. After I give you my own money, you tell me it is well. I said, no, after that, I said, nah, I can't give anybody money. No, man, I swear. Giving people money right now is just headache, bro. Yeah, entitlement. Too much headache. I just ain't chasing people for the money, man, because they always forget, man. No, asking somebody for your money back. Yeah, man, I hate that. That thing feels like begging. Yeah, it feels like you're begging for your own money, bro. Makes no sense, man. Because I feel like if you tell me you're getting money back on this day, you should remember. I shouldn't have to remind you. When I remind you, you start hearing my calls, ignoring my texts, and making me look like I'm weird. They just start telling the other friends, this guy just blowing up my phone. What do you mean I'm blowing up your phone? Well, when I start changing it for you, you start giving me attitudes. Why are you going to do that now? You give me money. You don't say you go. That's crazy, bro. One of my mates said, they want me to try to get a finance car. He didn't have enough money, and I gave him like 1,500 to complete the money for the finance car. This was like 3 years ago. Till today, I haven't seen a dime from that money. And every time I see him, I keep telling him, you know, I own your car. This car is mine. I'm like, this car is my car. But technically, it is. Like, it's my car, bro. Like, oh God, this nigga's so funny, man. I'm giving niggas money no more, bro. Everyone go there, right? Last. You know, like that. Clubhouse. Clubhouse. Go for beats. I give us I tell you. Don't Clubhouse, not that. My mom used to say, because I bought the data to come on Clubhouse, somebody for money. That money will pay by data. Where is on chop food now? It's not even that. See me where they use cruise beg for this app. When we enter room, people use any app picture. They say, please help me with 5,000. I know, see, guy, you know how many people have flushed me out of rooms because of the rubbish? What's this guy? How many people have flushed me out of rooms because of that rubbish? It's crazy. I'm going to jump from one room to another saying the same thing. Please help me, 5,000. Please help me. But it's like, I went in this room one day, man. This girl, Jennifer, came into this room. It was like a room full of old beggars, man. They were just like, oh, I don't know what was going on in there. They were just, I don't know, they were begging each other, what was going on. It was just so much chaos, man. What? Actually, a begging community on Clubhouse. And it's mostly Nigerians as well, which is crazy. Yeah, no. It's Nigerians. Who else wants to know? Yeah, anybody can just wake up one morning and say, yes, I'm good, I'm begging that. See how much I'll make. I'm here when your birth is done, send me a thing.
I'll send you a photo. I'm back.
Oh yeah, Jess.
I'm here. What happened?
You're a rubbish human being.
I'm a rubbish human being, Harrison? Are you insane?
Hey, Ty.
What?
Where's my money?
No, I don't owe you money. You're supposed to give me money. The fuck?
Who are you swearing for? Are you okay?
I'm not swearing for you. I'm saying the fuck. But if you want me to swear at you, I can.
I'll told you I'll punch your mouth.
Punch who? Because you're hammerhead of horror, you think you can punch me?
I'll show you how it is. Why are you
Because you're hammerhead of horror, you have to punch me, please. You can't threaten me, Harrison. Your threats mean nothing to me.
Okay, now. Try God.
Alright, you're the one that came at me first. I don't know why you're telling me try good. You try good.
growing his beard out. He said, I'm not gonna give you what you want. You're gonna get this goatee.
I know the clubhouse app now. Like I'm not looking at the no nice thing, but come up and they conquering one.
I really was hoping Jamil would give me some money, and you to Harrison, why do you have this plus if you cannot even give me 5K?
I still be plus. So. Jesus Christ. That's a phone call.
So you can see your phone, but you can see what Ty is doing.
I just came back. I just came back to the screen. You relax.
I just wanted to point that out since, you know.
It's your phone.
You know, I don't know what made me decide to bake bread. Like, why did I do this to myself?
What kind of bread? We don't care yet.
Such a hard life I live.
There's nothing else time for money. Type D and type to get money now.
What? You disrespectful as fuck, bruh. Like, you know me.
Yes, you are disrespectful.
I'm trying to make some butter rolls, actually.
If I'm American, you make brioche bread.
That's kind of what I'm making, butter rolls. They like brioche.
I like brioche bread.
I love brioche. It's like the American agege or the Western agege.
Did you say the American agege?
The Western agege.
The Western agege?
That's not what I sound like.
That's what it sounds like, Sean.
Huh? But I think.
Finally, thank you, Jesus.
You're home?
No. My fuel is literally about to finish. And I forgot to top up when I was coming to work. Now I just found it. I just found one petrol station near me.
What did the really first one be?
I was about to say, are you thanking God that you're almost gonna like not be able to drive?
What'd you say?
So you're thanking God that you're about to be stuck on the road?
Yeah.
Amir knows Sabi Pras food, yes, so that's all I like. All I love to do is eat. Food. That's all I think about. Food and money.
Mariah, send me money now. Since money is all you think about.
Don't you understand? It's all I think about. Did I say it's all I want to give? That's all I think about.
Yeah, add it to the things that you want to give to. Give me money.
You're not homo or in need. I have my charity for that, but for someone like you, with your big chest and big head, you're supposed to give me money. I'm not insulting. Sorry, I was saying it's big. Don't you want to look big? Isn't this intentional?
Oh yeah, so soon now.
I'm not insulting. Okay, so you want me to call you small?
No, carry on. Because I'm begging you now. That's why I put my.
You're not begging me. You're asking. Me, I'm begging. Babiala.
Go for Google.
God forbid. Never gonna beg in my life. I'll beg. Jamil, come and give me some food.
food to eat since you know I know Sappy plus food. Hey Kyrie. Play nice, play nice. OMG, you made me little. How are you?
Are you going out tonight?
No, I'm not. Are you?
Nah, I'm chilling. What are you doing tonight?
I'm baking bread tonight. That's what I'm doing. I can't shake this ass. It's gonna cause an earthquake. Don't you understand? I'm saving y'all. Moses. I'm saving y'all from all this badassness.
Save the weak man.
What?
I said keep saving the weak man.
I'm trying to save them. You know, they'll not be able to survive. They can't handle it. Have to play cool for those who don't know how to act.
Do you like going out though, Amira? Do you like to go out?
No, I'm a homebody. I love to stay in my house. Chill.
On the weekend, so you just that's dope though. I respect it.
Yeah, I'm just so.
Amira, add me on my Instagram. I'll add you back.
Your Instagram.
Yeah, it's on my profile. I'll add you back.
Okay. When I get around to my phone, I'll do that.
Nigga, shut the fuck up. I wasn't talking.
Who is that? Please free me.
Open his big mouth, so I didn't even know you. It must have been a big mistake.
Big mistake. I waited for how many minutes to come out.
A huge mistake. You are irrelevant. Nigga.
Beg for friendship.
You are irrelevant. Nobody must.
and I rejected.
Yeah, I just begging for a follow back this time, nigga.
Nigga, I was talking to my mayor, I wasn't talking to you. So shut the fuck up.
Okay, nigga. Have you watched part of this money, nigga?
That's like the new rest. It's happening. The new rest. So what's wrong with you?
Please pity for baby.
Come on, friend, remove me, sir.
Remove you.
That's not a baby.
Oh, they removed you just now?
I swear to God, that's why it's a baby.
Baby, no, don't do that.
No, let it do. It's a baby, don't worry, let him act like a baby.
Oh, baby, I'm pretty sure he was just playing with you.
I really don't know him though. But
Okay, now, but you had me. Yes, I don't know you now. I don't know you. I don't know you when you get sense.
Amira.
Baby, what's up?
I gotta go do something real quick. I'll come back to talk to you.
Okay, sounds good.
It's not funny, they'll call the phone for me, they come, they go, sorry. I'm worried.
Collect your phone from you.
Amira, give me bread now. Amira.
Yeah, I am. Oh my God, why are you yelling at me?
Take bread now.
I am preheating the oven. It's about to go, I promise. Stop threatening me. I'm going to bring the bread. All you can do is get some pictures anyway, so I don't get why you're being so aggressive. Your phone charger.
Harrison, you watch your boxing?
Nah, man. I just came out from work. Wait, I thought it's still ongoing.
No, it's done now.
It's done now?
Crawford won.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, he fucked Canelo final.
Well,
I didn't knock him out anything, but like, he just like played it on the whole play.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna watch the highlights on Instagram or something.
I didn't know Crawford was that good. The nigga is 41 and oh, now he's 42 and oh. Is it that good? Yeah, 42 and oh, he's never lost.
Yeah, it's gonna watch the highlights on Instagram. Oh, yes, or something, I don't know. But I've been seeing on people's, YouTube, sorry. YouTube. I've been seeing on people's stories.
5 belts, that's crazy.
5?
Yeah. What's pissing me off now, everyone's gonna be looking forward to that Jake Paul versus Tank.
Guy. I don't know how he wants to do that one, because...
That's just a money grab, man. Like, all these fights, it's just money grabs, bro. Man. And it's pissing me off because they're making, now they build Jake Paul to feel like he's a proper boxer now. Like, this guy, man.
That guy's not a boxer.
I mean, he's not that bad.
He's just gaslighting us.
Yeah. If you've been doing something for like all these years, even if you're not bad, you'll be somewhat good at it, but he's not like professional, do you know what I mean? Like, he won't stand it. Like, let them put this, like, people his age, the same weight class, let's see what he does. Fighting Mike.
He would never do that. He would never do that. He would fight people that he knows will pull in a crowd and, like, help give him a name in the industry. But wouldn't necessarily kick his ass because the money is too good. So, no, he wouldn't do that.
It's Jake Paul, who again?
Tank, Grimmett Davis, what's his name? Yeah, Davis, They're not even in the same weight class, it's just crazy. But Tank said he's getting 200 million from that fight, so. I don't know where they get all this money from. Honestly, I feel like then why they lying about the money? So I think they be lying about the money, bro.
Yeah, I can believe that one to some extent.
Yeah, how much they lying about the money?
But then there's betting as well, you know.
Yeah, I know, but still, man, 200 mil for my J.
Yeah,
like, come on, bro. That's like Floyd numbers, man.
Yeah, that's a bit.
Yeah, but he has the money just from like streaming. Like, if you think about it, for real, I wouldn't be surprised if he puts in half of it, because even the Netflix fight, he kind of produced that fight too. Like, he had a say, so he's probably getting money from every angle. So that 200 million, it's not gonna be too bad.
Yeah, but if I was Tank, I'll take that fight as well, though, like, 100. I'm getting 200 mil, like, I'm taking that fight, man. Fuck what anyone says.
I've turned off your network, not the
$200 million one fight. Well, I'm going to tell you something. Let me keep me for that match.
Yeah, that's not